Thursday. Daylight savings time means early gooming for you? Oh, I didn't even notice daylight savings time happened, but hey, yay, Ned gets to stick around a little longer. All right. So, let me think where we were at. This time, what, we just shared part of a stale donut with a squirrel? That's incredible. How was that spiritual experience? And, let's see. Oh, you're not the only one who feeds them. During the pandemic, my dad was feeding, peanuts to squirrels and sunflower seeds to squirrels in his backyard. Delightful. Aww. He gave him a little because he seemed like a lot of sugar for such a little guy. Oh, he's so thoughtful. Aww. Alright, so to recap, if I recall correctly, we're wanting to solve the murders. But this time all of the Ushidomiyas are alive except for Kinzo. And it's Kinzo and all of the servants who are dead, and Beatrice point blank sent a letter like, if you want the killings to stop, go solve the epitaph. Don't look for me. Don't try to stop me. Kinzo is dead. These squirrels here are fat asses, so you didn't want to make that worse. Oh, and then lots of people around there like to give them little treats, I suppose. Yes. So we have a completely different dynamic going on now since all of the Sibs are alive at once for the first time. So let's see how it goes. 5th episode, let's go. Did I accidentally say episode 5? Hold on. I said 3. Phew, you scared me for a second, B. I thought I put 5 on the... I thought I put 5 on the title, but I didn't. I was like, wait! Alright. The true enemy of holding a fort probably isn't the fear of unseen enemies, you and your jokes. It's whether you can keep it going over a long period of time. How am I? I'm doing really well. Meanwhile, I don't know how Stella's doing. She just came in here going, weh. How are you doing, B? I'm doing good. Alright. Maria had gotten bored and had started making a ruckus because she wanted to watch TV. That's right. They're in the guest house. So the guest house doesn't have a TV out in the lounge. Aww. Truly the inferior building. Why didn't Kraus put a TV in there? Like, hotel lobbies, pretty common for them to have TVs. You're chill? Good. Since there was no TV in the lobby, Kraus, she decided to return to the cousin's room upstairs. Watching TV with the Golden Witch around and murder sprees being committed. Dude, that's what Maria's been doing the last 2 episodes. I swear. Legit. Maria been watching TV while all this is going on. The adults probably didn't want to leave Maria all on her own, among other reasons. They told all the children to go to their cousin's room upstairs. They just gotta go play games. George, his heart wounded by the loss of his fiancée, has had no willpower to resist that, and led the cousins upstairs. At least she ain't siding with Beatrice, but she certainly will. I'm sure, you know, she doesn't remember what happened in episode 2, so she'll probably jump to side with Beatrice if she's got the chance. And led the cousins upstairs. Yeah, exactly. If Beatrice is the only one actually freaking nice to Maria in, like, all the ways that matter, then it's only natural, right? At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby. But when he noticed that the relatives looked like they wanted to talk about something shady, he said, "It seems I am in the way," and returned to his room upstairs. Nanjo, king of "this ain't my freaking business." Even if it's only to manipulate her, she won't care. Yeah, I agree. Nanjo, like, "This ain't my fucking business." I'm starving. Man, it's so weird to see Rudolph in new situations. And if I keep just sitting around, my drowsiness will be even worse. It's only natural. Right. Because we didn't sleep last night.
きっちり24時間をここで籠城することになるだろう。
We will probably end up barricaded here for a full 24 hours.
無理をせず交代で仮眠する方が賢明かもしれんね。
It may be wiser to take naps in turn instead of overstressing ourselves.
そうですね。
I agree.
私と主人がここにおりますので、辛い方は無理せずお休みになってください。
My husband and I will be here, so anyone who finds this difficult should rest without overdoing it.
相手はそれを期待してるかもしれないわよ。
They might be expecting that, you know?
この人数では崩せなくても、いくらか減ったらその隙をついてくるつもりかも。
Sure is unfortunate that your cook is killed. Yeah, what are they gonna do? Honestly. They may not be able to defeat this many people, but if that number was reduced by a certain amount, they may plan to use that to their advantage.
ここには7人いるわ。
There are 7 of us here. Hey, it's the MILF lineup.
2人ずつ交代で3時間くらい休むとか。
Well, I guess, Rosa also counts as a MILF. 3 out of 4 MILFs. Anyway, MILFs. Yeah, Eva's got it plastered everywhere, yeah. There are 7 of us here. 2 of us could rest for 3 hours at a time.
明日の朝は遠いわよ。
It's a long time until tomorrow morning.
今はまだ体力があるからいいけど、今夜は辛そうね。
We still have some energy now, but tonight's going to be tough.
せやな。
Sure will be.
眠いもんはおるか。
Anyone sleepy?
無理せんと休んでや。
Don't overdo it. Rest. Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to be able to sleep now. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness.
おらんかいな。
Nobody?
まあみんな無理はせんでな。
Well, don't overdo it, everyone.
眠くなったらその時に。
If we get tired, we can think about it then.
確かに眠いけど、今はそういう気分じゃないの。
I certainly am tired, but I'm not in the mood now. Eva spoke sharply and then read once more over the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Yeah, this is the perfect opportunity to work on the dang epitaph. You love that Hideyoshi never lets the fake Kansai dialect slip, even though his step-family is getting killed around him. He commits to the bit, and we respect it. He never lets up on that bit. Which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters and had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph. And she had even provoked them by saying she would give up the inheritance, both assets and headship, if it could be solved. Eva took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it. Ooh, Eva's working.
例の碑文ですか？
Is that the epitaph?
ええ。
Yes.
犯人の言いなりになるのは尺だけど。
Although it's annoying to do as the culprit
どうせ時
says.
間は腐るほどあるわ。
After all, we do have time to
退
waste.
屈しのぎにはちょうどいいと思って。
I think it's the perfect way to stave off boredom.
悪くない時間潰しだ。
Not a bad way to kill time.
兄弟で仲良く挑戦してみようじゃないか。
Why don't we challenge it together as siblings? Oh my god. Over 100 hours and we're finally having the siblings try to solve the epitaph.
借りてもいいかしら？
Can I borrow that? Ooh, Kirie's here. The epitaph is gonna get freaking decimated.
もう少し大きく書き直すわ。
I'll rewrite it just a little larger.
夏日さん、もう少し大きな紙はないですか？
Solving the epitaph sounds fake. Natsuhi-san, do you have a slightly larger piece of paper?
使用人室に紙くらいあるでしょ。
There should be paper in the servant room.
取ってきます。
I will bring some. Natsuhi immediately brought a B4 blank sheet of paper from the servant room. Kirie borrowed Eva's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it out on the table. Straight away, everyone peered down at it. A fence of people naturally formed.
話には聞いとったが、
I've heard about it, but
こらな
really, this is a tough
大
riddle.
きな謎やな。何を言っとるのかさっぱりや。
I don't have a clue what it's talking about.
私も一時頑張って挑戦したんだけれど、同じくさっぱりだったわ。
At one point, I also did my best to challenge it, but I was just as clueless.
分かってたらのこのこと金策には来ねえさ。
If we did know, we wouldn't have come all the way out here with a plan to make money.
何しろ10トンの黄金だからな。
After all, it's 10 tons of gold.
真面目に読むのは初めてなんだけど、
This is the first time I've read it seriously, but
大雑把に言って3部分に分かれてるのかしら。
roughly speaking, couldn't it be split into 3 parts? That's also how I thought of it. Like the beginning part that seems the most riddly, the sacrificing part, and then the golden land if you solve it part.
昨夜から思っているが、キリエさんはだいぶ頭が切れるようだ。
I've been thinking this since last night, but you really do seem to be a good thinker, Kirie-san.
ひょっとすると
He's
私らで
only
は解
just
けな
now
かった謎を
noticing. What a great
いとも簡
brother-in-law.
単に解いてしまうかもしれんね。
It's possible that you could easily solve this riddle that we couldn't.
ああ、
Yeah,
キリエは鋭いぜ。
Kirie's sharp.
変な先入観を与えない方が面白い捉え方をできるかもしれないな。
She might be able to tackle it in an interesting way if we don't give her any strange preconceptions. So everyone just shut up and let my wife cook.
そうね。
Yes.
キリエさん、
Kirie-san,
率直にこの碑文を読んだ感想を聞かせてくれないかしら。
will you let us hear your honest thoughts having read the epitaph?
多分皆さんのお役には立てないと思うわ。
I think it probably won't be very useful to all of
み
you.
んな買いかぶりすぎよ。
You all give me too much credit.
いやいや、思いつきは適当でいいんだ。
No way. Anything that comes to mind would be helpful.
お前の話を聞かせてくれ。
Let us hear what you have to say.
俺が悩んだ時はいつだってお前のヒントが助けてくれたんだからな。
Because your hints always help me when I'm worried. Aww.
あら、役に立ってたのね。
Oh, so they were helpful.
今更だけど嬉しいわ。
It's nice to finally hear about this now.
よせやい。いつも感謝してるぜ。
Come on, don't I always thank you?
仲がいいのね。
You two do get along well.
羨ましいわ。
I'm jealous. Imagine having a spouse, let alone one you get along with.
ぜひ私たちにもヒントを授けてほしいわ。
And the rest of us, blissfully married siblings who aren't Rosa and Kraus, would also love to accept your hints.
いいのよ。どうせ時間つぶしなんだから、リラックスして。
It's all right. We are just killing time anyway, so why not relax? Hirie was bewildered by all this praise she was suddenly receiving. Hirie finally receiving the recognition she deserves, and she's like, what? But they had plenty of time. She realized that this was just a way to waste time, and she decided to accept that role.
と見当違いなことを言っちゃうと思うけど。
I'm sure I'll say something off the mark, but...
じゃあ、私の考えで進めてみるわね。
Well, I'll put forward my ideas.
最初に言った大雑把に言って3部分に分かれるとはどういう意味かね。
What did you mean in the beginning about how, roughly speaking, it could be divided into 3 parts? Damn, there it is.
そのままの意味よ。
There's the whole epitaph. Gouge the stomach and kill, gouge the knee and kill. Well, I just mean what I
気
said.
分はだいたい3つのパーツに分けることができると思うの。
I think that overall, the epitaph can be divided into 3 parts.
まず最初の「そこに黄金の鍵が眠る」までの5行。
First, there are the 5 lines up to and including they're the key to the gold sleeps. Oh. Well, she said gold, not golden land. But we just keep assuming the golden land means the gold. But there's no proof of this. It's not really saying. Like, one could read this and assume it means go find the gold. And the golden land is where the gold is, but... The golden land could be something entirely different. And the gold is just a reward for figuring this out, maybe. Okay, so it sounds like Kirie might split this up differently than I thought, but... Oh wait, no, that's pretty much how I thought of it. Alright, anyway, I'll just keep going. First, there are the 5 lines up to and including. There the key to the gold sleeps.
ここまでが鍵のありかを示した最初の部分。
Up until this point is the first part, which points to the location of the key.
そして第10の番までの11行が黄金鏡そのものの場所を示した部分。
And then there's the part formed by the 11 lines up until the 10th twilight, which refers to the location of the golden land itself.
そして残りの6行は黄金鏡にたどり着いてからの部分ね。
And the remaining 6 lines make up the part after the golden land has been reached. Okay, no, this was how I was dividing it up in my head. Rest in peace, my beloved witch Beatrice.
そうですね。
I see.
鍵と黄金鏡、
The key, the golden land.
そして黄金鏡の宝の話の3つに区分けできますね。
And the golden land's treasure. It can be divided into these 3 parts.
その程度なら我々だって把握しているさ。
Even we have been able to grasp that much.
鍵と扉、そして宝を示す3つの区分だ。
The 3 sections that refer to the key, the door, and the treasure.
兄さん余計な口を挟まないで。
Hashtag just solve the epitaph. They're finally listening to us, Mirinda. Hello. Nissan, don't butt in any more than you have
キ
to.
リエさんに自由な発想で発言してもらうのよ。
Let Kirie-san speak her ideas freely.
キリ
Kirie,
続けてくれ。
please continue.
俺たちもそれについては同じ認識だ。
We recognize the same thing regarding what you said.
それで
So then,
最初に出てくる懐かしき故郷というのはどういう意味なのかしら。
I wonder what that thing in the beginning, the beloved home of old, means.
普通に考えたらお父様の故郷を指すのかしら。
Thinking about it normally, would it refer to grandfather's home?
懐かしきとわざわざ断るところを見ると、とても思い入れのある故郷のように思えるわね。
Since he explicitly mentioned that it's beloved, I can imagine that it's a home he thought about very deeply.
お父さんは小田原の出身だったかしら。
Didn't father come from Odawara?
生まれは確かに小田原だけど、
Odawara is definitely where he was born.
お父様が懐かしむ故郷は多分小田原のことじゃないわ。
But I don't think this home father loved was Odawara.
それについては多分兄弟たちは全員同じ場所で認識してるわね。
I believe all of us siblings are thinking of the same place.
そうね。
Yes,
多分小田原じゃないわね。
this probably isn't Odawara. But you didn't want to color her perspective unnecessarily, right? So then don't say what it is right
聞
away.
いた話ではとても楽しい少年時代だったそうよ。
You're getting close to the point where we can show me the amazing Animal Crossing crossover with Umineko. Oh yeah? Does it only take up the first 3 episodes? From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth.
親父の人生で最大の不幸は多分後ろ宮家の当主にさせられたことだろう
The
ね。
first 4 episodes, but we're getting close. Ooh, exciting! How? I know there's only been 1 set of murders so far, but like, roughly how far are we into 3, would you say? Dad's greatest misfortune in his life was probably being made the Ushinomiya family head.
おそらくな。
Probably.
親父殿は後宮家の当主になど本当はなりたくなかったのだ。
Father really hadn't wanted to become the Ushinomiya family head.
それはどこなのかしら。
So where is it? Okay, well she's asking implicitly, so it should be okay. I was saying, I know there's only been like 1 set of murders so far, but like roughly how far am I into episode 3? That's what I was asking. So where is it?
そしてそこに鮎の泳ぐ川は。
And is there a river where sweet fish swim?
当時はあったんじゃないかしら。
Maybe there was at the time. 40%? That's decent. 40%? And we still haven't seen that witch with the hat that's on the episode preview painting. Damn. Maybe there was at the time.
今はだいぶ開発が進んだでしょうから、鮎はいなくなってるかもしれない。
I'm sure that there has been a lot of development there by now. The sweet fish might have disappeared.
お父様が少年時代の当時に鮎がいたと言われると、非常に調べるのは困難ね。
It would be extremely difficult to investigate whether there were sweet fish there during the time grandfather was a boy.
川も一本ではないだろ
There's not just one river
う。
either.
地理的な意味では我々もそれぞれにかなり調べたつもり
I believe we all investigated thoroughly in a geographical sense.
だ。エヴァに至っては現地まで直接調べに行ったんじゃないかね。
You even went to the actual place to investigate directly, didn't you, Eva?
あくまでも旅行としてよ。
That was only as a
で
vacation.
も街並みは当時と完全に変わってる。
But the townscape had changed completely from father's time.
何しろ戦争を挟んでるのよ。
After all, there was a war in between.
お父様がどこに住んでいたのかさえ、正確な場所の把握は不可能よ。
It was impossible to even figure out where father actually lived.
多分 お父様が自ら現地へ足を運んでも
Probably, even if Father dragged himself to the location. Actual
今
location.
となってはどこに住んでいたか特定できないでしょうね
By now, even he wouldn't be able to determine where it was that he lived.
あちらさんも随分目覚ましく復興したって話だからね
They've had a remarkable revival over there, after all.
鮎の川と言われてはっきりとした地名は出ないの
Doesn't any place name come clearly to mind when, after hearing Sweetfish River?
そうや
Not really.
な何しろ鮎だぜ
I mean, they're sweetfish, right?
水がきれいな川に住むってんだからそれこそ心当たりの川は無数だったろうさ
People say they live in rivers with clean waters, so there are countless rivers we could guess at.
親父が無邪気に鮎釣りをした小川もその後の開発で埋められたりもしただろう
Any stream that Dad innocently went sweetfish fishing in was probably buried by the development later.
戦前の地図もしくは戦前の現地に詳しい人でもいりゃ話は別だ
It would be different if we had a map from before the war, but... Or a person who knew a lot about how the area was before the war, but
多分そういう話ではないわ
it probably isn't something like that. That's what I was thinking too, Kirie.
どういうことだね
What do you mean?
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川
Behold the Sweetfish River, running through my beloved home of old.
黄金鏡を目指す者よこれを下りて鍵を探せ
You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key.
ここまでの2行で一度開業してるのよね
After these two lines, there is a single blank line. Ooh, she's even thinking about how the paragraphs are laid out. Let's go.
この2行だけで何かの提示が成立するのよ
Something is being presented with just these two lines.
その何かに基づいて次の3行が続くんじゃないかしら
I would suppose the next three lines continue based upon that something.
何かの提示って何やろな
I wonder what it is that's being presented
わ
then.
からないわ
I don't know.
とにかくその2行だけでどの川かわからないとかそんなあやふやじゃなくて
Umineko, we are. Kirie's solving the epitaph. It's like all we could ever ask for, Cece. Kirie's going off. In any case, after just these two lines, it's not something vague like you don't know which river it is.
はっきりとこの川という特定ができるのよ
You're able to narrow it down and say specifically what river.
ひょっとすると水の流
Far
れる
enough that
川
you
では
can
ないか
reveal
もしれない
redacted
わ
and
ね
redacted. Oh boy. It may be that this isn't a river with water flowing down it. I had a feeling that might be the case.
鮎の川は何かの比喩かもしれない
The Sweetfish River might be some kind of metaphor. I was also thinking that was probably more the case.
鮎という言葉にはどんなイメージがあるのかしら
What kind of image does the word sweetfish have?
鮎は鮭みたいなもんや
Sweetfish are like a salmon.
淡水魚だが生まれてすぐは海に出るんや
They're freshwater fish, but they go out into the ocean right after they're born. Wait, am I right? Was I right? Ayu. Well, she's been inactive for a while, but here's my OC. Ah, that's right, your OC Ayu.
そして大きくなると川に戻ってきて生活し
And when they get big, they return to the river to live there. Didn't I say that the key might be out in the ocean. Didn't I say that? I might have been getting somewhere.
そこに産卵して生涯を終えるんや。
And then they spawn there and end their lives there.
まあ一度は家を出るが大きくなって戻ってきて卵を産むってなあたりは
Well, they leave their home at one point, but the part about them getting big and returning there to lay eggs.
一族繁栄的なイメージがあるかもしれんな。
That might have a family prosperity type of image. But if it's not a literal river, is it a literal ocean? You're right. Huh.
淡水魚なのに海水でも生きられるのかよ。
They're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean?
知らなかったぜ。
I didn't know that.
川魚だから海には出られないと思ってたぜ。
I thought they were river fish, so they couldn't go out into the sea.
鮎は香りが良いことから香魚とも呼ばれるとか。
And they are also called aroma fish. You know, like fishy aroma. Because they have a pleasant smell. Also, Stinky Fish. I just think fishy aroma. The frickin' song, Stinku Golgi. Fishy aroma, what a suspicious scent.
私は食べたことがありませんが、塩焼きにするととても美味しいそうです。
I have never eaten one, but I have heard that they are very delicious when grilled with salt.
なんや夏日さん。
Wow,
ああい
Nazi-san.
うの塩焼き食ったことあらへんのか。
You've never eaten salt grilled sweet
う
fish?
まいで。
They're
今
delicious.
度ごちそうしたるわ。
I'll treat you sometime. Somebody needs to treat Natsuhi so bad. Oh my god.
庶民の料理だ。
It is a food for commoners. Shut up, Kraus.
君の口にはふさわしくない。
It isn't appropriate for your mouth. God damn it, let her have this.
これは私の妄想なんだけど。
Thanks, Natsuhi. That helps a lot or something. Well, I think that sounds nice. It makes me want to try some. Wait, hold on though.
鮎は香りが良いことから香魚とも呼ばれるとか。
なん
鮎は香りが良いことから香魚とも呼ばれるとか。
Natsuhi, on God, we're taking you to McDonald's. I know, right? You need a single French fry, and it'll set you right with some ketchup. This is just my wild idea. McDonald's, McDonald's, McDonald's. This is just my wild idea.
実は私、鮎の皮のイメージから家系図を疑ったことがあるの。
But the image I get from a sweetfish river has made me suspect a family tree before.
鮎は一度海へ出るけど、また生まれた川に帰ってきて産卵するんでしょ？
The sweetfish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river where they were born to spawn, right?
まるで私のことみたいだなって思って。
Makes me think about myself.
そうね。
You're right.
今だから白状するけど、
I can confess now.
私もあなたとマリアちゃんのことを指してるんじゃないかって疑ったことがあるわ。
That I have sometimes suspected that it refers to you and Maria-chan. Oh, that's interesting.
なるほど。
I see.
川を下ればやがて里あり。
As you travel down it, you will see a village.
家系図を下っていくと見つかる里はマリアの名に含まれる里の字だけだ。
The only village, Sato, you'll find by going down our family tree is the one in Maria's name. Maria. So the same kanji. Oh, I see. Maria. So as you can see in Maria's name, the middle kanji is the same as village. Sato, as said in the epitaph. The only village you'll find by going down the family tree is the one in Maria's name.
でしょ
Right?
でもみんなも知っての通り、お
Yes, is what I was thinking.
父様はマリアのことを毛嫌いしてて、
But as you all know, father has a dislike of Maria,
ほとんど言葉を交わしたこともない。
and he has almost never spoken with her, even though they have so many common interests.
それにお父様はかつてマリアに全然違う名前をつけるように言っていたの。
Besides which, father once told me to give Maria a completely different name.
それを私が勝手にマリアにした。
So the way to find the gold is to gouge Maria's eyes, chest, stomach, knee, etc. Rosa did nothing wrong. No! I just made it Maria on my own.
お父様はそれをとても怒っていたわ。
Father was very mad about that. Oh, did he get mad at Maria's name because it fucked with his epitaph?
その経緯を考えると、
If you think about the history there,
財産や家督を引き継ごうという大切な碑文にマリアの名を引用するとはとても思えなくて。
I just really couldn't imagine that he'd reference Maria's name in his precious epitaph about who would inherit his wealth and the family headship.
マリアちゃんに碑文を読ませたことは？
Have you ever let Maria-chan read the epitaph?
ええ、もちろんあるわ。
Yes. Of course I have.
でもさっぱりみたいだった。
Does Ginzo not like Maria because he's mad her name isn't the one he picked? What a little baby. True. You know, weird ways that the Ushidomiyas are kind of somewhat reminding me of my mom's side of the family. My grandfather was apparently pretty mad that, so I was the only grandchild, right? On my mom's side. And, apparently my grandfather was pretty mad that I wasn't gonna be carrying on the family name. So, as the result of an argument, my middle name is my mother's last name. So the family names ended up being carried on with my middle name. So it's kind of reminding me of that a little bit. Yes, of course I have. But she didn't seem to have a clue.
魔女の復活の儀式みたいな相変わらずのオカルト話ばかりでさっぱりだったわ。
She didn't have a clue, and she kept going on about the same occult stuff, about how it was a resurrection ceremony for the witch.
親父殿とマリアの接点。
A connection between father and Maria. They're recognizing that they have common interests, but now they can't talk about it because Ginzo's dead.
確かに両者にオカルト趣味はある。全く交流はなかった。
Certainly, they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted. But I'm sad.
私もマリアのことを指しているとは思えないね。
I can't imagine it refers to Maria either.
懐かしきとわざわざ冒頭につけているのが私は気になるわ。
What interests me is the fact that he explicitly added the word beloved at the beginning.
さっきみんなが言っていたように、
Like you all said just
お父さ
now,
んにとって後ろ宮家の当主となることが不本意だったとしたなら、
if father was reluctant about becoming the Ushinomiya family
それを
head,
懐かしんだりするかしら。
would he describe it that way?
それは後ろ宮本家を指す小田原ではないと思うの。
I don't think it is Odawara, which points back to the Ushinomiya main family.
私にはこの懐かしきという冒頭の一語が
I believe that this word beloved here at the
お
beginning
父様にとってとても大切な思い出深い場所を示しているに違いないと信じているんだけれど
definitely refers to a place full of very important memories to father. Natsukashi could also be like nostalgic. So beloved is pretty good too as a translation. Like beloved and nostalgic as in like something you look back upon fondly. Well, that's fine.
当時の地図もさっぱりだから特定は困難だが
It'd be hard to pinpoint since we don't have a clue about a map from that
とにか
time.
く親父の少年時代の故郷に鮎が泳げる川は何本かあったろうさ
But anyway, there were probably several rivers with sweet fish swimming in them near Dad's home during his youth.
水の流れる川なら
That's if it's a river with water flowing down it, right?
それから
And then
続けてよキリエさん
go on, Kirie-san.
川を下ればやがて里ありからの産業はちょっとよくわからないわ
I don't really understand the three lines starting with, as you travel down it, you will see a village.
これは多分鮎の川の2行に連結してる
These are probably coupled with the two lines about the Sweetfish River.
鮎の川の正体がわかれば多分自然と意味がつながるものなのよ
It's probably something that we would automatically understand if we knew what the Sweetfish River really was.
それがわからない限りこの産業を先に解こうとしても無駄でしょうね
As long as we don't understand that, it's probably useless to try and solve those three lines any further. That makes sense.
鮎の川の正体がわからねえとお手上げか
So we're screwed unless we know what the Sweetfish River really is.
しかも文字通り河川を指した保証もねえときた
And there's no guarantee it even means a literal river. Seriously,
鮎って何なんだ
the heck does it mean by sweetfish?
親父の好物か
Are they a favorite dish of Dad's?
それとも何か特別な意味があるのか
Or is there some special meaning? I kind of like the salmon metaphor going on there.
しても仕方ねえのか
Is it pointless to read too deeply into it?
ミクロとマクロの2つの視点を持たないと視野が狭まるわね
If you don't have both a micro and a macro perspective, your field of vision grows narrow.
深く考えすぎないで魚が泳いでいる川あるいは流れ下るもの登るもの
Whoa, Eva is really getting into this. Think not too deeply about a river with fish swimming in it, or some kind of flow. Something you can go down or go up.
そのくらいの抽象的なイメージにしておいた方が発想が柔軟になっていいかもしれないわ
Keep those kinds of abstract images in mind, and we may be able to come up with more out-of-the-box ideas.
そして鮎の川の答えが続く産業を経て黄金鏡の鍵にたどり着く
And via the three lines that follow, the answer for the Sweetfish River ends up at the key to the Golden Land.
こうして考えると3つの区分というのは間違いかしら
If you think about it this way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into three parts. Are you suggesting Kinzo may not be emotionally mature and stable? Say it ain't so!
正確には4つの区分ね
There's actually four
鮎の
parts.
川を下り
Go down the Sweetfish
黄
River,
金鏡の鍵を見つけ
find the key to the Golden
黄
Land,
金鏡へ旅立つ
journey to the Golden Land,
そして黄金鏡の宝
and the treasure of the Golden Land. Yeah,
実に面白い
truly interesting.
せっかくだ
You're not suggesting it, you're saying it outright. Kinzo is a bitch-ass baby. Ooh, get him. Hashtag Kinzo did nothing wrong. Well, maybe one or two things were kind of not great or something.
続けて碑文の最も中心的な部分である。
Well, we have this opportunity. Would you mind continuing and tell us your opinion about the most central portion of the
黄金
epitaph?
鏡にたどり着く第10の晩までの見解を聞かせてくれんかね。
Up until the 10th twilight, where we arrive at the Golden Land?
この碑文の中で最も象徴的で
Hashtag Kinzo is wrong. Hashtag blame Shannon. Hashtag wrongzo. Kinzo wrongzo. That's the most symbolic and also the most disturbing part. Hashtag blame Battler. Ooh, get him great.
生贄なんて単語が連発するから
Since it keeps mentioning the word
つい
sacrifice,
ついお父様のオカルト儀式と関係があるんじゃないかと思ってしまうけど
I can't help but think it has something to do with Father's occult rituals.
キリエさんならどう見るかしら
How do you see it, Kirie-san? Well, it's interesting because from our perspective of seeing like 3 different murder cycles, this seems to be the most obvious part to us. But maybe that's a distraction. Yeah, Battler still hasn't gotten that white horse for coming in to rescue Shannon like he promised years ago. Kirie recrossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it as though she was looking through it. Killings was distraction. I have the gold. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm so curious now. Okay, anyway. Kirie recrossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it as though she was looking through it.
これはとても難しいわね
This is very difficult.
鍵を手にせし者はから始まるということは多分
By starting with you who laid hand upon the key.
鍵を理解していないと話が進まない
It probably means that you won't be able to continue without understanding the key.
お手上げではあるけれど一応挑戦してみるわね
I'll have to give up, but I'll take a shot at it anyway.
鮎の川が水の流れる川とは限らないように
You two are being so mysterious. What if fall was about Battler being horse-like? He's gonna fall and break his legs and not make it to the big race, family gathering. Damn, it's all metaphors. Ochiru! Ochiru! Just like how the Sweet Fish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing
そ
down it.
の鍵もまた本当に鍵の形状をしたものなのか疑わしいわね
It is also doubtful whether this key is actually something shaped like a key. You know, I've been wondering that too. Wait, it's the killings ruse was a distraction. I fucked it up. I gotcha. Automod's been a little trigger happy lately. I might have to see if I can adjust it a bit. Anyway, I also doubt whether this key actually looks like a key, but then what is it? What is it? You have theories about stuff, but really redacted and redacted, so redacted. Thanks, Mirinda. But you guys are chatting like you guys gossiping away from me about things I can't comprehend. I want to know. Okay. It is also doubtful whether this key is actually something shaped like a key.
そうね。
No, I don't want spoilers, but I want to know. Okay. Right.
暗号とかキーワードの可能性もあるわ。
There's also the possibility that it's a code or a keyword. Is there like a non-spoilery way, like a vibes-based way of telling me something? Cece! Okay. Okay. There's also the possibility that it's a code or a keyword. It's finally Gummy Worm Neko Day. The Witch of Katie Fan is pleased. Hello, Yaya. We're working on the epitaph together. Right. There's also the possibility that it's a code or a
だって
keyword.
この鍵は鍵穴に刺すものじゃない。
After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole.
第一の番に6人の生贄を選ぶためにあるんだもの。
It's something that selects the 6 people to be the sacrifices for the first Twilight. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oops, wrong thing. Wait, I need to go to tips. Wait a minute. Hold on. So beaming vibes directly into my brain in a non-spoiler way, straight heterosexual straight, you're lying. That's even more confusing. I see, makes sense for sure. I'm glad to see redacted. Wow. Okay. So if we were to take this at face value, given what we know, the key is literally just Beatrice. If there's not some hidden code about the Twilights that doesn't have to do with the revival ritual for Beatrice. Like, if this isn't some kind of metaphor and it's like what it obviously seems to be, then the key is obviously Beatrice. Because she's the one who's arbitrarily choosing the 6 hold on. So if you seek the Golden Land, you have to look for Beatrice. And now we know Beatrice killed herself. And so her soul was, Does anyone remember how long ago the epitaph was set under the portrait? I know it's been said before, but I forget how long ago it was. Does anybody remember? Years? Okay, so pretty recent. So definitely after the homunculus died. So Kinzo's aware that the key, which would be Beatrice's soul in this line of thinking, after Battler stopped coming at least, so it's pretty recent. But okay, okay. Okay. If we're looking for where Beatrice is sleeping, from what we've learned in this episode, if we were to take this at face value and that Beatrice is the key, then the key to the Golden Land sleeps on Rokenjima. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. If it means a family tree, I don't know about that, but what I think would be truly like beloved to Kinzo would actually be his time around Beatrice when he was building his wealth and she gave him the gold, up until he tried to like capture her and she killed herself to get away. But where was that? Was that already on Rokenjima, or was like Kinzo's time with Beatrice on Honshu? This convo being one-sided is giving you too much power. Oh no. Oh my god, yeah, what the hell are you guys telling me? This is... Oh god, alright. Village where the key is in El Dorado, you see, gotcha. Hydrate, I am hydrating. Oh, so you guys are talking about the Ace Attorney game. As someone who knows too much, you can only shitpost. I understand canned sweet fish. The Northwest Passage? The Amazon? Right, let me think. But yeah, I think what we need first, I think PDA is right. We need, or like, they're right. We need to figure out what the Sweetfish River is. And if it's a place where he... Well, okay. I'm like... Yeah, we're talking about El Dorado, aren't we? Yeah, we're talking about the 2000 animated film Road to El Dorado. Okay, I'm just gonna twist myself in knots if I'm like... Unless I figure out exactly what the Sweetfish River refers to, whether it's physical or metaphorical. KDA's right, so let me skip a little bit. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. I still think this has to do with Rokenjima. My brain's getting twisted in knots. I need to keep going. Well, I mean, he sure put a lot of his wealth into acquiring it. And, well, this epitaph was only created recently, right? He could be thinking about his home of old with Beatrice, which would not necessarily be of his childhood, but would be several decades, like 40 years at least away, right? So you could think of it that way, I guess, is the kind of thing I'm trying to kind of going on. Garbage pickup, silly phone on vacation. Yoshino Miya fortune was willed to the future founders of DreamWorks. Damn. No, don't give it to Katzenberg. Anyway, well, see, I think when I was...
I've been waiting for this.
Waiting for this? B? But I think, reprisal! That's incredible. Thank you for 4 months. You don't know? Thank you for 4 months. Let me see. Like, the house in the forest, right? Last time I was trying to think about the epitaph, I was thinking about that, right? And the names of the house? I should have written this shit down, man. Yes, I believe you're not alone in thinking Kirie is a baddie, even in this chat, B. Is she betraying Rudolph? I don't know. I don't know, but I feel like the house that Kinzo made for Beatrice in the forest might be the beloved home of old. Or if it's Rokenjima, because Rokenjima is the location of that house, even if it's not the main house. The sweet fish could refer to Rosa, like she was speculating, right? Because Rosa was the only one who, like, grew up on Rokenjima and then went off and did her own thing and then came back. Anyway, that's where my thoughts are going. I need to continue. God damn it. You called her a spy, maybe a double agent. Katie A is a baddie, hot. I love her. You've had a heck of a few weeks since the ending of episode 2. Good to finally be back to your favorite Umineko stream. Oh, you're so sweet, Reprisal. Oh, I hope things have calmed down for you, and welcome back. Rock and Jima. Yeah, exactly. Alright, I gotta continue. I'm twisting my brain in knots, and you guys are just watching me sit here like, while you guys, like, chat in your whispers, and... okay. Right. There's also the possibility that it's a code or a keyword. After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole. It's something that selects the 6 people to be sacrifices for the first twilight. That's what we're here for too. Oh, you're sweet. Watching the struggle is part of the fun. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are having fun even when I'm sitting here like,
その意味においては、この鍵は黄金鏡の扉を開くものじゃないと言い切れるわね。
In that sense, we can state that this key isn't something to open the door to the Golden Land. But okay, not literally open the lock to the door, which is like what you'd think of on the surface. Chat in whispers while I just occasionally throw paper airplane notes at Mirinda. They are locked in Twitch jail and cannot respond. Yes, I see.
しかし、物騒な鍵です。
But what a disturbing key. Damn, Natsuki just called Beatrice disturbing.
6人もの生贄を選ぶ鍵なんて。
A key that can select 6 people to be sacrifices.
鍵がどうやって選ぶんや。
How would a key select anything? Because it's the soul of a witch.
ルーレットみたいにくるくる回すんかい。
Does it spin around like a roulette? Hideyoshi! How did you hear about the demon's roulette?
この鍵がある特定の6人を
It's
指し示す。
Kirie's iconic sprite. IMO. This key points towards a specific group of 6 people. Hideyoshi Triss confirmed. The real Dark Horse theory. This key points towards a specific group of 6 people.
いいえ、ある特定の6つを指し示すというべきね。
No, we should say it points to a certain specific group of 6 things.
もしこれが文字通りに生贄を捧げろという意味でないならば。
Hashtag blame Hideyoshi. Oh no. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices.
例えばアナグラムかもしれないわ。
You like joking how Goda has become so common? That he's no longer a dark horse, mundane Goda culprit theory. Oh man. Can't we just have one guy on this damn island who's just a guy? And is just here because he's far out of his depth? It's so funny. It's just funny to have one guy here who's completely normal. And now that we know that Kumasawa is not normal, Goda's the only completely normal person. Work and health were hectic. You had the flu and then food poisoning and then the flu again? You needed a scope and then you were in the hospital for a week and the scope again? That's awful, Reprisal. Are you feeling better? I hope? Oh my goodness. Your poor health. What what are you saying? There's some people who don't immediately think Goda is a murderer. The small bombs are kind of a dead giveaway, as it were. Oh, I can't wait till we actually get to small bombs. But yeah, I hope you're feeling a little better, Reprisal. That you're on the up and up. Aww. For example, it could be an anagram. Oh, Kirie, okay.
アナグラム
An anagram?
文字遊びの言葉ね。
You mean a word game?
ええ、
Yes.
さっきローザさんが家系図の話で
Ever since Rosa started talking about the
マリア
family
ちゃんの名前
tree
に里が含まれて
and how village was a part of Maria-chan's
と
name.
いう話をしていた時からずっと考えてるの。
The doctor is normal. Hashtag Nanjo did nothing wrong. But on the other hand, how normal can you possibly be to be Kinzo's best friend? Makes you think. Maybe he's abnormally, tolerant. Non-Jew Tris confirmed. Oh man. You just got home this past Monday. You have a medical condition where your stomach closes on its own, so you can't eat or drink. You need endoscopies to reopen it. Poor reprisal. Ooh, you're feeling better now, though. Good. I hope you're getting lots of rest at home at least, and we can help you rest here today with our crackpot theories. I hope. Implying Kinzo is not perfectly normal. Yeah, I am implying Kinzo's not perfectly normal. What are you gonna do about it? Yes, hashtag Kinzo is wrong. It was the size of an uncooked noodle. Oh no! Oh, poor reprisal. Yeah, I hope you get lots of rest. You'll tell me redacted? Y'all! Imagine Kinzo being normal, then we wouldn't have Umineko. Exactly! We wouldn't have a story if Kinzo was normal. Oh my god, okay. Yes, ever since Rosa started talking about the family tree and how village was a part of Maria-chan's name, this has constantly been going through my mind.
例えばルドルフさんは懐かしき故郷という単語からずっと
We wouldn't have a story if Rudolph was faithful. What? Now I'm curious. How would the story change if Battler was actually around to witness all of this shit go down the past 6 years? I feel like I need to know more to truly understand how that would change. Battler wouldn't be Battler. I'm so curious about what you mean by that. Ooh, I gotta keep playing. Man who had a mistress who dies and then tries to replace the mistress with a clone daughter, something similar looking child. Perfectly normal behavior. Alright. It seems as though Rudolph-san, for example, has run with the words, beloved home of old.
地形的座標的なものを想定しているようだけど
I still find it really funny that she calls him Rudolph-san.
そうじゃないかもしれない
Twisted musical. What's the Twisted musical? If Rudolph was faithful, maidens throughout the country would revolt. Oh, he's really that good? No, I'm just kidding. And is assuming that it has something to do. And is assuming that it's something to do with geography or coordinates, but that might not be true.
これはある種の謎々あるいは文字遊びかもしれないって
This could be some kind of puzzle, or maybe playing with letters.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
文字遊びとは何ですか
What do you mean by playing with letters? A game? Do you think my little Jessica would play games? I've never played a game in my life.
カモメカチンカチンみたいなやつさ
Ah, yeah, it's like sucker Mary barrelers. What? Seller. Alright, anyway.
歯を抜いたらな
What do you get when you take out the E's and R's? Rudolph! Rudolph! You're... You're saying this to Natsuhi Ushinomiya? Don't use your damn. Imagine saying that in front of Natsuhi. That's what I'm saying. Twisted is about Jafar. Oh, I see. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Natsuhi, I have Ligma! What in the world is Ligma? Oh, Steve Jobs. Rudolph, Natsuhi doesn't know what balls are. You can't say that. Rudolph basically said that Krause has no balls. No. The thing is that they only ever did it with the lights completely off. Sheets on. She never looked down to see if there were any or not. So she doesn't know. Okay. Oh yeah, it's like sucker marry barrelers. What do you get when you take out all the E's and R's? Suck my balls. Like that. Is this Eva and Hideyoshi being kinky again? Damn. Good question. Schrodinger's balls. There is no proof Krause is the father. Oh yeah, I said that in episode 1, didn't I? Or somebody did. Schrodinger's. Alright, anyway. Well, you were raised well, Natsuhi-san, so you probably haven't heard that one. Poor Natsuhi! Take out the E's and the R's? Huh? Question mark. Why would you say this to Natsuhi? Yeah, I know, right? Jessica and Battler are siblings. Oh. Rudolph, you dog! You heard a lot of cheens, so definitely about dicks. Right. Okay. I need to get through this scene and then I'll go back and listen to it. Don't. It is an undignified game. Inappropriate for you. Only Natsuhi didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. Natsuhi! Probably tricking her to saying something with 8 equals D. No, Schrodinger's dog is because it took too long for Jessica to be born. Oh no. This is the kindest, unironically the kindest thing Krause has done so far for his wife. I agree. He's being fairly cute at the moment, preserving her innocence. Only Natsuhi didn't get it, had a blank look on her face. It seemed that she had only guessed the answer had to be something undignified after hearing Rudolph and Eva's snickers. Rosa, are you going to explain? Suck my balls to Natsuhi? Natsuhi-ne-san, it's something like this. You take out the E's and R's. And it says, suck my balls. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Reprisal, you're right. There's something like it in Maria's book of puzzles, okay? There's this. Okay. I'll go back and see if I can figure this out. I'm out of practice, but
Kamome kachin kachin みたいなやつさ。顔を抜いたらな。
カモメカチンカチン。
Natsuhi-sanはカモメカチンカチンみたいなやつさ。顔を抜いたらなーにみたいな。 夏日さんは育ちがいいから知らねえだろ。
Oops. I think it's... Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, is it only taking out Ka? Was what I was like gonna find. So Chin is dick. Googling Mome Mome. Because I'm out of practice, but I know Chin is dick. Like, I'm getting the impression of what's going on. Sorry. I'm determined. Shit, I thought I copied it. Mome is rubbing. Okay, gotcha. Sorry. All right, I'm going back. I'm going back to. I was on a little Google journey, and now I'm going back to read. The rubbing dicks. Gotcha. Thanks, Rudolph. Cece asking the real questions. But yeah, we need to bonk Cece. Oh, you're back, Cece? You know what this means? Thank you. Look at this! Mirinda, shush! What could this mysterious number in the epitaph mean? 5318008. Okay. All right, I'm gonna continue. I'm off of my Google journey. Okay. All right. Natsuhine-san, it's something like this. There was something like it in Maria's book of puzzles, okay? There's this thing called the Tanuki notebook.
他の文字がいっぱい混じった暗号みたいな手紙があるんだけど。
There's a notebook written in some kind of code with a lot of tas mixed in.
他の文字を抜くと、そこに正しい文章が浮かび上がる。
And if you remove... Oh, tanuki! Oh, you remove the tas. Gotcha. If you... Tanuki, if you remove all of the tas, then the true sentences pop up.
そんな遊びがあるんですよ。
It's a game like that.
なるほど。
Oh. I see. Oh my god, CC. Fortunately, it's a little more pure than that. But huh? Poor Natsuhi. Oh, I see. Huh? Natsuhi be like, thank you, not processing it all. I love her. Natsuhi finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment. Natsuhi!
その抜くというのが案外殺すというのに転じるかもね。
So maybe that remove part is actually represented by kill. So kill the knees, gouge and kill, remove. Huh.
ええ、
Yes.
私もそれを思ったところなの。
I was just thinking that too. Natsuhi does deserve a better family, I agree. I wish she hadn't have been like, I'm Ushinomiya now, and I'm never gonna talk to anyone in my old family ever again. I wish she hadn't. Ever going back on track without digging at Natsuhi. She is locked in. You're so right. She's never been more locked in her life. You instantly got reminded of the Somnium Files when a character mentioned how big a Tanuki's hums are. Yeah. One of many such exchanges in the Somnium Files. Alright. Yes, I was just thinking that too.
黄金鏡の鍵とはひょっとすると6文字の単語かもしれない。
It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6 characters. Beatori che e. Chi e. Beatori chi e. I see where this is going. It's like obvious to us, but they're gonna try to like. Date playing Umineko, he passes out every time one of the state girls is on screen. Yeah. He thinks Battler is a lucky bastard. That just shows how dignified and respectful Eva is. Hashtag Eva did nothing wrong. Yeah, exactly. Wanting to be donned by Beatrice, he thinks Battler's a lucky bastard. Anyway. It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6 characters.
つまりタヌキの手紙の「タ」が6文字あるっちゅうわけか。
Whose lens? Good question. There hasn't been a lot of perspective kind of dialogue at this moment. It kind of sounds like a kind of third person perspective a bit. I don't think anybody any of the adults here are like it's their thing at the moment. I think it's mostly just been them talking. Umineko is a story about determining who did nothing wrong the most, who did the least wrong. Finding the purest Umineko character is a normal thing to want and possible to achieve. Hashtag blame Shannon, exactly. In other words, the Ta from the Tanuki notebook is actually 6 characters here? Maria isn't one of them. Damn. I mean... Hashtag blame Natsuhi. Not Natsuhi! This is getting complicated.
文字遊びか。
Playing with letters, is it?
日本では子供の遊びという印象が強いが、特に英語圏では知識人のこじゃれたユーモアでもあるらしい。
In Japan, it really feels like a child's game, but it seems that it is a stylish form of humor among intellectuals in the English-speaking world.
親父殿が関心を示すことは十分に考えられるね。
It is easy to imagine that father showed interest in it.
ただここで急にわからなくなるの。
Thanks, Mirinda. Oh my god. Hashtag Nazi did nothing wrong. Hashtag not even that. But here I quickly lose my ability to
ここ
understand
まで
it.
の流れは謎に満ちていながらも非常に順番的だった。
Up until this point, while it was filled with mystery, it was extremely sequential.
アユの川、それを下れ、そして鍵を見つけろと非常に順番的。
Sweetfish River, go down it, and then find the key is all extremely sequential. I agree. It does feel like there's a chunk missing.
そしてその結果、6文字の鍵を手に入れたと仮定するんだけど、
And we can guess that we gain a 6-character key as a result. Beatori chi e, as one might say.
そうすると何から6文字を殺すのかわからなくなるの。
Go to Moe is in the running too? Oh heck yeah. And we can guess that we can gain a 6-character key as a result, but in that case, we now don't know what we kill the 6 characters from.
そういやそうだ
That's a point.
6文字を何から引くんだ
What do we subtract the 6 characters from? I'd say maybe like the whole epitaph might be a start.
その提示がないんだ
It doesn't tell us.
第2の番に残されし者はとある。
On the second twilight, it says, those who
という
remain.
ことは少なくともその何かは有限の文字数なのよ。
Which means that at the very least, that something has a finite number of characters.
そこから6文字を抜いて残った文字で話を進
You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the 6 characters are
む
removed.
なのに最初に提示があるべき何かがわからないの。
And yet, we don't know what this something is, even though it should have been shown to us at the
や
beginning.
っぱり文字遊びという過程が間違っているのかしら。
Were we wrong even to assume that this is playing with the letters? Yeah, Beatorice, do you take out the lion or count Che as 1? Yeah, that's the question. I guess in my assumption, I was taking out the extension and saying like Chi and E were 2. But true, you'd have to consider one or the other. It's not nice and neat and easy. Rudolph is in the background like your smartness is hot. I know, right? At least he respects his wife. Which seems to be an accomplishment for someone like Rudolph. Hard to argue against the meme-tastic strength of Goda Moe, but hashtag blame Goda is equally powerful. Real. Okay. Everyone crossed their arms and fell into silence. I felt like they were about to reach a novel understanding that they hadn't been able to before, but they stumbled just one step before it. At that time, Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled hardly, with a little boink noise. The silence up until then was broken by laughter.
すまんすまん
Sorry.
珍しく普段使わん頭を回したもんで
Rudolph?
すっかり空腹になってしま
Ushinomiya?
った
Respecting women? By spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's gone completely empty.
やはり朝食抜きは答えるわなあ
Looks like skipping breakfast really takes its toll on me. Oh god, we don't have any servants left. Does anybody here know how to cook?
夏日ここには何かないのかね
Natsuhi, is there nothing here?
軽食の備え程度があったはずです。
There should at least be enough to set aside for breakfast.
用意しますね。
I will prepare it. Natsuhi, let's go!
俺も腹ペコだ
I'm also starving.
上のガキどもも腹ペコだろうよ。
I'll bet those brats above us are starving too.
しかし18人分もそして3食もここに備蓄があるのかはちょいと疑問だな。
Natsuhihi is back, yeah! Fuck you, Kraus. Yeah, get him. I'll bet those brats above us are starving too. But I doubt there's enough for 18 people here and for 3 meals.
そうやな。
You're right there.
明日まで長丁場や。
It'll be a marathon to tomorrow.
一度屋敷に戻って厨房で缶詰の類でも漁った方がええかもしれんな。
It might be better if we took a trip back to the mansion and fished around for some canned food or something in the kitchen.
クラッカーとおつまみくらいしかありませんが、それでよければ準備できます。
There's nothing more than crackers and snacks, but if that is all right, I can prepare them.
でもこの人数ではお昼の分も残らないかも。
But with this many people, there might not be any left for lunch.
今はそれでいい。
You guys are being mysterious again. That will be fine for now.
すまんが準備してくれんかね。
Sorry, but would you prepare it for us? It looked like the men had been taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. Relatable. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the Epitaph investigation meeting broke up for the time being. But Eva kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on like she was going to burn a hole through it. Eva is locked the fuck in.
文字遊びはあくまでも私の仮説。
A word game was nothing more than my theory.
それが間違ってる可能性もあるわ。
There is a chance that it's
エ
mistaken.
ヴァさん、あまり根詰めないで。
My game theory. Yeah, hashtag blame Twitch. No, go to the cook. I know, it's so sad. Your favorite OST first shows up in this episode? Ooh, exciting. It's not the witch battle one, is it? We had the Beatrice versus Beatrice fight. And that had a new song. Wow, I like the assumptions you're pushing, Marinda. Eva-san, don't take it too seriously, okay? Sorry, the little witch inside of her is locked the fuck in. Thank you.
私の勝手でやってるの。
This is something I've decided to do myself.
放っといてくれないかしら。
Would you mind leaving me alone? Eva spoke coldly. Hide didn't bother her anymore and went to help Natsuhi prepare breakfast.
私たちも朝食の準備手伝った方がよくない？
Ne-san, shouldn't we also help prepare breakfast? Since we're women, I guess?
じゃああんたが手伝いなさいよ。
Then you go help.
私はこれを解くので忙しいの。
I'm busy solving this.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry. Eva is the one who is weirdly competitive about Wordle in the Ushinomiya group chat. Yes! Yes, she is. And Kraus and Natsuhi are like somewhat bad at it. And then Eva keeps shoving all of her scores in their faces. Zoink Scoob, indeed. Sorry.
じゃあ私手伝ってくるわね。
Then I'll go help. You're triggering her childhood trauma, Eva. Calm down.
まったく。
Come on.
なんであなたはそんななの？
Why are you like this? Huh?
この碑文を解いた人間が後ろ宮家の家督を譲られるのよ。
The Ushinomiya family inheritance will be given to the person who solves this
あ
epitaph.
なたは関係ないと初めから諦めているようだけど、
You seem to have given up from the beginning as though it has nothing to do with you.
もしも解ければローザにだって家督を引き継げるチャンスがある。
But if you could solve it, even you have the opportunity to inherit the family headship.
あの兄さんから全てを奪うチャンスなのよ。
This is a chance to steal everything from
ど
Nissan.
うしてその千載一遇のチャンスをあなたは真剣になって挑めないの？
Why aren't you seriously trying to solve it for that once in a lifetime chance?
それは
Rosa hung her head, troubled over how she should answer. She regretted, for the first time in a while, carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood. Oh my god. I understand you, Rosa.
あんたも何か気づいたことがあるんなら言いなさいよ。
If you've noticed anything, say so.
私やキリエさんは真剣に推理してたのに、あんたは相槌ばかりだったじゃない。
Even though Kirie-san and I were seriously reasoning, you just kept nodding your head, didn't you?
ほら、
Come
何
on.
か気づいた点はないの？
Isn't there anything you've noticed?
ほら、
Come on.
これ不思議よね。
Isn't this strange?
不思議？
Strange.
何が？
What is?
黄金鏡っていう単語よ。
This word. Golden Land.
何度も出てくるわよね。黄金鏡って単語。
The word Golden Land comes up several times.
それが何よ？
So what?
黄金鏡を文字分解すると何かキーワードにでもなるの？
You get some keywords by splitting up the characters in Golden Land.
そうじゃなくて。
That's not it. Alright. I'll catch up. I got into the sister scrap. When you got out of the hospital, someone parked next to your dad's car. It was a mystery machine with a license plate of Ruh-oh. That's amazing. That's amazing. Somebody really committing. Rudolph brags about his Wordle score every morning but he's like, Kirie, oh yeah, Rudolph brags about his score every morning. He's like, Kirie, I'm stuck, please help. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Meanwhile, Kirie has more words in two tries than anyone else in the Ushinomiya family, but she doesn't like broadcast it. You would steal from Nissan. You feel like they have a lot of money from their car sales. You know what? Eva, like, that isn't very feminist of you. I know, right? Rosa, I feel like you're not taking this escape room seriously, and you're dragging our group down. Yeah, you can post links. Is it something I'm allowed to click on, or is it only for CC? You know what? Whenever she says Nissan and I say it out loud, I keep thinking I'm sounding like the car company. That's not
ほ
it.
ら、この第10の番だけおかしいでしょ。
Isn't just the 10th Twilight strange? The home of the gold rather than the golden land. Oh. There was a YouTube short. You saw of a group in an escape room sacrificing their friend? Which the game master was like, don't do that. Oh no. You're about to head to only for CC. All right, I won't click the link. I won't. My eyeballs will not be spoiled. You instantly thought the siblings would sacrifice Kraus? God damn, that would be funny. We need to see the Ushiromiya siblings go into an escape room. The cousins would solve it as intended, but it would be a lot more wild if it was the parents. All right, Cece, enjoy dinner. Look, isn't just the 10th Twilight strange? Huh? Oh.
みんな黄金鏡なのに、なぜかここだけ黄金の里なの。
Even though they're all written, the Golden Land. For some reason, this one place has home of the gold. So, if you can see from the kanji, the gold and land place kanji are squished together as like Golden Land. But this one has, yeah, like the land or the kanji of gold. So there's the no, the kind of like like little circular kind of thing. So instead of, what's a good example? Like trying to think of an English example of something that's like easy to understand, even though it's kind of easy to understand on its face, but making a point. I always keep blanking with okay, maybe like you got a flower pot, you know what it's for. It's a pot you put flowers in, and there's no reason why you'd have to specify such a thing, or you could just shorthand it, right? So it's really normal to just say a flower pot and you know what it's for, but you could say also a pot of flowers. So it's kind of like that. It's like flower pot versus a pot of flowers. So Golden Land and home of the gold. So maybe the Golden Land means something different than where the gold is. But home of the gold could be the actual location Beatrice's gold is stored. So if you reach on the 10th twilight, the journey ends and you shall reach the home of the gold. Like, how do we achieve that is the question. Because I feel like the witch has revived 3 times now. But nobody's solved the epitaph. The servants, Goda would just be looking at Genji like, did I do good, senpai? Am I important enough? Aww! Going through the escape room, that would be cute. He explicitly mixed in the character no, changing the phrasing, which you could think of like of, or of the.
どうしてここだけ言い方が違うのか漠然と気になってて。
Kumasawa is the killer if it was the horror kind. You know what? Kumasawa would have so much fun with that. I know it in my heart. It vaguely bugged me that it's only said differently here.
その 別に意味なんてないわよね。
It's not like it means anything.
お父様のことだもの。
This is father we're talking about.
ちょっとした言葉のあやでたまたま言い方を変えただけかもしれないしね。
It could just be a coincidental change in how he said the word. Oop. Eva's really thinking about it. Oh, we're back in new organ. Oh, Beatrice is like boring. Boring.
おや、何がつまらないのですか？
Oh, what is boring?
つまらんつまらん。
Boring, boring!
はてさて。
Well now. It's so tinkly compared to the previous version of this song. Well
この
now.
子が何をぼやいているのかさっぱりですよ。
I don't have the foggiest idea what this child is grumbling about.
おそらくマダムがバトラ様にいろいろ
He's
と入れ知
probably
恵をした
dissatisfied that you gave Battler-sama various hints, madam.
別に
Nope.
そんなの不満ではないぞ。
I'm not dissatisfied about that.
不甲斐ないバトラがようやくわらわに釣り合うレベルになったのにむしろ満足してるくらい。
I'm actually more satisfied now. That was Runaway. Nope, I'm not dissatisfied about that. I'm actually more satisfied now that that worthless battler has finally reached a level where he can go along with me.
少しバトラ君と仲良くしすぎましたか？
Was I a little too friendly with Battler-kun?
若い子同士に任せて老人は退散した方がいいのかしら。
Maybe it would be better if the old people went away and left everything to the young kids. When Virgilia and Ronove giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit.
揃いも揃ってわらを笑い物にしよって。
Ugh, the both of you joining forces and laughing at me.
ロノウェ、しばし姿を消せ。
Ronove, hide yourself for a while.
消えろ消えろ。
Go away, go away!
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
それではしばしのお暇をいただきます。
Then, I will rest for a while.
The strings production values go up week by week, I know, right? What a time for Cece to be gone.
Hi, chat.
Donil is here! IRL Ronove.
It's me.
It's Bronove! Yeah, y'all had an audience. Introducing a very special guest, Ronove IRL. By the end, I'll have the full cast of characters voiced. That would be dope, honestly. Ronove bowed his head, still laughing, and hid himself. You laughed as he was laughing, and it was so confusing. I mean, there's two people here, that's why. Ronove bowed his head, still laughing, and hid himself. After that, all that remained was the figure of Beatrice, who was grumpy and irritated, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea.
この島に19人。
Oh! red text.
以上いないと言っ
I keep
たあの赤がむしろあなたを追い詰めました。
Virgilia when I think her name in Japanese is Virgilia, right? I'm not sure which I should say. Anyway, when you said there are no more than 18 people on this island, you actually cornered yourself.
やっぱりな。
I think I was saying something like that last week, didn't I? If we had a penny every time an Umineko stringer had a Ronove companion, you'd have 2 pennies. Strange it happened twice. What was the other time? I want to know. Yeah, I want to know too. I thought so.
ちょっと早いかなとは思ったんだが。
I thought it might have been a little too early, but
やっぱ早かったかな。
I guess it really was.
彼をもっと迷走させてからならともかく。
If you had led him further astray beforehand, things might have been different. Yeah, literally every time Dan was saying he was going on vacation, nobody ever asked where he was going.
I was just like, oh man, I can't wait to show off where to like talk about this, and then nobody asked, and I was like, all right, well, I guess they'll be surprised when I show up here.
Yeah, so we were kind of keeping this a semi-surprise until Umineko Thursday, and it's been pretty funny to like maintain the illusion that he's not here until he's like suddenly Ronove. Suddenly Ronove. Anyway, Ronove just kicks down the door like, Bea, holy shit.
More like, Bea, holy shit.
If you had led him further astray beforehand, things might have been different.
全くにもって無駄な切り札でしたよ。
But it really was a feudal trump card.
むしろ彼を奮起させてしまいました。
Side by side. Hey, B! What is going on? Ronove is here in real life.
Hello.
You stirred him up instead. In addition to his victory condition of denying the witch. What's up, fellow kids? Battler had held onto a different victory condition, since he had wanted to explain things without suspecting any of the 18. We need to get Brazilian Battler on this stream. We do! He needs to be Battler! All the lines in Portuguese. We fucking need this. Oh, please link the video. It's for reprisal. It's so funny. The link, the video that you linked in my Discord. Okay. In addition to his victory condition of denying the witch, Battler had held onto a different victory condition, since he had only wanted to explain things without suspecting any of the 18. Hadn't he been at his weakest when he was being tossed about by these 2 opposing goals? And then you were like, there is no 19th person. However, Beatrice had used the red carelessly and had proclaimed that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18. Yes, Brazilian Battler, thank you. Thank you, Ned. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18. Yeah, that's him, isn't it? Selbit? That's the name of the streamer, right? People were saying he was Brazilian Germa. Anyway, because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18. You wish you didn't stop reading Umineko? Yeah, we need the return of Brazilian Battler, damn it. And he had finally begun to build up the readiness that he needed to accept that. Battler was stubborn. But because of that, when he was struck where he was fragile, fissures would crack all over him like breaking china. He's a fragile little boy. That itself should have been his greatest weak point. Maybe I got a bit too careless after my overwhelming victory last time. Yes.
油断が過ぎましたね。
You were too careless.
前回はバトラ君にとって難易度の高いゲームでしたが、
The last game was a difficult one for Battler-kun.
どうやら今回はあなたにとって難易度の高いゲームになりそうですよ。
But it seems this game will prove a difficult one for you.
割れた壺は
Ooh, difficult for Beatrice. Let's go. A broken vase will definitely never return to its original form.
未練がましくかけらを拾うより他の手を考えた方が建設的というもの。
Just like when Beatrice and Virgilia were first, when the two Beatrices were first talking about magic. So it would be more constructive to think of the next move rather than regretfully picking up the pieces.
しかしすっかり知恵をつけたバトラにどう仕掛ければよいというのか。
But now that Battler has all the right ideas in his head, how should I plot against him? Your dad's in the background, listening and choked on your tea after he said Ronove just runs in with Captain Underpants books? Oh my god.
Shit.
Holy shit. Mom, holy shit.
Master, you must flip the page to experience the flip-o-matic.
Yeah, the flip-o-matic! I loved Captain Underpants when I was in middle school. Oh my god. But now that Battler has all the right ideas in his head, how should I plot against him? Delbit stopped reading Umineko because chapter 2 was slow and streaming it wasn't worth it because maybe it didn't do well on views or something. Well, rip to him, but I'm built different. Umineko's been great for my views. I know he's probably on an incredibly different scale of views than me, but still, rip to him. Umineko gang, we up. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. But now that Battler has all the right ideas in his head, how should I plot against him? What do you mean? We're at 3 out of 8 episodes and it's been a breezy 120 hours so far. Yep. Battler to Rudolph, I'm built different. Yep.
炉の上のクッキーよりあなたが困っている顔の方がお茶菓子にぴったりですよ。
Your troubled face is an even better treat than Ronove's cookies. It's been a breezy 4 months, that's for fucking sure. It's so wild that it's been 4 months already. Man. I'm glad it's been just flying by for you guys. It kind of has been for me too. It sure doesn't feel like I've been doing this for like 16 weeks. Like, what the heck? Your troubled face is an even better treat than Ronove's cookies. Oh, Reprisal, that's so sweet! And I'm glad you're back and feeling better too, so you can catch more of these. Oh, you guys are the best. Your troubled face is an even better treat than Ronove's cookies.
バトラも押し寄せどの上までもわらわを茶化扱いだ。
You and Battler and even Ronove keep treating me like a snack. Well, Beatrice, maybe you are a snack. From Kinky Eva Hideyoshi to Child Wife George and now Gamer Girl Ronove. Gamer Girl Ronove, yeah.
Girl Ronove.
わらわは決して甘くはないというのに。
Even though I'm not sweet at all.
Milady, hop on Valorant.
Not Ronove being like, not now, kitten. Okay. Even though I'm not sweet at all. Well, Beatrice, I've been around on the internet, and even if you're not sweet, people still think you're a snack. So don't worry.
Hey, you foolish humans, it's your boy Ronove69 with more My Little Pony. That's him before he got turned into furniture.
Oh my god. He was Twitch streaming from hell. With a shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler. Beatrice rolled her head around on top of the table. Master. Oh my god, Ronove turned into a gamer chair! Whatever will we do? At least a hint.
Oh yeah.
Oh?
何のヒントですか?
What kind of hint?
バトラをギャフンと言わせて、わらわを認めたくなるようなうまいさしてよ。
If you know a skillful move that will make Battler speechless and make him want to accept me.
ズバリ教えろとは言わないから、せめてヒントだけでも。
I won't ask you to say it outright, so, even if it's just a hint. Oh my god, Ronove turned into a gamer chair. Whatever will we do? Kiss him. Enough said. And then I'll turn back. Mwah.
There we go.
Even if it's just a hint.
ダメですよ。
I can't.
私は今、バトラ君の味方をしていますから。
I am acting as Battler-kun's ally right now. Pouty Bea is the best Bea. Yeah.
あなたに利することは教えられません。
It's strangely cute and also like I'm like, girl, you gotta chill. Oh yeah, you're turning around on Beatrice. You like her when she's like this?
A little bit.
I'm acting as Battler-kun's ally right now, so I cannot teach you something that would give you an advantage.
そんな固いこと言わずにさ。
You don't have to be so strict.
弟子が困ってるというのに。
Your disciple's in trouble.
師匠を超えたと散々豪語していた気がしますが。
I believe you harshly boasted that you had surpassed your master, correct?
年寄りらしく老快な知恵を一発授けてくれよ。
Please act like the old person you are and give me just a bit of your cunning wisdom, Kumasawa.
頼むよ。
Please?
バトラにばっかりずるいってよ。
It's mean if you only help Battler.
もう
My.
相変わらずのだだっこですね。
You're still a spoiled child. Yutsuo voice for 2 minutes. Alright, let me get my timer. It'll be extra funny if Ronove shows back up, then you'll have to do a cutesy Ronove voice.
Master,
Master.
your laugh is undignified.
Okay, 2 minutes of ooh voice starting now.
My,
でも
my.
確かにちょっとバトラ君にヒントはあっ
But it's true
た
that
すぎたかもしれませんね
I may have given Batwa-kun a few too many hints. Oopsie.
あなたのお灸にはなったけど
It did serve as a scolding to you,
フェアなゲームとしては少し肩入れをしすぎたかもしれない
but perhaps it was a little too much support for a fair game.
そうであろうそうであろう
You see? You see?
頼むよお師匠様
Please,
せめて
Master.
今後のヒントだけでも
At least just a hint to help me on.
ヒントだけですよ
Just a hint.
意味は自分で考えるのですよ
Think about what it means by yourself, alright?
自分で考えるからさ頼むよ
I'll think about it myself, so please.
バトラをケチョンケチョンにできるやつを頼むよお師匠様
Please give me one that'll leave Batwood down in the dumps, Master. It was truly shameful how she behaved when Batwa wasn't around, even though she acted utterly like a great witch in front of him. Vergilia sighed, lamenting under her breath that Beato never seemed to grow up, even after 1,000 years. Then,
ではヒントだけ
just a hint.
イソップ寓話の北風と太陽というお話を知っていますか
Do you know of Aesop's fable, The North Wind and the Sun?
もちろん
Of course.
旅人のマントを奪うために北風と太陽が勝負する話であろう
It's a story about how the North Wind and the Sun challenge each other to steal the cloak of a traveler, right?
そうです
Right, that's... Time is up. It just stares at him disgusted. Ronovik, Hawaii desu. Yeah. Oh my god, she's so cute. What's Neri at heart? True. True.
Kawaii.
So it seems. Alright. That's right.
乱暴かつ請求な方法が常に最善の選択肢とは限らないということです
The moral is that violent or impatient methods aren't always necessarily the best decisions.
言われなくても分かっておる
You didn't have to tell me that.
わらわが勝ちを焦りすぎたことはすでに反省しておる
I've already reflected on the fact that I rushed too fast towards victory.
意味はよく考えることですよ
Think well about what this means.
それから
And furthermore,
バトラ君も少々誤解があったようですがあなたにも誤解があるようです
although it seems that Battler-kun had a slight misunderstanding as well, you too seem to be under a misapprehension.
あなたはこのゲームの勝利条件を理解していますか
Do you understand the victory conditions of this game?
バトラを屈服させることの他に何があるというの
What else is there other than making Battler submit to me?
ほら
See,
その時点でもう間違っていますよ
at that point you were already mistaken.
わらわが何を間違えたというの
How am I mistaken?
あなたの勝利はバトラ君を屈服させることではありませ
Your
んよ
victory isn't making Battler-kun submit. But I mean, if that was the case, she would have already won, technically.
バトラ君にあなたという存在を認めてもらうことではありませんか
It is to get Battler-kun to accept your existence, is it not?
なんと
What's this?
バトラにゴマをすってわらわを魔女と認めてくださいお願いしますと頼み込めというのか
You want me to butter up Battler and ask him, accept me as a witch, please?
愚かな
How foolish.
そこまでわらわは落ちぶれてはおらぬ
I will not sink so low. Beatrice growled like a dog in a bad mood. Vergilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple, who is as short-tempered as always.
ヒントは出しました
That is my hint.
あとはあなたがよく考えることですよ。
Now you should think deeply.
いずれにせよ、バトラ君にこれまでの手は通用しません。
In any event, your moves up until now will not work on Battler-kun.
相当の戦略転換が必要になるでしょう。
A significant tactical conversation will probably be required. Oh, conversion?
あれずとも分かって
Tactical conversion. Conversion, yeah. I know that even without you telling me.
北風と太陽の話は何が言いたいのかさっぱりだが
I don't have a clue what you mean by the north wind and the sun.
とにかく方針を変えねばならぬことは分かった
But anyway, I understand that I will have to change my direction.
お師匠様もあっと驚くような奇策を披露してみせるぞ
I'll showcase a clever scheme that will surprise even you, Master.
それは楽しみですね。
I look forward to it.
バトラ君はそれにどう挑むのかしら。
I wonder how Battler will tackle that. Thanks, Virgilia. That didn't help you at all. Thanks, Virgilia. That didn't help at all, you old hag. Damn! I wonder how Battler-kun will tackle that.
あなたの健闘も祈っていますよ。
I will be wishing you good luck as well.
バトラのついでにであろう
After Battler, right? Oh, oh, it's the little witch living inside of Eva again. He's like, you can play with battlers so long as you do it nicely. Somewhat. Although I think oh, this is your favorite OST. It is good. The that, yeah. Nice, nice. So, I think she's telling Beatrice to, okay, oh wait, sorry, not Rosa, Eva. So, there was a scene early on, might show up soon. Oh, okay. So, Eva, this is a younger version of Eva when she was going to school. Basically, she was using herself as motivation when she was living in a world where her male family members were very chauvinistic, especially when she was growing up, I think in like the 50s or so.
Welcome back, Cece.
Yeah, welcome back, Cece. You missed some stuff while you were gone. So, Eva,
There's the response I was waiting for.
All right, so Eva, so basically the when she's having trouble and she's remembering her past self, who's kind of like in her heart, like, you know, isn't this what you want? Don't be a baby. You need to do what's best for us. You know, do what's best for yourself, kind of thing. And so that like younger version of herself inside of her, motivating her, got kind of alluded to as a witch. And so I'm like, there's a little witch living inside of Eva? And so that's who's speaking right now. Yeah, Eva's like, I don't need imaginary friends. I got myself. So that's basically what's going on. Are you going to give up and resign already?
そんなに眠いならお布団かぶって眠っちゃえば？
If you're that tired, why not just go into a futon and sleep forever? As my consciousness grew vague and I pretended to fight my drowsiness, sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa, I scolded myself. Did you? Opa? What do you mean, B? It seems that may be the case, or it may... Maybe? Yeah, what's the tulpa? Keep mishearing you and thinking you're saying bitch, which isn't exactly far off. That's funny. Which a creature you believe into existence. Were you saying something like
Was
that?
that me? Maybe.
Huh. Wait, this
It might have been something I said as a joke.
Oh, maybe. Alright, anyway. I scolded myself.
あんなにもクラウスから当主の座を奪ってやりたいって夢見てきたんでしょ？
Don't you remember how much you dreamed about stealing the position of family head from Kraus?
そのチャンスを私の魔法が与えたのに、あなたはもう放り投げちゃうの？
Even though I gave you that chance with my magic, you're already throwing it away?
そうは言うけれど、
You say that, but
この謎は本当に難解よ。
this riddle is really difficult.
知恵の輪の方がまだマシだわ。
Even a wire puzzle would be better.
解けるってことが絶対に約束されているもの。
At least in that case, you are sure that it is definitely solvable.
でもこの碑文の謎はそれすらも約束されているかわからない。
But with this epitaph riddle, I don't know if I'm even assured that. I'm only assured by Cece, who said it is solvable.
私は挑むだけ無駄な勝負を挑んでるのかもしれない。
I might just be fighting a useless battle. Still hazy, I looked at the notebook which I had been holding the whole time. It was open to the page with the epitaph, which I had stared at, almost burned a hole through, on so many hundreds of nights I had lost count. What? What fucked up thing? Is it spoilers or is it just a fucked up thing? What is it? That is truly a door. On the other side is the Golden Land, a place which ever since I was a child I've wished to reach. I've spared no effort to reach. Soon? Ooh, exciting. Oh, don't worry about overhyping. I'm like, ooh, something's coming. Don't worry. And I've never been able to reach. Here I am with both hands upon the door. And even though the book note the door is open, still cannot reach the other side? It is solvable at this point. Even in English? Still cannot reach the other side? Your fave song you learned to play it on piano this past summer? Not this song, but like something that's coming soon, right, Reprisal? But also, that's cool.
そうよ。
That's right.
あなたは扉に手をかけている。
You already have your hands upon the door.
さあ、それを力いっぱい開くの。
Come, open it with all of your strength
そして、その扉に書かれた文字を読むのよ。
and read the characters written on the door.
力いっぱい開く。
Open it with all my strength.
扉に書かれた文字を
Read the characters written on the door. Drain your eyes. See through to what lies further beyond the epitaph written in the notebook. The
懐かしき故郷は私たちの想像をきっと裏切らないわ。
The beloved home of old definitely won't betray our expectations.
お父様が唯一懐かしむ過去は少年時代だけだもの。
The only past that father held dear was his years as a boy. What about his years with Beatrice?
そうね。
That's right.
なら鮎の川は
Then, what about the Sweetfish River?
それが泳ぐ川は複数あるし、お父様が住んでいた場所のすぐ近くにあったかは怪しい。
There are several rivers where they swim, and it's dubious whether there was one very near the place that father lived.
鮎の生息するどの川が地図上距離的に近いか。
If we start wondering which river that's home to Sweetfish is closest in a cartographical sense,
なんて話になると、急に曖昧になって特定ができなくなる。
things will quickly get vague and we won't be able to pin it down.
自分で言ったじゃない。
Didn't you say it yourself?
水の流れる川かどうかわからないって。
You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. Oh, she definitely kept that face into her older age.
鮎という言葉がそんなにもややこしいなら忘れてしまえば。
If the word sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it forever?
川で考えるの。
Think of a river.
川で
A river.
家系図という連想は悪くないわ。
Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea.
その要領で川から連想するものを他にも考えてみて。
It's fun how Eva's dynamic here with her younger self is similar to how Rosa was with Eva. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. Think
川じゃなくて
not a river?
川じゃなかったら鮎は泳げないのに。
Even though the sweetfish can't swim in it, if it isn't a river.
ああ、でも鮎が泳げるってことは海までつながってるのかしら。
Oh, but maybe sweetfish can swim in it means it joins up with the ocean. I was saying something like this.
川魚だけど海に出るってうちの人も言ってたし。
Baby Eva, like you, reader, solve the epitaph right here, right now, right? My husband did say that despite being river fish, they go out into the ocean. With the ocean.
いえ、でも。
Is this it? Is this the music? No. Huh?
気づいた。
Did you notice?
でもうろ覚えなの。
But that's just a faint memory. This kind of slaps though. But that's just a faint memory. Rhythm changer.
ここには書庫があったはず。
There should be a book archive somewhere around here.
調べれば確認できるわ。
If you investigate, you can make sure.
それが鮎の川なら。
If that's the Sweetfish River. I wonder if anyone can guess. Oh, the music? Or the Sweetfish River?
そして鍵は6文字の単語かもしれないなら。
And if the key might be a 6-character word.
鍵が本当にその川に眠ってるというの。
Is the key really resting in that river? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in an atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters.
本当にわからないの？
You really don't know.
よく考えて。
Think deeply.
私たちは下手に頭がいいから発想が硬いのよ。
We're too smart for our own good, so our thoughts are inflexible.
気分の謎なんて大層に考えないで子供の謎々だと思って
Don't think of it like it's something as grandiose as the riddle of the epitaph, but like it's a child's puzzle. Oh my god, that little face she's making.
男なんていくつになったって子供なの
Men are always children, no matter how old they get. Ooh, get 'em.
お父様が老境に差し掛かったとしても
Even if father has advanced into old age.
心の中の本質的な部分は子供と何も変わらない
That doesn't change the fact that he is essentially a child inside his heart.
お父様への畏怖を捨てるの
The English language solve is kind of crazy, but I'm in a strong position? We can only by not having a 1980s atlas. Wait, a 1980s atlas might work for the English solvable? Holy shit. The English language solve needs some wild logical leaps, yeah? Oh, I'm so sorry, Marinda. Throw away your awe of father. I don't want to spoil her answer.
マリアが船の中で突然出してくるようなくだらなくて低俗な謎々遊びだと思って
Think of this like it's a worthless, infantile puzzle game like the ones Maria suddenly brings up on the boat. Damn, Eva's mean.
謎々
Puzzles.
くだらない低俗な
Worthless, infantile. I'm assuming the epitaph is a riddle to solve. Well, how else do you get the fucking gold? Anyway. No spoilers, no spoilers. Okay, okay.
あれは確かなんだっけ
Oh, but for the record, I figured the way I was reading it, I was like, this is just telling how something is rather than asking you to solve something. It's just the impression I get from reading it. It's kind of just telling it how it is rather than giving you a puzzle. Yeah, don't say anything. I'm just speaking out loud. But the fact that the gold goes to the person who solves it seems weird. Because if it's recognizing truth rather than solving a puzzle, how do you prove that to Beatrice that you solved it? Is what's really weird to me, but I was kind of thinking it that way. As in, like, it might not be a riddle. So, like, don't worry about spoiling me too much, because I was kind of thinking of that, but then it was like, well, then how the hell do you do it? How the hell do you say you're done and you've got it, and that you could tell Beatrice and she'd be like, you got it, here's the gold, right? Here's the headship, like... Anyway. If it's not, then Eva is wrong. Hashtag Eva did something wrong. Oh! Hashtag Eva may or may not be wrong. How would you input your answer then? Maria's the only one who's met Beatrice and lived? Yay, arrived at the start of the end. Hello, Milady. No! Hashtag Eva did nothing wrong! How would you input your answer then? I don't know. Anyway. I'm sure that was... What was it? I'm sure, if my memory isn't wrong, that was probably, No, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure that out immediately, too, by searching in the archive.
私たちは多分もう答えに気づいてるわ。
We've probably already realized the
あ
answer.
とはそれが正しいか調べるだけよ。
All that's left is to research whether that's correct or not.
さあエヴァ、
Come, Eva.
誰にも気づかれないように書庫へ。
Let's go to the archive and make sure no one
あ
notices.
そこにはお父様の書斎から溢れ出した硬い本が山積みよ。
There, we should find a mountain of thick books that didn't fit in Father's study.
私たちの疑問に答えてくれる本が見つかるわ。
I'm sure that we'll find a book that answers our question.
急いで。
Quickly.
これが生涯で最初で最後の私たちの夢の叶うチャンス。
This is our first and last chance in our life to have our dreams made true. When Natsuhi tried to lay a blanket over her, Eva suddenly jumped up. Natsuhi was trying to be sweet. And then Eva is like, no cute shipping moment. Get the fuck off of me. Eva suddenly jumped up.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
起こしてしまいましたね。
I seem to have woken you.
エヴァ
Nothing at all? Sneaking around on your own at night after a mass murder has occurred a few hours ago. What could possibly go wrong? I was thinking that too. Although it's not night, but it's still raining. There's still a typhoon outside and you'd be alone out there. I was thinking this isn't the smartest thing to do, but like anyway. Eva,
眠いなら無理をしなくていいぞ
if you're sleepy, don't overdo it.
お前から休みなさい
You rest first. I'm already shipping Kinzo Genji Goda. Is that not enough for you? Must you also ship Evan Natsuki? I'm just saying. I have friends who were saying Eva Natsuhi is a good ship, and meanwhile I'm like, okay, I could get behind the toxic Yuri. I don't ship it as much as Kinzo Genji. Wait, no, not Goda. Not Goda. It's Kinzo Genji and Nanjo. That's the ship. But Goda being included in there is hilarious. Anyway. You rest first. Thank you. Yeah! Kinzo and Nanjo, the old man yaoi. Yeah. When they were playing chess, it was really funny. Thank you.
ちょっとお化粧室に行って顔を洗ってくるわね。
If not Goda, who's the seme? Depends on the situation. They could ask Genji to do it. Anyway. Having seen ooh. Thank you. I'm just going to the lavatory for a bit to wash my face. I'm cranking up the volume in my headphones. Don't worry. And then they realized they were both tops. That meme the other way around. You feel dirty asking that. You didn't have to, Miranda. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna go to the lavatory for a bit to wash my face. And something horrible is going to happen there. You should take it easy and rest. Your health will take another bad turn, you know?
本当に大丈夫だってば。
I said I'm fine, really.
すぐ戻るわ。
I'll be right back. Goda wishes he was a seme. That'd be a good use of his strength, but that man redacted as there's Goda spoilers? Leaving only those words behind, I left the lobby at a brisk pace. Yes, unfortunately, I did. He made this happen. Hashtag blame Starlight Katie. Hashtag blame Katie. You're all ganging up on me? Thank you, Dan. At least I got you. Hashtag blame Shannon.
I stand with my cancelled wife.
Hashtag blame child wife George. Holy shit, true. There we go. There's our scapegoat. Leaving only these words behind, I left the lobby at a brisk pace. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. The archive. Ooh, we've never been in here before. The archive was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection. But after he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, his library of those kind of books grew even larger, so that the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out as the study overflowed. This archive was where those normal books were stored. Oh, yay! Let's go, Umineko stream. Hello, Alexi. Hashtag blame Hideyoshi. Poor Hideyoshi. But yeah, I'm glad Marindo's gonna be able to watch this smoothly. Wow, so many books. They have it every Chainsaw Man volume? Damn. Well, I guess with all that black magic, it's possible they could have gotten Chainsaw Man volumes from 40 years in the future. Oh, Reprisal, so excited. This archive was where those normal books were stored. They were all stiff books for intellectuals, like complete volume sets of encyclopedias. But that was very convenient for me now that I was investigating something. I entered softly, and just in case, I checked the room with my gun ready. That's right, all the Sibs have a gun, making sure that there were no suspicious people there. Right, Eva with a gun. Then I locked it from the inside. Do they have Uzumaki by Junji Ito? But what a gun. That was Beatrice for a sec. Nope, it's Eva. Eva with a shotgun, yes. Or a short-barreled rifle, question mark? All right. I actually wasn't thinking that the murderer might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was my fear that one of the siblings might hear what I was investigating, and I would shoot them. I would shoot my siblings on the spot, especially if it was Kraus. Or that stupid Rosa. Rudolph's on thin ice. My heart had started jumping. Fighting till the wars went. Oh, me and my song references. My heart had started jumping. I had been half asleep until a short time ago, so I hadn't been able to realize how significant this thing I had realized was. They get suspicious about Eva looking for... Okay, so, Eva thinks she's found a way to... They're all looking after each other, so they don't get into trouble. So nobody gets murdered, right? And so they're looking out for her safety, but she thinks she's got a chance to solve the epitaph and be the one who becomes the head of the household and get the gold, because Beatrice said if you solve the epitaph, you'll get everything, all the inheritance. So Eva's like, this is my chance. I've got an idea. I'm gonna go look at these books so my siblings don't look and try to get this before me. So she's trying to not let in anybody else know everything. Like the headship, the money, the gold, everything. So, so yeah, she's trying to one-up all her siblings and get it first. Maybe. Eva Beatrice new ship? You verified legit 2-3 scenes from now. Ooh, 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 yay, let's get a reprisal scene. Okay. I had been half asleep until a short time ago, so I hadn't been able to realize how significant this thing I had realized was. But as I started to become aware, my heart started feeling like it was about to explode. She is greedy and not teaming up, this is true. I wonder if any of the other siblings have realized this. Your heart?
ルフ
Your
は気
heart
づ
is
か
gonna
ないと思う
explode. My heart is gonna explode from happiness. Reprisal! Ah! Eva and Beatrice spicy scene, finally. 10 stream streak. Awesome, Alexi. Wowza. Now you just have to beat a Pleasant Possum's 50 stream streak. Bingus. I don't think Kraus and Rudolph will realize.
キリエはわからない
But I don't know about Kirie. She's sharp.
あいつおかしな勘が鋭いわ
She has extraordinarily good intuition.
あとはローザもわからない
And I don't know about Rosa either.
ローザだもグドンよ
Oh yeah, let's take it. Let's appreciate Eva with a gun for a second. There, you have appreciated Eva with a gun. Rosa is as dim as the others. PDA OP nerf please. They were nerfing her. She kept dying, but this time she's alive. Eva, me and the witches at 3 a.m. looking for gold. Yes. Yes. She's this is younger. This is herself like in high school, and she thinks this is like the younger self inside of her who's like her motivation, like she gives herself pep talks when she's feeling down and stuff like that. Yeah, her imaginary friend is herself. And so but the her in her younger self in her brain is started calling herself a witch and is saying she's got witch magic. So I'm like, there's a little witch living inside of all of us or something. So that's a bit weird. So that's something that's going on. Being half manic while in a storm, researching crazy theories is a mood. I know, right? We just need we just need some flashes of lightning. We need some fire crackling. This is great. I do also think this is a mood. Rosa's as dim as the others.
昔から呆れるくらいにね
She is packing heat. Hello, Tao. I saw you were streaming like a Star Fox-like game earlier. How's it going? And happy birthday. Eva is indeed packing heat. Rosa is as dim as the others. She always has been, and ridiculously so.
そう
Really?
あなたにグドンと思い込ませて不必要な恨みを買わない程度には賢いと思ってる
I think she was wise enough to make you think she was dim, so that she didn't earn herself unnecessary malice. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me, I see Miranda. Oh, wait, Briff? Briff? About your Briff, isn't it, Tal? So didn't Kanon use magic, so technically there's a little witch inside everyone? True! Kanon is the dude with the short hair, right? Yeah, and the hat, yeah. Thanks, it was a lot of fun. Nice! Eva subconsciously recognizing Rosa. I know, right? This is wild. 32 now! Hey! We're close in age! Happy birthday! Eva could learn magic. It's not impossible. I think so, yeah. If you believe in magic. Anyway, here, oh right, you're on Beatrice's side. Yes, magic. You drew cat girl art. Ooh, nice. I want to see. Next month's your birthday. Ooh, I hope you're feeling good for your birthday reprisal. Yeah, happy birthday to Tao. Here it is.
これなら載ってるかしら
I wonder if we'll find it in this one. I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages. It's so in character for Eva to have herself as her imaginary friend because she's super self-centered. I agree. 32 gang, rise up! Oh no, Dan, you're only 31.
Yeah, I'll be 32 and
Ooh, so you'll join the 32 gang soon.
well, let's go.
Alright. Let's freaking go. The way you guys are reacting, I have a feeling something cool is gonna happen soon. Dan? Are you in a Discord call?
No. DC, I had been talking about going on vacation for the past like 2 weeks. No one asked me where I was going. Nobody asked me anything. This was the plan the whole time.
It was very funny.
Everyone had so much time to discover this.
All people had to do was ask. Having a felt plush and suddenly having a deep voice is weird as heck. Lucky? Oh, lucky.
I am very lucky.
Oh. All right. I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages. Oh, this is a Sweet Fish River?
なるほど。
I see.
鮎の川とはそういう意味なのね。
This is what the Sweet Fish River means.
もたもたしないでさらに調べて。
I know what's gonna happen. Eva and Bea are gonna wrestle oil up and naked. Don't dawdle around. Research further. Nope. There's 2 people here.
分かってる。
Yes, I know.
川を下ればやがて里あり。
As you travel down it, you will see a village. Sato.
里って町や村って意味。
Sato is an older word for town or village, right?
人口密集地だもの。そんなのいくらでもあるわよ。
But it's a densely populated area. There's any number of those.
どうして思考を停止するの？
Why have you stopped thinking?
嫌ならやめちゃえば？
If you don't like it, why not quit forever?
後ろ宮家の当主は綺麗に譲っちゃえば？
Why not just hand over the Ushinomiya headship to Kirie forever?
嫌よ。
I don't want to.
私が当主になるの。
I will become the head.
これがその最初で最後のチャンスなのよ。
This is my first and last chance to do that.
里って何？
What is village? Village is the 8th Resident Evil game.
It has tall vampire life.
Yeah, you'd like her, Eva. Lady Dimitrescu. Anyway. What is village? What does it mean?
川を下ると里なんてあるの？
Is there a village if you go down this river?
その里にて二人が口にし岸を探り。
In that village, look for the shore the 2 speak of.
岸？
It's a shore. That's the one for sure. Okay. I've seen that before in like place names. You don't think it's imaginary?
分かってる？
Understand? I understand. This is way too intense music for looking up a tourist guide. Sure. All those pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all were right before my eyes, starting to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really all right for this to be the answer? Thank you, Cece. Really? The One Piece? Yeah, we're gonna find the One Piece. Really?
でもこれは全然6文字じゃないわ。
But this isn't 6 characters at all.
これが答えに間違いないって断言できるけど、これは全然6文字に満たない。
I'm absolutely sure that this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Oh, that was the noise, the magic noise, the purgatory noise. What is Eva doing? Little witch Eva doing? It's 10 characters because the Straw Hat crew has 10 members. Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. I know, it's very suspicious, isn't it, Alexi? You must not doubt that. If you can't believe that, why don't you cry yourself to sleep and then just give up and die forever? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. そうでもかんで死んじゃえば? You should sleep, got work tomorrow. Thank you for your time. Thank you for popping in, Tao. Apparently crazy shit's about to happen, but you gotta sleep for work. Wait, you're right. That is a Japanese quote bracket. Did they forget to fix it? Uh-oh. Hydrate, stretch. Thank you. Is that an error? Ooh. All right, I'm stretching. You know, since a lot of these have quotes, I've been wondering if they had the quote brackets in the Japanese version instead of little quotes. Child Eva gives adult Eva so much sass. Yes, that's how she propels herself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 characters. I found it. This is the golden lens. Key. Yes. That is the key to the golden land. The key to our childhood dreams. The only keyhole to stick that key in is that place. That is what definitely offers the sacrifices. You get it now, right? Holy shit. Ito are. What show? Why is this so hype? What the fuck did they figure out? They're not gonna tell us either. 10 o'clock in the morning. This way? Have I? I don't know. I just want to see what happens next. That means go this way, right? Well, I mean, apparently I was right that it has to do with Rokenjima, doesn't it? They are inviting me to go this way, after all. Ooh, is there something you can see that invites you a certain way? My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was the opened mouth of eerie darkness. What is this? What is this? When I strained my eyes, peeking into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with an open and close written on it. You know, I was imagining the gold was in some kind of secret cave on the island. I resolutely pushed the switch for the lights. And rough lights, almost like you'd find in a coal mine or something, flickered on sporadically. You're right that there probably isn't a map of Rokkenjima in a published atlas, but she's on Rokkenjima. She can't leave. Making a staircase that stretched underground come hazily into vision. It was creepy how it now looked even more gloomy with the lights turned on. Other than the light switch, there was also a switch with open and close written on it. I could probably open and close it with this, but if I was unlucky enough to find that the open part was broken, I might be closed up in this creepy underground area for all eternity. So for the time being, I didn't touch the open-close switch. Where the hell? Oh God, Rowan. Eva figured out the epitaph, but she's not telling us how. And she found some creepy underground place. But Eva solved the epitaph. The little witch inside of her was like, "Thank you, dumbass." I don't know. It seems very hype no matter what's happening. All these switches seem rather mundane for magic. I mean, I just think this is where the gold is stored. I didn't think it had to do with magic, really. Cause Kinzo, like, supposedly showed, like, a finance dude from mainland Japan, like, where the gold was. So I assumed there was, like, a facility. Anyway. Magic is real, don't at me. Oh, Stella's jumping up. Oh God, it is past time. Stella, no! It is past time to feed her, but I'm too hype. I need to see what happens. Okay. For the time being, I didn't touch the open-close switch. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. Punished Stella. She is eating slightly late. Because the ceiling was very high, it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards, and I even sensed the spiritual presence from the eeriness of it. With my gun at the ready, and carefully staring forwards, continued descending the stairs. The walls, stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It may be beyond doubt that this had been made at the same time that the mansion had been constructed on this island. There were cracks in the ceiling, and water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. The water that fell into a gutter had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness. It was as though it was telling me to go in faster. The staircase turned back on itself a number of times. It was hard to tell how far underground I'd gone, but I thought it to be much deeper than one floor. And eventually, a rough metal door showed itself. Ooh, it looks like an elevator. Oh wait, no. No, there's stairs. It's not an elevator. There's stairs going up. Unless that's the stairs she came from and this is the chamber. A rough metal door showed itself. And there, characters had been written in a dark red paint. Did it look like blood? Was it the little witch inside of you were talking about? There are characters written on the door? They had probably been written a long time ago. Ah! Oh, the chills I just got, y'all. Whoa. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold. My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more.
I've been waiting for this.
Jumped about even more as soon as I read those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Fathers.
I've been waiting for this.
Golden land! I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure. I'm just good like that? What did I do? I calmed my throbbing heart and somehow regained my composure and readied the gun again. But since, in the end, I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun, carefully erased my breath, and opened the door. Isn't this inside the... My first impression when I saw the room was to question whether it might have been connected to one of the rooms in the mansion. Yes, this place had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the forbidden VIP room on the second floor. Congratulations? Congratulations? Am I done with the game in episodes 3 of 8? Congratulations! Congratulations! We circled back into Beatrice's room? I want Umineko? Well, great! Thanks, Eva, for helping me out. Congratulations, y'all. Yes, this place had exactly the same series finale, baby. Yes, this place had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the forbidden VIP room on the second floor. But this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But the quality... Omedeto! Omedeto! GG, WP, no re... What? But the quality of the interior dimly lit by the faint light. Unfortunately, I didn't solve the epitaph fast enough and Eva got there first. Better luck next. Thanks a lot, guys! Shit. Thank you for stream. Thanks, guys. Oh my god. Now I feel bad. I should have tried harder so Eva didn't get there first. The quality of the interior, dimly lit by the faint light. I'll get world record next time. Fuck! Was more than enough to take your breath away. Ooh, beautiful. Is this where Kinzo wanted to... Anyway, next loop. I'll get it next loop. Don't feel bad, Eva is a strong unit. I think she got a little, the little witch living inside of her is OP. Okay, a bed with a canopy and a rocking chair that looked like it would be very comfortable to sit in. Is this where Kinzo wanted to go after marrying Beatrice in the chapel? They both are? Is it now? I don't know. And a gamer PC. Yes, this is the gaming setup. An extravagant sofa and carpet, and a gaming PC. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once, including the gamer girl setup. Oh, sorry, wrong game. Don't feel bad. Eva is a strong piece. Okay. Eva is a strong unit. Oh, I get it. Okay, anyway. Like the dream every girl yearns for at least once. I also thought it was an Evangelion joke, but you're talking about another game. There's a lot of Evas out there, and yet, since it was underground, an underground hidden room with no windows. Eva even got a little Asuka yelling at her in her head. You're so right, Ned. After all that bullshit, you mean to tell me Eva's witch alter ego who turned out to not be so imaginary takes the stage as the final villain? I don't know, but that little witch solved the epitaph. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows. Never Natsuki elevator scene! Oh my god! Natsuhi, shit. I know what you're saying. Okay. And since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it actually felt like it could be the hidden house of a witch. 50 Shades of Eva. No, Cece's not joking. I had never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, if you were shown this room, it certainly would become hard to doubt that she actually had existed and had lived in here. Eva will steal your money and your girl. This is true. Is someone there? Although I was dumbfounded by this room, I timidly kept my gun raised and searched the interior. And in the center of the room, Beatrice Iru! I found it. And what? The gold! My gasp came out strangely, as though a bunny was being choked. See, did I not say this is the fucking gold would be stored here, huh? That was a reaction? You almost spat, y'all? Oh, look at all, damn. It's a gold! Here we go, get ready for a banger. Oh, Breaking Bad scene where she lays on the pile of gold. Oh my god. My gasp came out strangely, as though a bunny was being choked. Happiness of Marionette bonus. This is it! Reprisal, this is it! I mean, after finding something like this, no one would have any words other than that stupid voice. It's here! It's really here! Father's gold! On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. A mountain of gold ingots! Rowan! Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. A beautiful scarlet satin weave was laid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. It was as though when the witch had slept on this bed, the witch would be a respectful chamberlain. The gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully. It was piled there with an imposing and yet ceremonious air. I tried to grab a single gold ingot and was surprised at its weight. It was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this one ingot would easily be worth 10 million without a doubt. The Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was lightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it had worn away or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place, but it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle. Just how many ingots are piled up here? That's what one of you asked, right? Kintama in the balls, Kintama. Ah! Y'all. Eva Store found it because she solved the epitaph thanks to having magical backup. Yep. It seems so. It seems so. Animal Crossing Gorgeous set 79. You can see 70. You counted? Does this help? There's even more down in the corner. Okay. Vaughn count. Well. It would seem she would solve the epitaph and win the headship. Yeah, they're literally ingots. Yeah, these are ingots. It's been ingots, yeah. Yeah, I think she becomes king of the pirates. Just how many ingots are piled up here? In the anime, they made a vocal version of this song. Ooh. Just by roughly multiplying both sides and multiplying that by height, it must surely come to over several hundred. What if her face melted like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark? I mean, the epitaph is solvable! Ah! We gotta solve it. Can we get much higher? Oh my god. Anyway. It surely must come to over several hundred. My mind's already blank. I can't calculate it properly. Is it solvable without magic? Apparently so. People in the chat have been telling me. And now I'm getting made fun of because I couldn't solve it faster than Eva. My mind's already blank. I can't calculate it properly. Even a conservative count would put it easily above 1 billion yen. Which I think even nowadays would be hundreds of millions of dollars at least, right? Well, of course. Or tens of millions at least. Tens of millions or hundreds of millions? I guess there's also the conversion thing. We were talking about this before, right? Well, of course. Of course it would be. I mean, it's 10 tons of gold. At the current value, it's more than 20 billion yen of gold. I found it. Before anyone else. I found it! You know, I don't know if I can top that Ojo-sama laugh. Do you guys think I should try? In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. Umineko, ecstasy of gold, pretty much. In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. That'd be funny, Alexi.
I've been waiting for this.
Without a trace of dignity flowed out from my entire body. I had no intention at all of laughing in such a weird way, but I just couldn't hold back the happy feeling that flowed throughout my entire body. Alexei, calm down. I'm just kidding. You'll have to fight her husband. That older brother of mine probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold. But from now on, there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find the gold. To steal the headship of the family, I would still probably need some subtle tactics. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Alright, a kicking contest with Hideyoshi. It seems whoever solved the epitaph, and by finding the gold it seems she solved the epitaph. We'll have to see what Beatrice has to say about this, I guess. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the inheritance of the Ushinomiya family and everything. Because she sent them letters saying, right now she's the head of the family because she possesses the ring that signifies the family head that Kinzo had. And that, if they want to stop the murders, they gotta solve the epitaph. And if they solve the epitaph, then, she would give up everything, including the headship, the gold, everything. Even if I lose out on the inheritance of the Ushinomiya family and everything, this 20 billion yen's worth of gold is now mine and mine alone! There was a time when I thought of money as such a worthless thing. I thought there were so many things in this world that you can't buy with money. But now I understand that that's just a lie. It was just an excuse that the have-nots make for themselves. With this mountain of gold before me, I finally realized something so obvious. I can give birth to all the happiness in this world by melting this gold. With this money, my husband's company is fine now. We will always be happy as a family. And I can even leave a vast amount of money to George. Until the FBI shows up. The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and disappear. At the time, George will use this gold and revive the Ushinomiya family's lost honor. She actually cares about her husband and son, but that's it. At least some of them. Yep, girls tripping. I've been trying to match it anyway. You know, it's not as accurate nowadays, but back when I was living in Japan, I would just take 2 zeros off of the yen amount and think of that amount in dollars. I just take 2 zeros off, but that doesn't work that well nowadays. Future grandkids, yeah. Hashtag Eva did something wrong, but who am I to judge? Yes! Exactly! Apparently so, B. Yes. Do you think Kinzo would be into goth girls? Absolutely. I mean, Beatrice is already like a witch. That's kind of goth. The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and disappear. At that time, George will use this gold and revive the Ushinomiya family's lost honor. Just like father did.
その時誰も異論を挟めないわ。
There will be no room for anyone to argue then.
ジョージこそが後ろ宮家の本当の跡継ぎなのよ。
George is the true successor of the Ushinomiya family. It happened. My wish was granted. That dream I've wished for ever since I was born into this world as Ushinomiya Eva has been granted completely in this very moment. I do need to hydrate. Trying not to die. I'm just trying to channel Eva, okay? My husband and I will be happy for all eternity. And I can also give my only son, George, eternal happiness. Sorry, but the girl he liked is dead. But you can try. There's no way I'll waste it. Well, actually, no. Maybe he will have eternal happiness because now he won't get arrested by the FBI. Anyway, there's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed up the Ushinomiya family, but George and I will revive it. And that means we truly have succeeded the headship of the Ushinomiya family. I succeeded. I did it.
Georgie!
I did it, honey. George!
私は母さんはついに成し遂げたわよ。
Your mother, finally succeeded.
もうこれで誰にも脅かされない。
After this, we won't be threatened by anyone. That's right. After this, never again will... That's right. After this, never again will we be smothered by sad nights.
おめでとう、私。
Congratulations, me.
おめでとう、後ろ宮エヴァ。
Congratulations, Ushinomiya Eva.
私たちの悲しい半生は今ここに全ての念願が叶って消化されたわ。
Right here, right now, the sad half of our life has had its heart's desires granted.
あなたのおかげよ。
It's all thanks to you.
あなたの魔法があったからこのチャンスに恵まれた。
I was blessed with this chance because of your magic.
このチャンスがあったから私はここにたどり着くことができた。
Because of that chance, I was able to make it here.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
でも私の魔法は私たちの互いに信じ合わなくちゃ叶えることができなかった。
But my magic couldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other.
だから私の魔法の力だけじゃない。
Never let it be said that Eva is ungrateful. I suppose so. So, it isn't just the power of my magic.
私たちの勝利よ。
This is our victory.
だからこそおめでとう。
So, congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
ち
Congratulations, us.
ありがとう私
Thank you, me.
ありがとう後ろ宮エヴァ
Thank you, Ushinomiya Eva.
今日までくじけなくてよかった
And then Eva just heckin' dies. That'd be hilarious. Unless you mean the witch just fading out. Always remember to thank yourself, folks. This is episode 3 is a reminder for everyone to love themselves. Eva knows about self-love and self-care, all right? Thank you, Ushinomiya Eva. I'm so glad I didn't give in before now. This is episode 3. This is episode 3 still.
悲しみに溺れあがくことを忘れなくてよかった
3 of 8. We found the gold, but we're not even halfway through the damn game. I'm so... Might as well enjoy the moment, Eva. I know, right? Yeah, only 6 people have died so far, but apparently... Actually, wait, the murders are supposed to stop if you find the gold, so the murders might stop? Question mark? It'll be 2025 by the time we finish the whole game. Well, that's why I decided to do this once a week. I knew it was going to be long term. Yeah, Marinda, ha ha. Okay. If Beatrice keeps her word, but she said it in red. She said, I always keep my promises. So she should. Question Arcs 2026, damn. Okay. I'm so glad I didn't give in before now. Oh, but she might always keep her promises, but as has been shown with Kano, that doesn't mean she can't find loopholes and do a little monkey's finger curl kind of way of keeping her promises. Yes. Yes. Hashtag believe Beatrice. B and I are on the same page. All right. I'm so glad I didn't drown in sorrow and forget to keep struggling.
いえこれは
Answer arcs Koroni is always so confusing sometimes. Oh, answer arcs. Yeah. Anyway. No, this is my magic.
私たちの魔法
Our magic.
あなたの魔法は本物だったわ
Your magic was the real thing. Eva believes in magic, guys.
森の魔女ベアトリーチェなんてすでに幻想
Beatrice, the witch of the forest, is nothing more than an illusion. You're the real witch, me.
あなたこそが本当の魔法が使
Wait,
える本当の魔女
I just predicted her line. You are the real witch who can use real magic. This malevolent family just found 20 tons of gold. Plenty of possibilities for murder without a witch. You're right, Bedwards. Hi, Bedwards. Eva believes in magic. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart?
そうよ
That's right.
あなたこそが今や
Right now.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェなのよ
You are the golden witch, Beatrice. If you had 20 tons of gold, you'd get a mansion with every video game and anime figure out there and an OP PC. Beatrice is Sid? Hello? But yeah. Is that what you'd do with 20 tons of gold? Would you get every video game?
Probably.
Eva decided to leave that place for the time being. And when she climbed the stairs again... Yukamoi! Thank you for the 199 bits! My goodness! Thank you! Is that enough for you to get a little Stella on your name? There's Stella bit badges. You would, yeah. Definitely the ones I've been trying to find I would get. Eva decided to leave that place for the time being. And when she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave this secret place, she saw wait, what? Stretch? Okay. She saw a creepy How's my voice? I could drink some more water. You saw a creepy... That section was exhausting. It was fun, though. Man. She saw a creepy, swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away. The Oscar bait section. Yeah, also, Eva's voice actress was so going for it. What the fuck is this? There's something creepy standing there. Not Eva jump scaring me. Who's there? For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other. And eventually they each realized who the other was.
Rosa.
Rosa.
姉さん。
姉さん。
こんなところで何をしているの？
What are you doing in a place like this? Rosa, do you know about this place?
お互い様よ。
I could ask you the same.
あなたこそこんなところへ何のご用？
Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong? What business do you have in a place such as this?
姉さんにヒントをあげるんじゃなかったわ。
Rosa? Hello? I shouldn't have given you that hint, Nea-san.
そうだったなら、ここにたどり着いたのはきっと私が一番だった。
If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place.
残念よ。
Too bad. Damn, look at the sisters pointing guns at each other, smirking. It seemed that Rosa knew where the staircase went. Yes, that's true. Young Eva was right. Rosa is smart as hell, but also, hello? But what if gun? It seemed that Rosa knew where the staircase went. What's to say she doesn't have magical backup? Damn. True, she met Beatrice and killed her, kind of. Damn, okay. It seemed that Rosa knew where the staircase went and what was waiting ahead of her.
言うわね。
Accidentally, yeah, true. That's rich.
私より遅くたどり着いたくせに。
Coming from someone who arrived here after me.
鮎の皮に悩みすぎたわ。
I racked my brains too much over the Sweetfish River.
鮎なんて大した意味ないじゃない。
The Sweetfish part really didn't matter that much at all, did it?
そんなことないわよ。
That isn't true.
立派なヒントだったじゃない。
It was an excellent hint, if you ask me.
まあ確かに鮎である必要はなかったかも。
Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish. You can do it, Eva. I believe in you. Oh, Stella is doing her best to intrude. But when I heard that sweetfish are fish that go out into the sea, I was able to figure it
この
out.
奥には
What is inside? Eva hyping up her husband's contribution. Cute. You're right, that is cute. See? Umineko sea cat. Riddle solved. True. What is inside?
自分の目で確かめたら
Why not see with your own eyes?
あなたの想像をきっと裏切らないわ。
It definitely won't betray your expectations.
怯えないで、姉さん。
Don't be afraid, Ne-san.
私はもともと当主が誰になるかなんて興味ない。
I never had any interest in who became the head.
後ろ宮の席だって興味ないしね。
I don't even care about the Ushiromiya family name.
本音を言うと、自分が当主になるんだってずっと威張り散らしてたクラウス兄さんから。
Honestly, Kraus Nissan always did throw his weight around, saying he was going to be the head.
姉さんがその座を奪うなら、かえって小気味がいいくらいよ。
So I actually feel good about you stealing the position from him.
本気で言ってるの？
Are you serious?
もちろんよ。
Of course.
私は後宮兄弟のはぐれ者。
I am the outsider of the Ushinomiya siblings.
仮に私が当主跡継ぎだとお父様に指名されたとしても、
Even if father had named me as the next head,
それを兄さんたちが認めてくれるわけもない。
there's no way my brothers would accept that.
そこまで甘い夢は見てないつもりよ。
I try not to have such naive dreams. Uh-oh, naive dreams? No, she was saying hypotheticals. She's saying she doesn't... I think she's trying to say she doesn't feel too bad if Eva were to take credit for the gold.
私にも見せてよ。
Let me see too.
姉さんの勝利の証を。
The proof of your victory, Nei-san.
私は兄弟で取り決めした正当な取り分さえもらえれば。
Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? As long as I receive the proper portion that we agreed upon as
むし
siblings.
ろ姉さんがこのゲームの正当な勝利者だと積極的に認めるつもりよ。
I plan to actively accept you as the true victor in this game.
私を撃っちゃえ。この黄金はローザの独り占めになっちゃうわね。
If you shot me, then you would have this gold all to yourself, right?
それは同じよ。
It's the same for you.
姉さんが私を撃てばこの黄金は姉さんの独り占め。
If you shot me, this gold would all be yours. What loving sisters? We're prisoners dilemmaing right now. For a tense while, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. This is the most lovable we've seen the family been. You know what? True. I think this is the first time both of them have dropped all pretenses with each other. Which is refreshing, but also, damn, they really do be pointing their guns at each other. For a tense while, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in each other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Eva removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way.
そうね。
That's right.
相手を撃って黄金を独り占めにしようという提案は。
You want the gold, I want the gold. I want Kraus out, you wanted to take his place, yeah. I'll take a portion of the gold, yeah. That's right. That plan of shooting the other and having all the gold to ourselves is fascinating for both of
で
us.
も台風で隔絶したこの島から突然失踪すれば絶対に大騒ぎになる。
Like a kitty cat. They're like two kitty cats who are about to fight, and then one of them flops over on their back, showing their belly. Eva just did that to her sister. But if one of us suddenly disappeared on this island while it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar.
ここに死体を隠せば簡単には見つからないだろうけどそれも絶対ではない。
If we hid the corpse here, it wouldn't be found easily. But that isn't for certain. What loving sisters!
何百億円の黄金があろうとも
Showing her belly is like the peace sign for cats. Pretty much. It's kind of like, or maybe like submission in the animal pack sense. Although cats don't have packs, but they can definitely they like to live as groups. Like colonies. Surrender, yeah. Or like, Rosa found the gold, and they were pointing their guns at each other, like, who's gonna be the one to claim the gold? And now they're deciding that they're gonna put their guns down. They're not gonna kill each other. And Rosa's trying to find a portion of the gold, get a portion of the gold, while Eva gets everything else she ever wanted. That's kind of what they're deciding on. No matter how many billion yens worth of gold is on the line. Yes, they're discussing their share with shotguns.
殺人の罪を犯すリスクには割が合わないわ。
It isn't worth the risk of committing murder. What, Rosa? So it doesn't matter that it's your sister who you'd be hypothetically murdering?
むしろそれを出しにされてクラウス兄さんたちに絞り取られるのがオチね。
In the end, that would become a weakness for Kraus Nissan and the others to squeeze all the money out of us with. Is that all that matters, Rosa? Guns equal witches' magic wands, true. I agree.
ここに現れたのが兄さんやルドルフであるくらいなら
Considering that Nissan or Rudolph could have been the one to show up here. A very pragmatic family, I guess so.
あんたであったことは不幸中の幸いかもしれない。
It may have been a blessing in disguise that it was you. Ooh, if Kraus had showed up here, there'd be bloodshed.
私は兄弟であんたを一番信用してるもの。
I trust you the most of all the siblings, my little punching bag that I horrifically bullied as a child. I trust you the most.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私も姉さんのこと。兄弟で一番信用してるわよ。
I also trust you the most of the siblings, Nae-san, but that's also because I fucking hate the other two's guts so much.
私も黄金が見たいわ。
I want to see the gold too. This logic is also allowing them to back down. Even if they can't trust each other, they trust that the consequences would be worse than the benefits. Yeah, I do feel like that's where they're at. I want to see the gold too.
見る？
Do you?
私ももう一度見たくなったわ。
Now I also want to see it again.
この目で見たにもかかわらず、まだ現実感が湧かないの。
Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real.
あなたと一緒に見て、確かに存在することをもう一度確かめないと。
Unless I see it together with you and check once more that it actually exists.
霧になって黄金が消えてしまいそうな気がするわ。
It feels like the gold will turn to fog and disappear. Eva started descending the staircase once more. However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Likewise, even though at a glance it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. There it is, it's still there. And they reached the room of the witch once again. Rosa also gasped, made speechless by the vast amount of gold. Now Rosa's seen it. Eva wasn't just making it up. Alright, I think this is a good place to take a pause. I will finally give Stella her dinner, which she has been waiting patiently for, and I'll be back. I'm back. Wasn't that fun? All right. Thank you for your patience. Stella's fed. All right. Rosa and Eva walked absent-mindedly through the rose garden. They had left the guest house secretly. Oh, we don't even know. Just Rosa made some kind of excuse to get gone, I guess. So they had to be careful when they returned as well. They had to regain their sense of tension soon.
おめでとう姉さん
Congratulations, Ne-san.
ありがとう
Thank you.
姉さんが決めたのよね
You decided it, didn't you?
後ろ宮家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに5割って
50% goes to the bearer of the title of successor to the
こ
head.
こで聞いてくるとはね
It sure did work out well for you.
今やそれはクラウス兄さんのことではない
That doesn't refer to Kraus Nissan anymore.
だから姉さんの取り分が5割とその4分の1で125億
Oh, did somebody make a clip? So your share is now 50% along with a quarter of the rest for a total of 12.5 billion yen. Damn! Eva?
すごい取り分じゃない
Isn't that an incredible share?
私は25億で満足よ
I'm satisfied with 2.5
ル
billion.
ドルフ兄さんだって文句は言わないわ
Rudolph Nissan won't complain either.
文句を言うのはクラウス兄さんだけでしょうね
Kraus Nissan will probably be the only one to complain.
そうね
Yeah, you're right.
何しろ六軒島の実質的管理者は兄さんだもの
After all, Nissan is the practical manager of Rokenjima.
そしてその敷地内に黄金があった以上
And since the gold was on these premises, alright, so they've said explicitly the gold's on Rokenjima. I was right.
第一発見者が私でもうまくことを運ばないとややこしいことになりそうよ
Even though I was the first to discover it, things might get complicated if I don't handle it skillfully.
ならないわよ
It won't get complicated.
そこまでをも想定して私たちは昨べ散々議論を尽くしたんじゃない
We covered this and every other eventuality in excruciating detail in last night's discussion, didn't we?
果たしてそううまくいくかしらね
I wonder if it will really go that smoothly.
私はもうすっかり興奮は冷めてるわよ
I've already completely gotten over my excitement.
ここからの調整の方がむしろ問題ね
How we regulate everything from here on is the real problem.
それは新しき後ろ宮家当主の問題ね
That is a problem for the new head of the Ushinomiya family.
姉さんが楽しむべき問題よ
You should enjoy that problem, Ne-san.
私には関係ないわ
It has nothing to do with me.
言うわね
Sharp words.
第二発見者として姉さんに協力するから
I'll support you as the second person to find it.
どうか例の前払い分
So please at least give me the early payment we decided on.
私の1億5000万だけは3月までにお願い
I'd like 150 million yen by March.
いいわ
Yes, that's fine.
私に協力するならそれくらい気前よく払うわ
If you support me, I can graciously pay you that much.
私は兄さんじゃないもの
I'm not Nissan.
とりあえずは兄さんたちを驚かせましょう
Anyway, why don't we go and shock Nissan and the
実
others?
際の場所は伏せるにしても早くクラウス兄さんの驚く顔が見たいわ
Even if we cover up the actual location, I want to see Kraus Nissan's shocked face as soon as I can.
ちょっと待ってよローザ
Wait a second,
それ
Rosa.
をみんなに伝えるのはまだ待って
Wait a while before telling everyone about it. Huh?
どうして
Why?
バカね決まってるでしょ
You idiot, isn't it obvious?
相手はあの尊大なクラウス兄さんにずる賢いルドルフなのよ
This is that haughty Kraus Nissan and that sly Rudolph we're talking about.
やがては発表するにしても今はまだ早いわ。
Even if we announce it eventually, it's still too early now.
どうやって話を進めるか慎重に検討してからじゃないと。
Unless we carefully investigate how we should move things along
せっ
first.
かく見つけた黄金を全て兄さんにかすめ取られることもありえるわよ。
It's possible that all of the gold we've finally found will be snatched away by Nissan. Eva had thought she had just said something completely obvious. That when she saw Rosa's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised. Oh, is Rosa going into shoot and goat head mode?
何か不満なの？
What are you unsatisfied
ク
about?
ラウス兄さんたちの性分はあんただってよく知っているでしょうが。
You know well what kind of people those two are. Hmm.
姉さん、それはルール違反よ。
Nason, that's against the rules.
何の話よ。
What do you mean?
私たちは誰が黄金を見つけてもすぐに報告するというルールになっていたはずよ。
Didn't we make a rule that whoever found the gold would announce it immediately?
それを渋ればルールの根底が崩れて、
You hesitate, the foundation of the rules will be destroyed,
後で何かの火種になるかもしれないわ。
and that could lead to something worse in the future.
クラウス兄さんが狡猾であるならばあるほどに、
With Kraus Nissan as crafty as he is,
そのルール違反は後でこじれるわ。
that violation of the rules will complicate things later. I know, such lovely sisters, aren't they? Man, love these sisters.
バカ言わないで。
Don't be stupid.
ここは兄さんの島なのよ。
This is Nissan's
そしてさっ
island.
きの黄金はキャッシュじゃない。
And that gold just now wasn't cash. I love how we're all in agreement. Lovely, lovely sisters.
10トンもの莫大な換金物の山なのよ。
We're talking about the liquidation of a vast 10-ton mountain, you know? Okay, Marinda, so you were not sarcastic?
運び出して現金化するには相当の手間をかけるわ。
It will take a significant amount of time to carry it off and turn it into cash.
そしてそれはこの島を実効支配している兄さんにあらゆる面で有利に働くわ。
And that will only work in Nissan's favor since he has practical control over this
そ
island.
んなこともわからないのあんたは。
Don't you even realize that?
そういう腹の探り合い、私は好きじゃないの。
I don't like searching each other for weaknesses like that.
私は自分の取り分の25億をはっきり確定させたいだけ。
I just want to clearly lock in my 2.5 billion portion.
もちろん姉さんが私に現金25億を今すぐ渡してくれるなら、
Of course, if you were to give me 2.5 billion in cash right
あと
now,
は姉さんがどう交渉しようと勝手よ。
whatever you did next would be up to you.
でも私の取り分が手元に入るまでは私は兄弟のルールを遵守するわ。
Damn, Rosa, hasty. But until I have my share in my own pocket, I will follow the siblings' rules.
何を甘いことを。
You're so naive.
あんた兄さんのずる賢さを何も分かってない。
You don't understand Nissan's craftiness at all. It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that sense, Rosa more or less understood Eva's caution, but in her heart, she couldn't clear away her even greater suspicion that Eva wanted to keep all of the gold to herself, because she knew that Eva was at least as crafty as her other siblings, if not more. In other words, by quickly informing the siblings of the gold's discovery, Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Eva had to keep the gold all to herself.
Rosa, 悪いけど 今だけは私の言うことを聞きなさい。
Rosa, sorry, but at least listen to me this once.
言うことを聞かないと1億5000万は用意できないってこと？
Are you saying that if I don't listen to what you say, you won't be able to prepare the 150 million?
そういう言い方をしているつもりはないわ。
That isn't the way I wanted to say it.
でもあなたが本当にそのお金を必要としているなら私に協力した方が現実的よ。
But if you really need that money, it's more realistic to support me.
兄さんたちに話せばその当然の取り分すらもなくなってしまうかもしれない。
If you talk to Nissan and Rudolph, even that natural portion of yours might disappear.
それは嫌でしょ。
You don't want that, do you? Oh! For a while, a severe expression that she had never shown to her sister before rose to Rosa's face. It's the bad witch! There wasn't even a trace of her restraint as a younger sister. There was just the ruthlessness, no, the seriousness of a single human arguing about a vast sum of wealth. Eva made light of it, chuckling.
やれやれ。
Dear me.
物騒な殺人事件が起こったばかりでその犯人がまだ島の中にいるかもしれないって
A frightful murder has just taken place, and the culprit may still be on this island.
こんなところで立ち話なんて私たちもつくづく不用心ね。
How careless we must be to stand around here talking like this.
どうせ使用人たちの茶番でしょ。
I'm sure it's just the servant's farce.
この島で殺人事件なんてもともと起こってないのよ。
No murder ever occurred on this island. Oh no, Rosa's back into everyone is wolves mode, even though she already said 20 years ago there were no wolves on this island.
あら、
Oh,
やっぱりそう思う？
so you really do think that?
6人の死亡状況ではっきり説明がつくわ。
It can be clearly explained by the manner of the 6
あの
deaths.
6人の密室は外部犯行では絶対に作れない。
The locked room involving those 6 definitely couldn't be created by a crime from the outside.
南條先生は全員死んでるって言ったけど、あれも嘘ね。
Dr. Nanjo said that they were all dead, but that was also a lie.
これはすべてお父様が仕組んだ手の込んだお芝居よ。
Who do I sympathize with? Rosa's the agreement is the agreement, or Eva's this is impractical, we need to be cautious. I would sympathize with Eva if it wasn't for the fact that we're not seeing the scene from Eva's perspective. And I think there's definitely a part of her that wants all the gold for herself. So it's not inconceivable that she could trick Rosa out of all the gold, and that it's not inconceivable that Rosa's worries are unfounded. Right? So, sorry that was a triple negative, but you know what I'm saying. So I think I sympathize a little more with Eva, but I think Rosa has a point. But I think since I know what Rosa's capable of, I think she's quite a bit more scary at this moment. So in that sense, I think I sympathize more with Eva. But I don't think Eva is going the right way about this, like making light of Rosa, because she's never seen what Rosa is capable of. doesn't mean what I think it means. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Hashtag Eva did nothing wrong. Neither of them did anything wrong? Is that where we're at? What do you think, Miranda? Are neither of them doing anything wrong in this instance? Dr. Nanjo said that they were all dead, but that was also a lie. This is all a complicated act that father plotted.
使用人たちはみんな死んだふりをしているだけよ。
All of the servants are just pretending to be dead.
もともと殺人なんか起こってない。
A murder never occurred in the first place.
殺人犯なんかうろついてるわけがないのに。
There's no way that there's a murderer prowling around. Well, yeah, I know you said hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong and hashtag Eva did nothing wrong, but which way would you want this to go? Because they're both very stubborn on their own positions. No, that's you! Why are you accusing me with lies? I can't believe this. Alright, anyway. There's no way that there's a murderer prowling around. Yet. Ah.
あんたがそれに気づくとは意外ね。
I'm surprised that you would notice that.
割と怯えてるように見えたから、そこまでは気づいてないと思ったの。
You looked fairly frightened, so I hadn't thought that you realized that much.
私、そういう場の空気は読む方なの。
I'm a person who can read between the lines in that kind of situation. Or at least someone who thinks she can read between the lines.
おかげさまで鍛えられたから。
Thanks to you, I've been well trained. That's right. Before we realized it, the servants had died, and the members of the Ushiromiya family had become the only ones on this island. And after Nanjo had proclaimed the deaths of the servants, and the relatives had begun to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he had disappeared off upstairs as though he was in the way.
すべて
Everything
私たちに碑文に挑戦してもらおうというお芝居よ。
was an act to get us to challenge that epitaph.
だからこそ
And that's exactly why
姉さんが勝利者であるという宣言が必要なのよ。
you need to proclaim that you are the victor, Nea-san.
あの焼死体が本当のお父様なわけがない。
There's no way that burnt corpse is really father.
足の指の数が同じ死体をどこかで調達してわざわざ悪趣味に焼いてみせたのよ。
He prepared a corpse with the right number of toes from somewhere and deliberately burned it in that horribly morbid way.
きっとどこかに隠れて私たちがどう振る舞うかを監視してるわ。
I'm sure he's hiding somewhere, watching to see how we'll behave.
姉さんが黄金鏡に至ったこともきっとすでに知るところよ。
I'm sure he already knows that you have reached the Golden Land, Nea-san.
だからこそ早く
And
姉
that's
さんが
why
勝利者であると宣言すべき。
You should proclaim soon that you are the winner.
きっとお父様がどこからともなく現れて手を叩きながら姉さんこそが跡継ぎだと宣言してくれるわ。
I'm sure father will appear out of nowhere and proclaim that you are his successor while clapping his hands.
まあでも
Well, still,
私は姉さんから1億5000万を無心しなくてはならない以上
I have to pester you for 150
何
million,
も逆らうことなんかできないわね。
so I can't work against you in anything.
私の言うことを聞いて兄さんたちには黙っている。
So
ということ
you'll listen to what I say and be quiet about this to Nissan and the rest?
そこをはっきりさせなさい。
Make your position clear,
ローザ。
Rosa.
私は話したいわ。
I want to tell them.
ルールを定めたのはつい昨夜よ。
We just made that rule last night.
それを保護にすべきではないわ。
We shouldn't just throw that away.
もちろん必ず兄弟の前で発表はするわ。
Of course, I will announce it in front of the
でも
siblings.
その前によく状況を確認したいのよ。
However, I want to make very sure of the situation first.
10トンの黄金の運び出し、そして換金、
Carrying out 10 tons of gold, converting it into money,
公平な分配。
and distributing it fairly.
それを兄さんに出し抜かれずに行える裏付けが取れるまでしばらく考える時間が欲しい。
Until I can affirm my ability to carry those out without Nissan getting in the way, I want some time to think.
それまで発表を待ちたいというだけの話よ。
I only want to hold off my announcement until then.
して独り占めしたくて内緒にするわけじゃないわ。
I'm definitely not keeping it a secret because I want it all for myself.
やがてはきっとみんなに発表するのね。
You'll definitely announce it to everyone sooner or later, right?
もちろんよ。
Yes, of course.
私だって。早く兄さんの鼻を明かしてやりたいもの。
Even I want to rub it in Nissan's face as soon as I can.
姉さんの言う考える時間というのはどの程度のものなの？
About how much time will you need to think?
そんなの考えてみなくちゃわからないわ。
I won't know that until I've thought about it.
一晩あればそれは十分。
Would one night be enough?
一晩ってそんなの約束できないわよ。
I can't promise you that it will take only one night.
次期当主の姉さんに敬意を表して一晩は姉さんに協力するわ。
Damn. Out of respect for you as the successor to the head, I will support you for one night.
今年の親族会議は台風が通り過ぎて船が迎えに来る明日の朝まで。
This year's family conference will end tomorrow morning when the typhoon passes and a boat comes to get us.
そうね。海猫の鳴く頃にはお開きになる。
Again. That's right. When the seagulls cry. It's always Rosa who's like, Umineko no naku koro ni. This is like twice now that Rosa's the one who's talking about the Umineko's nakuing. When the umi is neko.
そこまでは私も黙ってることにする。
I will remain silent until then.
それ以上の考える時間が必要だというのなら、
If you think you need more time to
その
think
時に
after
改め
that,
て相談しましょう。
let's talk about it again at that time, alright? What do you think it means, if anything? Rosa's the real Umineko no Naku Koro ni. Rosa... what it means, if anything. I feel like I get the impression that Rosa kind of has more to do with Rokkenjima than most everybody, because she was the only one who was like raised here. So maybe she has a closer understanding of the Uminekos, I don't know. Anyway, maybe there's some significance to the fact that she was the one raised on Rokkenjima. Anyway, let's talk about it again at that time, alright?
私は姉さんの立場を最大限汲み取って協力する
Well,
わ。
her and Jessica were raised on Rokkenjima, I guess is more fair to say. But yeah, I will support your position as much as possible.
あんた食えないわね。
You really are cunning, aren't you?
びっくりよ。
I'm surprised.
それだけのたくましさがあったなんて。
Were you always this strong-willed?
女は子を持つと強くなるって本当ね。
It's true that women become stronger when they have a child.
マリアを産んで私はそれを強く自覚したわ。
I realized that in myself when I had Maria.
わかったわ。
Alright.
とりあえずはあんたの協力に感謝するわ。
I thank you for your cooperation for the time being.
明日の話は明日すればいいことよ。
We can talk about tomorrow when it comes.
ええ、そうね。
Yes, That's right.
姉さんが黄金を独り占めにするなんて考えない。公平な当主後継ぎだと信じてる。
I believe that you will be a fair-minded successor to the head, who wouldn't even think of taking all the gold for herself.
もちろんでしょ。
Isn't that obvious?
ちゃんと黄金は兄弟で山分けするわよ。
I will split the gold evenly among the siblings as we agreed.
いやよ、これは私が見つけた。
I knew it. There's a part of her inside that does not want to split the gold. I fucking called it. The little witch in her. I knew it. No way. I found this.
私たちが碑文の謎を解いたんだから。
Because we solved the riddle of the epitaph.
だからこの黄金は全て私のものだってば。
So this gold is all mine.
誰にも譲らないわ。
I won't give it up to anyone.
私が後ろ宮家の当主なのよ。
I am the head of the Ushinomiya family.
私が
I am! In a loud voice, the witch inside Eva claimed exclusive possession of everything. Of course, that didn't come close to reaching Rosa's ears, and it probably didn't even reach Eva's either.
I've been waiting for this.
Beatrice? Beatrice? I shall acknowledge that.
そなたです。魔女の碑文に選ばれし正当なる後ろ宮家の当主。
You are the true head of the Ushinomiya family, chosen by the witch's epitaph.
今こそそれを我が名において認めようぞ。
Now I shall acknowledge that upon my name.
あんたは
You are
その格好まさか
that
本当に
outfit.
ベアトリーチェ。
You couldn't be really Beatrice. Maybe Beatrice was happy that Eva had called her by her own name. She cackled pleasantly. In concert with that laugh, gold butterflies rose up as though a storm of gold dust had broken out in the room, and the room shone the color of gold.
いかにも
Indeed.
わらわが黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェである。
I am the golden witch, Beatrice.
そう怯えることはないぞ。
There is nothing that should frighten you so.
わらわはそなたの偉業をたたえておる。
I am praising your exploits.
本当に素晴らしい。
Truly excellent.
あの碑文の謎を見事解いてみせたと。
Imagine that you would spectacularly solve that riddle of the epitaph.
わらわを簡単させるに値する。
It is worthy of my admiration.
あの手紙の差出人はあなた。
You were the one who sent that letter.
なら私は全ての黄金と後ろ宮家の家督を引き継げるのよね。
So, I'll succeed all of the gold and the Ushinomiya family inheritance, right?
あなたはそうあの手紙に記したわ。
You wrote that in your letter.
そして私はその挑戦に打ち勝った。
And I overcame that challenge. I like how she doesn't have a nameplate.
わらわはそれを認めようぞ。
I shall acknowledge it.
今この積み上げられた黄金のすべて、後ろ宮家のすべてをどうしようもそなたの自由。
Now, all of this piled up gold and everything of the Ushinomiya family is for you to do with as you please.
何しろ今この瞬間より、そなたはもう後ろ宮家の当主なのだ。
For as of this moment, you are already the Ushinomiya family head.
本当に？
Her face. Really?
本当よね。
It's true, right?
本当よね。
Right? Do not become agitated.
わらわはそなたを率直に褒めて。
I am openly praising you.
その証そなたにこれを授ける
As proof, I shall grant you this. Is this what I think it is? Beatrice took a ring off of her own finger and held it out to Eva. She fearfully accepted it and realized that it was a ring.
これまさか
Could this be?
金蔵より返還された後ろ宮家当主の証である黄金の指輪だ
It is the proof of the Ushinomiya family headship, returned to me from Kinzo, the golden ring. You know what? I think it's whether you're used to it or not. Because now that I've seen clips of people watching, of people playing this game without the mouth flaps, I think it's cursed. I'm like used to the mouth flaps. And now that I think I'm used to it, so when I watch it without mouth flaps, I'm like, this is cursed. But this is the first time it's been called the golden ring. They usually just call it the head's ring, Kinzo's ring, the ring signifying the head of the Ushinomiya family. I never heard it called the golden ring before. It is the proof of the Ushinomiya family headship, returned to me from Kinzo, the golden ring.
今よりそれはそなたのもの
From now on, it is yours.
それを指にはめ兄弟たちの前で高々と掲げるがよい
You're a ham-hand enjoyer, so your opinion is discarded. Oh, no, that's valid. It would be cursed if you were used to the original sprites. No. Your opinion's not discarded. It's valid. It's valid. In that case, it is valid. Why would you want the Ryukishi art animated? I feel it. I see the vision. With these sprites, I like it better with the mouth flaps. But that's also because I'm used to it. From now on, it is yours. You may put it on your finger and display it high before your siblings.
そなたが今や後ろ宮家の家督を継いだことに誰も疑いを挟めぬであろうぞ
None should doubt that you have now succeeded the Ushinomiya family inheritance. Eva stared closely at the ring. It certainly wasn't a fake. Without a doubt, it was the real thing. Well, this is gonna get ugly. Considering the conversation Rosa and, well, GG, story's over. Psh, man, I can't believe Dan was here for the last ever stream. But also, this is not, alright, it's not fucked, but things are gonna get weird. Alright, it certainly wasn't a fake. Without the doubt, it was the real thing. She who had dreamed of receiving this ring someday, and who had stared fixedly at it countless times, could say that for certain. This ring had now designated her as its new owner and had been handed over to her. And timidly, she put it on the middle finger of her left hand. Happiness of Marionette. In that instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she had never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes opened wide. That ring was on her own finger. Not in a dream. In reality. Hi, Ned.
その指輪も喜んでおろう
That ring is surely also pleased. Redacted music?
それほどまでに指に通すことを夢見ていたそなたのもとへ行くことができたのだ
Because it was able to come to you, who had dreamed of putting it on your finger for so long.
指輪
Penis music? But I like it. The ring.
お父様の
Father's ring!
そのようにし
Sorry
て
for
自
saying
ら
bad
の
words in your chat, Katie.
どれほどの世に夢見てきたの
How many nights have you dreamed of putting that on your own finger, as you have now done?
その思いの強さにそなたの魔法にそれを実現させたのだ
The strength of those feelings became your magic and made that reality.
そなたは今や立派な魔女を名乗る資格があろうぞ
Now you are worthy of calling yourself a true witch. Penis music is penis music a compliment? I don't know. In the Japanese quotes, penis music. I don't know. I got the impression penis music was like a little goofy, but I guess goofy affectionate. Now you are worthy of calling yourself a true witch.
あなたは何者なの
Who are you?
本当にベアトリーチェなの
Are you really Beatrice?
我こそは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ
I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師
The Ushiromiya family alchemist.
金蔵との契約に従いそなたに今こそ全てを受け継ごうぞ
Following my contract with Kinzo, I now pass everything on to you.
金蔵に託した全ての黄金
Redacted again. Okay, Marinda. All of the gold I entrusted Kinzo with,
そしてそれにより築き上げた全ての財産
and all of the wealth he built up through that.
そして後ろ宮家の家督と名誉
This song might be the best in all of Umineko due to Redacted. Oh, thanks, Marinda. Okay. And the honor and inheritance of the Ushiromiya family.
そして我が力と無限の魔女の称号をそなたに引き継ぐ
And I will pass on my power and the title of the Endless Witch.
魔女の称号
A witch's title. This sounds like something you would be subjected to during theater camp exercises. Hello, Rowan.
わらわのすべての魔力と無限の魔女にして黄金の魔女の称号をそなたに引き継ぐ
I will pass on all of my magical power and the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch.
先代に従い称号とともにわらわの名ベアトリーチェ
Oh shit.
そなたに譲り
Following my predecessor, I will hand over my name, Beatrice, along with those titles.
今こそそなたが名乗るがよかろ
You may now call yourself by that name. Oh shit, dog. Okay, Eva gulped. The chandelier light, which had seemed dim, now felt too bright.
う我が名においてこれより黄金の魔女の継承を執り行おうぞ
By my name, I shall now carry out the succession of the Golden Witch. The instant that Beatrice made that proclamation, a golden brilliance buried everything. Damn! Look at this place. And changed it into a majestic space that looked like a throne room. Look at this. Ooh. In the throne room, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions. My inputs were getting weird. I don't know what's wrong with the connection on this. No! No! Okay. In the throne room, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions that... Hey, why are you doing that? Stop that. My inputs are a little silly at the moment. Let me fix this. Maybe it's okay. No, it's off. Maybe I think it's running out of power. Oh well, I'll charge it for a bit and click. I'll click. Okay. I'll click. Alright. And there was Beatrice in the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff. Reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Eva automatically kneeled, hanging her head. Taco Bell. A goat attendant respectfully offered Beatrice a golden staff, modeled after the one-winged eagle. Oh, that's where the staff comes from. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Eva's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming. Literally passing notes in class, damn.
後宮エヴァ、そなたは魔女の碑文の謎を見事この黄金鏡へたどり着いた。
Ushinomiya Eva, you have spectacularly solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and reached this golden land. I praise that accomplishment.
そなたに無限の魔法のすべて、無限と黄金の両魔女の称号を引き継ぐ。
And hand over all of the endless magic, as well as the titles of the Golden and Endless Witch.
そなたはこれを
From this point on,
ベアトリーチェを名乗るがよかろう。
you may take my name, Beatrice.
さあ、表を上げよ。
Come, raise your face,
そして立ちてこの杖を受け取れ。
then stand and accept this staff.
ありがたき幸せ。
I am most grateful. Hashtag blame Shannon. That's not quite right. Hashtag blame Goda. Hashtag blame Twitch. That's it. Hashtag blame Twitch. Oh, because of the note passing? Gotcha. The fact that Miranda can't send whispers on Twitch is actually Shannon's fault. Alright. Alright, I am most grateful. Eva stood up dizzily and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hand. Her hand was trembling slightly. As soon as she grasped that staff, she was wrapped up in the brilliant sparkle of gold. Oh, is it finally happening? Is it the chick in the portrait? I was waiting for this. As though gold butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. Damn, I can't believe Shannon invented two-factor authentication. I know, she's being wasted on Rokujima. As though gold butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. Hashtag blame Shannon anyway. Magical girl time? Magical girl time? No, it was she who made all the bots that necessitate two-factor. Wow, that would be her fault. In the instant she succeeded, the Golden Witch, Eva felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. Describe it in a word. It was energy. Energy with a gold color. It felt as though she had been half asleep ever since she was born, and had now awoken for the first time in her life. For the first time in her life, she felt her true eyes inside her eyes open. Damn. It's happening. It's the girl in the portrait. Eva goes woke. It's her! It's her! Woo! So, the chick in the portrait for this game. Wait, Burncastle and Lambda Delta are here? We got a class change. Eva! So it was Eva all along, was that brown haired girl. I kept thinking this girl had brown hair. But no, it was Eva's orange hair all along, brownish orange. All right. I was wondering who this chick was. I mean, everybody is celebrating. All right. Cece is going nuts. All right. A fitting and beautiful outfit for the Golden Witch. Brown is just dark orange. I mean, yeah. Come, show yourself to all of these people. Need that CG framed on my wall. I know it's beautiful, isn't it? Show them that you are now the new witch. Eva, no, the new Beatrice turned around timidly. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast throne room, honored her with a wild applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea. Come, everyone! Replace all of the portraits of Beatrice with the new Beatrice. Oh, let's go! The new portrait. Offer up words of celebration for the new Beatrice. Oh, there she is! It's Eva! Yeah! All right! New Beatrice. New Beatrice. Congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch. I hope that you... I hope that you will become able to stand on your own as a noble Golden Witch and as the Endless Witch. It would be so funny if this was a hallucination. Oh, petting me? Oh. Apropos of nothing, just putting this out there. What? Miranda! Like an occurrence at Owl Creek. Y'all, okay. And as the Endless Witch. Eva capitalized? She's a witch, she gets all capital letters. Now she's capital Eva. That's just so weird. So, she had kanji in her name. So in Japanese, she becomes Eva in katakana. That's so wild. All right, anyway. The baby Eva versus the Chad Eva. Blue Truth, this is all a dream, Devil's Proof or whatever. I can't wait to see what Blue Truth really means. But anyway, yes, I will do my best. I expect a composure fitting for the Endless Witch from you, unlike your naughty predecessor. Blue Truth, otherwise known as lying. Oh. Master, we're in the middle of a serious ceremony, so please, enough of that. Look at this! It's 3 Beatrices all on the screen at the same time. 3 endless witches succeeding from the far right to the far left.
Congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch. New Beatrice-sama. I am called Ronove.
Dan's been here the whole time, Rowan. You just kept leaving.
You kept missing me, Rowan. I've been here this whole time.
Yeah, this is Donil. IRL Ronove is here. IRL. I was doing a really good Dan impression. Metaverse whoosh. No, it's not a modulator. Yes, it's the hashtag blame Shannon guy. Say it.
Hashtag blame Shannon. Everything is her fault.
It's the Slippy verse. Just like in Ace of Tuesday. You said the thing, yeah!
Wait, I should say it in another big voice.
Huh?
Hashtag blame Shannon.
There you go. Alright. Here we go.
I am I am one of the 72 demons permitted to serve the Golden Witch.
Yes.
From now on, I will always be at your service.
Yeah, he had a chef uniform on and everything.
Yeah, it was great.
But you didn't bring it this time,
I
did
did not
you?
bring it this time. If you are ever inconvenienced in the slightest, please let me know at once.
He did make incredible maple cookies. Oh, they were beaver tails, right?
Beaver tails, yes.
We're in the same free company in Final Fantasy XIV, and we have longtime mutual friends. Right. Thank you. Ronove is rude, but reliable. Long and complicated mixing of friend groups culminating in Final Fantasy XIV. Yep, that's about right. If you speak to this man of anything that confuses you in your new days as a witch, he should be able to help you.
And predecessor Beatrice-sama. It is a shame that I was not permitted to serve you further, even though we have finally been reunited like this.
Homestuck was not involved on my end, okay? I am innocent of all homestuckness. I just happen to have a lot of friends who like it. Oh, yeah, that's Eva! That's the little witch who lived inside of Eva. She's succeeded Beatrice as the next Golden Witch. So she's has the rights to the names of Beatrice. Yeah, the imaginary friend Eva is now a full-fledged witch. The Golden Witch, the Endless Witch, Beatrice, because she found she figured out the epitaph and found the gold.
CC. CC.
You're promoting, you're continuing the stereotype that Final Fantasy XIV players don't know what's left and what's right. Reloading shotgun as you speak. Alpha raid all over again. Eva Tulpa is now Eva Beatrice. She's Eva now. Yeah, she's Eva in all caps now. Not just Eva, but Eva. Do Final Fantasy 14 players know what is left and what is right?
No, they do not.
They don't even know that 1 is not a prime number.
They do not know that 1 is not a prime number.
Is Eva cool with it? Well, I don't know. We haven't gotten that far. You do because you're bisexual. But then what does that make Cece? Cece's also bisexual but doesn't know left from right. Cece's dropping the controller every time Journey goes down direction. Okay. Oh, did you read the line?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
この1000年間とても楽しく過ごさせていただき
These last 1,000 years have been very entertaining for me.
深く感謝いたします
I deeply thank you.
Damn, Dan, you're old.
そなたの退屈はなかった。
1,000 years with you wasn't boring. You've gotten better. Now you can even remember which way is clockwise and which is counterclockwise. Cece!
Ah, but which side is larboard?
Sus. But, one makes an L when it's palm out, the other makes an L when it's palm in. The right side makes a not L. Left is a side and makes an L. Oh god, you guys are so funny.
新しき魔女の世話
Please take care of the new witch.
どう
はい
Yes.
Oh, I didn't. I cut off her voice line. What's wrong with me? Larboard is left because it's L, right?
Yes.
先代ベアトリーチェ様の最後のご冥福をこの世のしかと聞き届けました
If that is the final order of the predecessor Beatrice, I, Ronove, shall certainly carry on your wish.
感謝しなさいよ。
Thank me, Kay. Lambda Delta, this is the first time I've seen your ass outside of, like, tea parties. What do I have to thank you for?
あんたの魔女継承の推薦人にサインしてあげたんだからね。
I signed as your reference for the succession of the witch, you know. Wait, you... That little pink bitch is named Lambda Delta. Wait. Lambda Delta was her letter of recommendation on her witch application? Lambda Delta... I signed as your reference for the succession of the witch, you know.
つまり、私がサインしなかったら、あんたは魔女になれなかったってわけ。
So basically, if I hadn't signed, you wouldn't have been able to become the witch.
だから少しは感謝なさいよね。
What? Yeah, you want to see her rec form? Oh man.
I want to see the paperwork. Who's the one that you sent
You gotta
the
check
files
those
to?
for part of your job. Yeah, that's right. Rowan will totally freaking check all your stuff. Hashtag thank Lambda Delta. Hashtag thank Lambda Delta. So basically, if I hadn't signed, you wouldn't have been able to become the witch. So thank me a little, alright? But who are you?
こちらは絶対の魔女ラムダデルタ
This is the Witch of Certainty, Lady Lambda Delta.
そなたの無限の魔女継承には元老院の魔女の推薦が必要なの
The recommendation of a witch from the Senate was required for your succession as an endless witch. There's a witch senate?
ラムダデルタ教はそなたを推薦され後見人となってください
Lady Lambda Delta recommended you and became your guardian. Thanks. When they cry, I laugh. Ryukishi 07. I've been keeping up. Just kidding, I think this is the first reference. Yeah, just I can't believe Lambda Delta, anything she's possibly ever done besides being Tsundere has been done off screen so far. I didn't even know there was a witch senate. All right, thanks. Hey, Beato! This kid isn't grateful enough. I want to stop recommending her. Being a reference is not a thing to take lightly. Burn, it's been a hot minute. If you've signed, then you must take responsibility. I've been waiting for these guys to show up in the middle of a chapter, finally. Lady Lambda Delta is also the Witch of Certainty. The Witch of Certainty prefers to make fate firm, to create a fate of certainty. He took a great liking to your efforts up to today and held them in the highest regard. Well, an unfortunate childhood, unrewarded effort. I can sympathize just a bit with those, that's all. Is that a Higurashi no Naku Koro ni reference? It's not like I felt sorry for you or anything, so don't get so full of yourself. Dun! Nippa! From my point of view, your succession, well, it's more of a coincidence than a miracle. You wouldn't have been worthy of my recommendation. Yes, it is a Higurashi reference, and one of several examples of Ryukishi is a total Ryan Jackson tier ass. Burn, like, good job, I guess. Nipa, ... Jill, ... Jill ... is a very Burn Castle emote, isn't it? You're playing another anime gacha, but this time one Purin likes, and I pulled the red cat girl who's like if Grahatia was a Moe Moe shy girl. So, just Grahatia? This is Lady Burncastle. Shyer than that. So, Grahatia in fanfiction, gotcha. Like Maria from Harvest Moon 64. Right, I gotta play more Harvest Moon 64 since it's on Switch Online. Moe Moe Shy Cat Girl VA Umochi. Yeah. This is Lady Burncastle. He is a very hard-to-please person. Still, you could say that just having her participate and celebrate is very fortunate. I only came because this is a rare event, unseen in 1,000 years. And I heard that there would be some delicious alcohol. Damn, Burncastle gets crunk! There they are. New Beatrice-sama. Please allow us to greet you as well. Huh? I'm pleased to meet you. You see a woo voice for 2 minutes. The sound effect of them appearing. Alright, let me get my, The cat hit F11, no wonder. Thank you. Alright. 2 minutes, starting now. The 7 sisters of Purgatory formed a line side by side. The eldest sister, Lucifer, took a step forward and kneeled. These are furniture who serve me. As a gift in celebration of your inheritance, I will send them to you. After you succeed the Golden Witch, you will need to perform the ritual for your own resurrection. For your own resurrection? Gotta keep the Uwu voice on the stakes forever. The 7 sisters of Purgatory performed an essential role in that ritual. They're a bunch of miscreants, but they serve their purpose. Have them do whatever you wish. We will always be by your side, Beatrice-sama. Please order us to do anything you wish. We will certainly show that we can accomplish our task. Oh? Oh, whoa, what's this? A cheer from Patchface Beats? Thank you very much! Buncastle drinks Hennessy? Okay. You're back? Yeah, your phone charging for a bit? Welcome back, Alexi. We've got a new Golden Witch. Oh, whoa! Notice his Brits?
Why are we noticing Brits?
Brits? Even after that, various nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulations for the new witch. There you go. As she responded to them confusedly, Eva's the new Golden Witch. She felt as though she was getting lightheaded due to lack of oxygen. Alright, 2 minutes of Uwu voice are up. But, yeah, what do you guys think? Should the stakes be Uwu whenever prompted or just ever lack of oxygen? Thank God it's Eva, right? She couldn't tell if this was something real or unreal. But there was just one thing she could understand. The feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was a truth she could definitely understand. There she is, it's Eva. She's on the portrait. Poor Battler. What is all this? Of course, I'm not gonna swallow this story, but what on earth does it mean? Auntie Eva is the new Beatrice? Are you saying she's become a witch? What the hell? I am also surprised. Imagine that someone would be able to solve that riddle. There's a specific scene in this episode which is so much better in the manga than the VN. VN, really? Ooh, fascinating. When it happens, let me know. when it happens. She earned this. She got screwed out of being head of the family just because she didn't have balls. That's right. Now she is the head. She deserves this. Yes. I am also surprised. Imagine that someone would be able to solve that riddle. However, that is the rule. I must follow it and pass on the position of Golden Witch and my name. Near the end, there's a scene. Just remember when oh yeah, that's awesome moment happens, that's probably it. Okay.
It is hardly something to be surprised about. Milady wrote that rule in a letter and announced it at the beginning.
Donil said it. IRL Ronove.
Eva-sama was the first to be successful.
Can we get Donil to uwu?
I don't know, can you? You'll have to pay the bits, the goom drops to find out.
Yes, the goom drops. Pay the goom drop toll. Cute seeming voice. Oh wait. He's probably gonna have another. Let's do Woo voice until Ronove gets another line.
All right.
Bulgaria, are you there? Expensive but worth it. Yes, here I am. What does this force mean? Even if this depiction of strange witches showing up at one after another is some of her bullshit. Isn't this like Auntie Eva has become a witch? Calm yourself. Can they do a Wade Shadow Legend sponsored segment in one of a voice?
Hang on, gotta grab one of those like copy pasta.
She simply received the title of Golden Witch and might call herself that in the future. Calm down, Batwa, she's just a witch. Alright, Raid Shadow Legends, let's go.
Alright. Today's video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, one of the biggest mobile role-playing games of 2019, and it's totally free. Currently, almost 10 million users have joined Raid over the last 6 months. It is one of the most impressive games in its class, with detailed models, environments, and smooth 60 frames per second animations. All the champions in the game can be customized with unique gear that changes their strategic buffs and abilities. The dungeon bosses have some ridiculous skills of their own, and figuring them out's a ton of fun.
We'll run a voice in there too.
I can't.
You don't have to look up, you just have to keep reading.
Currently with over 300,000 reviews, Wade has almost a perfect score on the Play Store. The community is growing fast, and the highly anticipated new Faction Wars feature is now live. You might even find my squad out there in the arena. It's easier to start now than ever with a great program for new players. You get a new daily login reward for the first 90 days that you get when you play the game. So, what are you waiting for? Go to the video description, click on the special links, and you'll get 50,000 silver and a free epic champion as part of the new player program. Good luck, and I'll see you where.
Okay, now I gotta go to Stream Elements and get one of those Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. Now that I've said it on stream, I might as well get money out of it.
I
you
want
said
to
it
know.
on the stream.
I googled Raid Shadow Legends copy pasta. The first one is legit just that, but written. And then I scroll down one thing, and it's the exact same thing, written in Uwu text.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
So did you just read that out in Uwu text?
Yeah.
That's incredible. You have regrets? Well, wait, we're still on Uwu voice until Ronove gets another line, so you'll hear Uwu Ronove one more time. I mean, Wonowe.
Wonowe?
Wonowe? And you're coming around on the opinion that lip flaps are cursed. Okay. This succession ceremony is without doubt nothing more than performed according to that child's interpretation. Wink,
同じ
wink.
日に何度もかからないで
Don't fall for the same move again.
そうだな。
That's right.
この盛大な式典は全てまやかしだ。
That whole grand ceremony was all phony.
だが、エヴァおばさんが非分の謎を解いたことまでは事実。
But it's at least a fact that Auntie Eva solved the riddle of the epitaph.
そしてそれは同時に、後宮家の家督を受け継いだことも指す。
And at the same time, that means that she inherited the Umiya family headship. And by obtaining
10トンの黄金を得たということは、
10 tons of gold,
エヴァおばさんが黄金の魔女を自称してもいいということなのか。
it means that Auntie Eva might as well call herself the Golden Witch. Is that it?
くそ、相変わらずややこしいことをしやがって。
Oh, you can highlight after the stream. I would really appreciate it. Damn! Making things as complicated as ever.
やれ
As ever. Dear me.
無粋なる人間には式典
Is a bullish
の
human
総合さを介することもできぬ
unable to comprehend the grandeur of this ceremony?
まあ
Oh well.
空気を読めぬのが人間という
Being unable to read between the lines is what makes you human. Does this mean Rosa is also a witch?
そなたを哀れには思うが責めはせぬぞ
I pity you, but I do not blame you.
くそ、
Damn it.
かわいそうな人を見るような目で見やがって。
Don't look at me like you feel sorry for me.
だが、とりあえず確認をする必要はある。
Oh, thank you, Melinda. That sounds like too much work, plus I'll be asleep by that time. Ooh. Read between the lines equal magic Rosa twist confirmed. Still, for the time being, don't look at me like you feel sorry for me. Still, for the time being, there's something I need to check.
それは
Repetition
若返ったエ
requested!
ヴァおばさんみたいな分身。
And that's regarding this younger version of Auntie Eva.
つまり、新しいベアトリーチェとかいうや
In other words,
つの定義についてだ。
the definition of this new Beatrice.
あれは何なんだ。
What the heck is she?
わらわがそれを語ろうとどうせそなたは魔法は信じぬ魔女は信じぬの一点張りである
Even if I tell of it, you will just persist in your disbelief in magic and witches, will you not?
だからわらわから説明することは特に
So there's nothing in particular for me to explain.
そなたが思う通りに信じればいい
You may believe that things are as you think they are. Think they are.
俺が思う通りだと。
The way I think things are?
どう解釈すりゃいいんだ。
Then how should I interpret this? Hashtag Wosa Twist confirmed.
後ろ宮エヴァの内面的別存在の視覚化と今
For
は捉
now,
えていただき
grasping it as a visualization of a different being inside Uoshimiya Eva may not be a hindrance, I believe.
もちろん鵜呑みにはできませんが今はそう理解するのが妥当でしょ
Just believe. Perfect. Alright. Of course, you cannot blindly accept it, but it is probably appropriate for you to think that way now.
つまりエヴァおばさんも彼女も同じ人物だと理解すべきなんだな。
Well, are you satisfied, Mirinda? Uwu, Runobe? Runobe? In other words, I should think of Auntie Eva and her as the same person?
くそ、なんだか気持ち悪い展開になったぜ。
Runobe? Damn, this is starting to feel bad.
そういうわけでこれよりベアトリーチェはわらわの名ではないぞ
With that being the case, from now on, my name is not Beatrice.
後ろ宮エヴァに引き継いだからな
Because I have passed it on to Ushiromiya Eva.
というわけでわらわは名なしだ
Which means that I am nameless! Satisfied? Yes, it was certainly worth the goom drops. Good.
バトラー何かわらわに適当なふさわしき名はないものか
Bachelor! Isn't there some name that is fitting for me? Beatrice, you have such a crush on him. You're so weird. Okay. Bachelor, isn't there some name that is fitting for me? Satisfied? Yes. Regretful? Maybe.
そなたの推薦を受けるぞ
I shall take your recommendation.
This is what happens when you make a wish from a
気
demon.
にあふれてできればちょっぴりキュートな名前はないものか
Isn't there a name that's refined, full of elegance, and make it a little cute if you can?
お前なんかベアトのまんまで十分だぜ。
Battler should just give her the most ugliest name ever. Just Beato is good enough for you.
ベアトとベアトリーチェで十分区別つくだろ。
There's probably enough of a difference between Beato and Beatrice. I suppose this is Umineko. You should have expected this.
ベアトのままか
They is Beato, is it?
違和感はないがなぜだかつまらん
It doesn't feel odd, but it's boring for some reason. Hmm.
紅茶の温度と女心はいつの時代も
They say the temperature of black tea and a woman's heart are difficult in any time period.
Rowan, no! No, Cece, no!
バトラ君とにかく以後は冷静に
Bachelor-kun, in any case, handle what is to come with composure.
この子がベアトリーチェだった時に比べれば
Compared to when this child was Beatrice,
現在の彼女は後ろ宮エヴァと判別がつくだけ私たちに状況は有利です
now that we can tell her apart from Ushiromiya Eva, the situation is advantageous to us. Milagino, Mirinda, y'all too.
かえって気に入らねえんだな。
Cece! And it's exactly because of that I like it even less.
何を考えてるんだ。
What is she thinking of?
ベアトのやつね。
That Beato. Over there, Auntie Eva, who had the figure of her younger days, and who now possessed the name Beatrice, had a long line forming of witches wishing to bless her. It was like a witch's coronation. Countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, directing this fantastical, gold sparkling space. They were all praising her. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the Beatrice given new life, who had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been hesitant at first, seemed to be full of happiness that she had finally become aware of. In that expression, there wasn't a trace of the madness that had led her to that insane laugh before the gold. When you first read Umineko, this is about when you stopped being able to follow. Truly, you could not wrap your head around Beatrice as a title. Why not? Now you can finally read along while keeping your brain on. You can keep thinking. Okay. I mean, you just gotta think of Beatrice as the president, right? You just say like Mr. President or Madam President or Mixed President, like if you just think of it that way, maybe, I mean, it's clearly not the name Beatrice was born with, you know. You were reading quickly and got overwhelmed by all the fantasy characters, but you did end up really liking it because now you're like, please, I'm begging you, think. Oh, no, think. Only blame Shannon. But you did like it, even though you were like, what the fuck's all those fantasy characters? I thought this was a murder mystery, right? In that expression, there wasn't a trace of the madness that had led her to that insane laugh before the gold. There was only the innocence of relishing her joy. Since I deny witches, I couldn't accept her as she showed that joyful expression at her witch succession ceremony. However, as I watched that innocent smile, you're gonna be the streams hater when you're sitting right here and participating in it with your voice?
Yeah. I'm not hating the stream. I'm the hater in the stream.
Ah, important distinction. You pulled a guy in this game, the second his voice lane, you're like Kazuya Nakai and you're right. Zoro's voice is burned into your brain forever. He does always sound like that, doesn't he? Right. However, as I watched that innocent smile, but why would you be my hater? Also, wait, so, you'd be my #1 most dedicated humor because you're on a 51 stream streak, right? So, are you really my hater if you watch me every single week? That's dedication, that's like, but you're the streams hater. Yeah, you're hate watching 51 times. However, as I watched that innocent smile, I can't believe I'm giving my #1 hater mod privileges. Haters are just fans who are in denial. Thank you, Miranda. It made me feel like I wanted to celebrate her, just for now.
Ah, but you see, you cannot silence me, for I am here.
Damn! Damn! Alright. Oh! Are you secretly a Shannon fan? This changes everything.
Ah, shit.
However, as I watched that innocent smile, it made me feel like I wanted to celebrate her just for now. You're secretly Shanwen's biggest fan.
Apparently.
The moment when a strong effort is successful and rewarded is always beautiful. Auntie Eva, who had always yearned to succeed the head, had worked hard since she was young without being rewarded, had spectacularly taken hold of the chance given to her by the riddle of the epitaph, and had finally gained that position. Feminism wins! How divine is the smile of a person whose childhood dreams have been granted. Fuck you, patriarchy! Actually, that smile on her is nice. I definitely won't accept witches. But Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. Wait. Did the POV change mid-text box, or is Battler speaking in the third person? Sexism is no more. You really like this moment. You really hope she doesn't do anything bad. Hello? I mean, I knew there's no way this could end well, but also fear? But Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. It didn't reach her ears, but it did celebrate her. Unreliable narrator. Narrator can't keep their tenses consistent. Congratulations, Auntie Eva. You solved the riddle of the epitaph masterfully, and before anyone else, including Katie! It's your victory without any complaints. I won't accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Ushiromiya family, and I will celebrate you honestly. As though lured by Battler's applause, Beato also clapped. It was a slightly odd scene, because Battler and Beato, who opposed each other, were standing next to one another, applauding for the same person. I guess that is a little weird. I'm not clapping for a witch. I'm clapping for all of Auntie Eva's efforts up until now. It's funny that her nameplate is still Beatrice when they're like, I'm not Beatrice anymore, I'm Beato. They should have just got her, changed it to Beato, but it makes me feel like this is a temporary situation when they just keep her nameplate as Beatrice. I am too. I am offering Eva my sincere congratulations and applause for the tremendous accomplishment of solving that epitaph. I don't like the fact that I'm clapping with you. But, well, I won't worry about it for now. I guess it doesn't hurt to clap with you every once in a while. It isn't bad once in a while. Still, it is fun to applaud. Even though it was Eva who achieved it and not me, for some reason, I'm starting to feel happy too. Alexi, I wasn't gonna go there for once, but you went there. Even though it was Eva who achieved it and not me, for some reason, I'm starting to feel happy too. You had to take the chance. That's because celebrating someone means the same thing as empathizing with their joy and sharing in it. I see.
このわけもなく嬉しい気持ちそなたとも共有できているというわけ
That I must be sharing this irrational, happy feeling with you.
敵同士でありこれは奇異な体験よ
Since we are a pair of enemies trying to make each other submit, it is an odd experience. I could write so many fan fictions right now. No.
ま、今だけは休戦で手を叩こうじゃねえか。
Well, just for now, let's have a truce and clap, alright? Beato laughed impishly, playing around and applauding even louder. As though eagerly trying not to lose to Battler as she clapped! They're having a clapping battle. They're just both trying to clap as loudly, louder than the other person. Battler went along with her and clapped even louder. And when he did, as though he had ended some kind of ceremony, everyone present put their hands together in loud applause and highly praised the newly born Beatrice, named Eva. Beatrice does have a childish side, it seems. Miranda! Alright. Highly praised the newly born Beatrice. It was as though Battler and Beato's applause had been the final thing needed for her succession. What does that mean? Yay! Congratulations, Eva! Now what the heck does this mean for the rest of the day? Umineko, When They Cry, Symphony of Catbox and Dream. Not Eva Beatrice, but Beatrice. Beatrice. Yes, of course, it is. 10:30. The New Witch. Alright. Do not tolerate this. Tolerate what? Also, I think I'm gonna take another little break since we seem to be at the beginning of a new scene. This is wild. Anyway, I'll be right back. Oh, good night, Ned. Wait, Ned, good night. I caught you. Thank you for staying up and hanging out. You got to see the birth of a new witch. Yay! Sleep well.
Sleep well.
I'm back. All right. Rosa returned to the— oh, wait. I forgot. I should take this opportunity to take my controller out of charging. Hold on. I lied. I'm Banto? Wait, hold on. I need to fix my controller. Oh no, we gotta keep my feet away from Mirinda. No, I'm just kidding. I am voicing her, this is true. Rosa returned to the lobby. It was still her time to rest. But her expression made it look as though she couldn't sleep deeply with all this tension. You have to force yourself to lie down. It'll get tough for you later on at this rate. Okay, Mirinda. Thanks for caring. I just can't sleep. I went and took a shower at least, so that will be enough. I feel disbelieved. The next person can rest. What about you two? Kirie-san? Rudolph-san? What will we do, Rudolph-san? Will we rest? Rudolph with a gun. It looks way too small on him. You can rest if you want. I'll stay awake. That's the only manly thing I can do right now. Whatever, Rudolph. Then I'll stay awake. Ha! Staying awake with my husband is the only womanly thing I can do right now. Okay. Heteronormative Kirie. and Rudolph. The straights are at it again. Meanwhile, Natsuhi's like, isn't that just the way? I'm sorry. Katie can't be Beatrice because redacted? That's a lot of redacteds. You two truly are close. As are you two. Ooh. Kirie can have a little heteronormativity as a treat. Cece, how do you feel about Kirie also asserting that Natsuhi and Kraus are close? It seems that Eva and Hideyoshi-san are out cold. It appears as though, unlike Rosa, they can't fight against their age. What about her woo voice? What about that? As though in response to those words, the door to the hall clunked open. Kirie is allowed to be wrong sometimes. Eva and Hideyoshi returned from the guest room.
余計なお世話よ。
That's none of your business, points gun.
あらローザ、もう休んでなくていいの？
Hashtag Kirie did something wrong? Oh, Rosa, are you still alright without sleeping?
姉さんこそ
What about you, Nae-san? What are you guys talking about? What about you,
無理しな
Nae-san?
いで休んでたら
Why not take it easy and rest?
なんだか寝つけなくてね。
I just can't get to sleep.
シャワーを浴びたら眠気が覚めちゃったわ。
After taking a shower, my drowsiness faded away.
ルドルフたち、よかったら休んでいいわよ。
Rudolph, Hirie-san, you can rest if you want.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
今は気持ちだけでいいぜ。
For now, the sentiment alone is enough.
兄貴たち、先に休んだらどうだ？
Why don't you go first, Aniki?
ありがたいね。
I know! This is the chummiest I've ever seen this group of people. It's crazy, and it feels so nice. I know it's about to get fucked in like 5 seconds. How kind of you.
だが先に休むわけにはいかん。
But I cannot rest first.
それくらいしか長男らしいことができない。
That is the most I can do as the oldest brother.
私たちは最後まで起きていますのでご心配なく
Do not worry. The two of us will be awake until the very end. Natsuhi, I have terrible insomnia, and my headaches drive me wild incessantly. The migraines make sure I can go days without sleep. In fact, this is nothing. Hello, son. Hated characters becoming likable? Say what? Do not worry. The two of us will be awake until the very end. I'm lightly teasing. I'm not disparaging her. It's light teasing. Yep. Eva is here. What to make of that? More importantly, Eva Ne-san,
大丈夫？
are you alright?
少し顔色が悪いわ。
You look a little pale.
そういやそうやな。
Come to think of it, you're right. Good question, Alexi. Maybe a little bit.
ちょいと熱っ
That's
ぽい
kind of the
で。
impression I got. You're feeling a bit hot, you know? I mean, hotter than usual. Well, apparently Eva's got a fever, maybe because she's breaking reality. Hideyoshi put his hand up against Eva's forehead. It seemed that Eva wasn't feeling her best.
言わんこっちゃね
Told you so.
え。年のくせに生活リズムを崩すからだぜ。
That's what happens when you break your daily cycle at your age. Is it a cold?
夏日。上野南條先生を呼んできてくれんか。
Natsuhi, could you call Dr. Nanjo down? Eva Beatrice is mining Bitcoin and making Eva run hot? Oh my god! Eva is hot. Yes, wait, what were we talking about again? Could you call Dr. Nanjo down?
はい。
Yes. Was that the catch Beatrice added? We just needed to make Eva hotter?
いいわ、そこまで大げさじゃない。
I'm fine. You don't have to make a big deal out of it.
常備薬は持ってるから大丈夫よ。
I have some medicine, so I'll be fine. Eva getting sick. Gotcha. She invested in Logan Paul's NFT and caught cringe. Ah! You don't know, but Natsuhi's on screen, so I'm happy. You know what? Mood. I have some medicine, so I'll be fine.
疲れるとすぐ熱に出るの。
I tend to get a fever when I'm tired. That's weird. You should maybe see Dr. Nanjo about that.
心配しないで。
Don't worry.
姉さん無理しないで。
Nae-san, take it easy, okay?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私抜きで兄弟が集まってると。
The belt's on her shoulder? I think it's holding her dress closed. Yeah, I think that's the fastener of like the cheongsam. I know that's not what it's called, but it's a belt for some reason. I don't know why. Ryukishi was having interesting ideas, I guess, when making his little drawings. I don't know. When my siblings gather without me around, I get the feeling everyone is talking behind my back.
昔からの被害妄想なの。
It's a persecution complex from long ago. They are all a mess of insecurity.
ごめんね。
Sorry, okay?
私は何も言わないわよ。
I won't say anything.
姉さんのいないところで姉さんの嫌な話なの。
I would never say something bad about you when you're away. The subtext. The
どう
subtext.
したの？
What is it?
姉さん、さっきから変よ。
Nae-san, you've been acting strange for a while, you know?
もう少し休んだら。
Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. She did not break her promise. Shouldn't she get a little rest now?
そうね。
You're right.
3月までの金策を考えたら頭痛がひどくなってきちゃったわ。
I started thinking about raising money by March and it made my headache even worse.
それは良くないわね。
That isn't good.
休んでて。
Rest.
姉さんの頭痛がひどくならないよう私も実調してるわ。
I'll restrain myself so that your headache doesn't get worse.
私だって頭痛さっきから辛いし。
I've had a bad headache myself for a while now.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
じゃあ私お言葉に甘えてもう少し休ませてもらうわね。
Well then, I'll count on what you've said and rest for a while.
どうしたんやエヴァ。
What's up, Eva?
急にへそ曲げて。
Why so bent out of shape all of a sudden?
すまんな。わしらもうちょい休ませてもらうわ。
Sorry about this. Please let us rest a bit longer.
すまんな。すまんな。
Sorry. Sorry. After putting his hands together as though praying and apologizing several times, Hideyoshi went after Eva and left the lobby. Eva Hideyoshi moment? Cute Eva Hideyoshi moment? Damn it.
空気が悪い
I don't like this atmosphere.
な。どうにもギスギスしている。
Everything's so strained.
無理もない。
That's no surprise.
早朝に殺人事件。
Gomen Gomen puts hands back on head like a Japanese businessman. Almost like Hideyoshi is a Japanese businessman. I know, he's very cute. That's no surprise. There was a murder early this
それ
morning.
からずっとここで銃を抱きながら缶詰ですもの。
And since then, we've been eating canned food and holding guns.
ストレスが溜まって当然ね。
It's natural that we would start to build up stress.
上の子たちもだいぶストレスが溜まってるんじゃないかしら。
I wonder if the kids up there have also built up stress. Yeah, we haven't seen them in a long time, like all episode.
マリアが心配だわ。
I'm worried about Maria.
こういう時は感触を起こしやすいの。
She tends to get irritable in times like this. You know what? I'm sure Maria is fine without you, so stay here. Uh-oh. Just then they heard the sound of wild footsteps from upstairs. Excuse me? The guest house wasn't a cheap building, so if they had been any normal footsteps, there was no way they would have heard them. It was like the sound of someone stamping their feet in frustration. And not a moment later, in addition to the apparent sound of feet running out into the upstairs corridor, they could hear Maria calling, over and over again, sounding displeased. Maria, this is a bad sense of timing. Rosa grabbed her head, ruffled up her hair, and voicelessly moaned in anguish. Oh no! The adults conscientiously turned their backs to her, pretending not to notice. The noisy clamor came downstairs and flew into the lobby. Scar in the score? It was Maria, who was sobbing, and the other children who had come down with her, and Nanjo. In other words, everyone on the second floor had come downstairs because of Maria's tantrum. What about Battler? Rosa couldn't hide her dizziness at the scale of the annoyance her daughter was bringing to everyone. Sorry, Auntie Rosa. We tried to calm her, but she just wouldn't listen. Hashtag Rosa may do something wrong Hashtag Rosa may do something wrong very soon. Sorry, Auntie Rosa. We tried. Georgie is looking a little sinister. We tried to calm her, but she just wouldn't listen. I think Eva and Rosa haven't told anyone about the gold yet. We don't know. She's upset about something. Did she lose another flower? Maybe. What is it, Maria? Could you be a little more quiet? Everyone's looking. Oh shit, B was right! It's that rose of her from the rose garden. She suddenly started saying that she was worried about it. I think she's half asleep. She suddenly woke up and started going on about how worried she was for that rose. Maria-chan, calm down. That was just a dream. Yes. That canonically happened in at least chapter 2. Yeah, it's a little rainy outside, but it's better than nothing. You just go outside and look. Yeah. Listen, I'm telling you to quiet down a bit, all right? The children were taken aback by the sudden rise in the tone of Rosa's voice. But Maria's crying just grew louder, and her tantrum just grew fiercer. Rosa-san, you mustn't scold a child so bluntly without attending to what they say. Damn, where was Nanjo in chapter 2? I know he died like right away, but I mean before that even. In times like this, it's good to give them some warm milk or something. Thank you, Nanjo. Holy shit. As someone with a migraine, she's giving you a headache. Oh no, reprisal. You can take a little break if you need to. Yep, they think Auntie Rosa chill and everything. They haven't seen it. Well, maybe Battler, Jessica, and George might have seen the initial Rose thing? True. They might have seen something, but otherwise, I don't think anybody knows the extent. Yeah. Times, it's just a stress headache, just need to relax. Okay. Okay, but I mean, if this scene is gonna stress you out, I just mean you can take a break is fine. That L Battler. Oh, but I hope you continue to feel better, Reprisal, for sure. In times like this, it's good to give them some warm milk or something.
ここにあるかも。
Hydrate. Thank you, I need that. Ah, thank you. Is there any here?
さっき朝食代わりに出した牛乳で空っぽです。
That milk we served in place of breakfast earlier was the last.
誰か子供用の鎮静剤とか持ってるか？
Doesn't anyone have a sedative to use on kids? Does anyone have a fucking tranquilizer?
ほら、あの銀の粒みたいなやつ
You
と
know
か。
those silver pill things? You know, like a fucking elephant shot?
持ってるわよ。
Of course I do!
今探して飲ませるから。
Yes, I'll search for them now and make her take them. Without hiding her displeasure, Rosa grabbed her handbag that she had placed on the sofa and fished around for the medicine. A frying pan to the head? Oh my god. For real though, is that what you did to Battler when he would cry? Would you just like shove a sedative on him? Rudolph? Damn. Ooh, Rosa snack down scenes in the anime. Oof. Might leave a bit of damage. Oh, yeah, I'd say so. Rosa grabbed her handbag she had placed on the sofa and fished around for the medicine. It seemed that she had brought some child-use sedatives for Maria's tantrums. She found it and tipped the bottle into her palm, but it seemed to be empty. Oh my god, it's fucking empty. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times. How much of that stuff do you give her? Rosa's about to treat Maria like a dog, trying to get them to take meds. Oh no. This bitch empty. Yeet. Just take her to the Rose, Rosa. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. About to use the chloroform. Fuck. Jesus. Just take her out in the rain a little. Get an umbrella. Be like, hey, we're checking on it. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact there was nothing in it. Oh, what game? Oh, let's see. Whoever threw that bottle, your mom's a hoe. Clearly she didn't give very much, as otherwise she would have noticed that she didn't have any and have gotten more. Well then, what happened to the medicine? Dun dun dun! Is this gonna be evidence in the witches aren't real case that might show that the locked room murders were in fact fake and not everyone is dead and somebody's asleep? But I think that probably goes against some red text, I think. Frambo? What kind of game is Frambo? Alright. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact that nothing was in there. All the while, Maria's crying was growing more and more intense. Meanwhile, Eva was lying in bed, covered by the bedding. Hideyoshi returned from the washroom, holding a handkerchief soaked in water. Eva and Hideyoshi, cute domestic scene. Let's go.
こら、ずいぶんひどい熱や。
Oh, a psychological horror game? Wait, actually, that sounds a little familiar. Why, this is one nasty fever. Eva Gomez scene, yay!
きっと親族会議の毒気にやられてもうたんやな。
I'm sure it's the poisonous air at this family conference that got you. Hideyoshi sweep!
今はもう他の親族たちのことは全部忘れるんや。
For now, you can forget all about the other relatives.
な。
Alright? As Hideyoshi spoke to her kindly, he set the soaked handkerchief gently on Eva's burning forehead. Aww. I think I did hear about this game on a YouTube video. Yeah, Eva seems to not be feeling very well. She has a fever. Too much excitement. Maybe. He set the soaked handkerchief gently on Eva's burning forehead. Eva rested her own hand on top of his. Aww. The gold fever! Yeah. World End BP?
あなたの手
Your hand
ひんやりして気持ちいい
feels wonderfully cool.
わしの手が気持ちいいようじゃだいぶ熱が出とるな。
My hand feels wonderful. Your fever must be pretty bad.
安心せえ。すぐに薬が効いてくるわ。
No worries. The medicine will start working soon. Getting hot and sweet in here it is. Ooh. Okay, looking forward.
それにな、わしの手は魔法の手なんや。
Plus, my hand is a magic hand. Ew, feelings hiss.
こうしてエヴァの額に手を当てとるとな。
If I put my hand up against your forehead like this, see?
どんな熱も立ちどころに治ってしまうんや。
Any fever will melt right away.
そうね
You're right. Reprisal? You too? I'm just kidding. You're right.
あなたの手で私の熱が引かなかったことは一度もないものね
Your hand always makes my fevers fade.
そうや。
Yup.
わしの手があれば医者いらずやで。
No need for a doctor when you've got my hand. Hey, didn't I say in chapter 1? Hideyoshi is pretty good. If it put her to sleep, no. Anyway, oh, what's that? Cute sick trick your parents did when you were a kid. Yep, no need for a doctor when you've got my hand. Okay, I may have deserved that.
安心して目をつむるんや。
Dad, do my boy comments like that? Okay, okay. Don't worry and close your eyes.
すぐにわしの魔法でぐんぐん熱が下がるからな。
The fever will fade right away thanks to my magic. Is Hideyoshi a witch too? Hot witch couple? Witch power couple.
知ってる
Yes, I know. Your dad used to slice potatoes and put them on your stomach and forehead to help bring down your fever? Interesting. Well, I guess they do feel kind of cool, right? He's got a little witch inside of him, too. Your grandma and great-grandma did the same thing when he was a kid? Aww. Cute. Old folk magic. Ooh. Yes, I know. People used to do that with onions as well? Oh, I didn't know that.
あなたの魔法感じるもの
I can feel your magic. Hideyoshi was about to say they call that the placebo effect, but he stopped. If Eva said that she could feel magic from his hand, then that was all right for now.
魔法って本当にあるのかしら
I wonder if magic really exists.
おお、
Yeah.
あるで。
Sure does.
信じる者にしか分からへんけどな。
Only those who believe can tell, though. That's a very witch thing to say, Hideyoshi.
そういう魔法は案外世の中にたくさんあるもんや。
There's actually a lot of magic like that out there in the world. Very witch thing. Hideyoshi, is there something you're not telling us? Is Goda truly the only normal person on this island?
魔法が実在するならやっぱり魔女も実在するのかしら。
If magic is real, then I wonder if witches are real too. Wait, you're the one calling him Gomez. You think Gomez has a fake mustache? Oh?
森の魔女ベアトリーチェのことかいな。
You mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice?
信じる者にはおるやろな。
Exactly! Then Hideyoshi's mustache isn't fake either. Goda's not normal because of ancient Gina. For the record, I was the one who submitted huge non-jokazongas. Is somebody gonna link the clip? Oh, it was from my 300 followers special. Is someone going to link the clip in chat? Alright. Oh, you mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice? She probably does exist, for those who believe.
神様と同じや。
Just like... Miranda, now you have no choice but to click the link. I'll wait patiently while you watch it. We were playing Jackbox. Oh wait, even better. I'll give you no choice. You'll watch it here. You have no choice. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. There we go. Here we go.
All right, we're ready. In this round, you've got 3 medals to give to your 3 favorite films. Gold, silver, and bronze. Choose wisely.
They're going to think twice! They're going to think twice! Think twice. Rowan, like, you all are sick.
Okay, everyone, let's see who got those medals.
It was Cece and Ned.
Ned
and Cece!
And finally, gold. All right, let's turn that in.
Alright, that was that. You have now seen a piece of channel history. How did multiple people do the same thing? Good question. Cece, are you still here? Ned's asleep, so please answer how multiple people did the same thing. Hashtag blame Starlight Katie. Oh my god. Hashtag blame Maria. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, that's the best same brain cell. Alright. Oh, you mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice? She probably does exist for those who believe, just like God.
信心深い人の前にしか姿は現さんのや。
Won't show himself in front of those except those who strongly believe.
私もね。
You know.
昔魔法が使えたの。
Long ago, I was able to use magic too.
ほう、ほんまかいな。
Oh, that's so?
じゃあお前も魔女やったんやな。
Then you've been a witch once too.
私がね、絶対に叶えたい夢があって。
You know, whenever I had a dream that I wanted to come true no matter what,
それを強く願って努力すると、それが必ず叶ったの。
if I wished strongly and tried hard, it came true every time.
私はその魔法でいつも成績は一番だったし、生徒会長にだってなったし、入りたい大学にも実力で入れたし。
With my magic, my grades were always the best, and I even became the student council president. And I got into the university I wanted by my own ability. Damn, of course Eva was student council president.
いつだってどんな願いだって叶えてきたわ。
Everything I wished for was granted.
そうやな。
That's right.
お前の魔法はいつだって大したもんや。
Your magic was always a thing to be reckoned with.
お前は確かに魔女や。
You're definitely a
そ
witch.
して誰にも負けん努力家や。
Stella, come on. Stella's like, stop streaming. Oh, Stella, go play with Dan. I'm gonna go pick her up.
I got it.
Oh, you got her? Okay. Alright. You're definitely a witch, and you work harder than anyone.
わしゃよう知っとるで。
I know all about it. Hashtag blame Goda.
私ね、
You know,
子供の頃からずっと心の中にもう一人の自分がいて、いつも私を励ましてくれたの。
you know, ever since I was a kid, the whole time there's been another me inside myself who always supported me.
そしてその自分は魔女だったわ。
And that other self was a witch.
森の魔女ベアトリーチェなんて信じなかった。
I didn't believe in Beatrice, the witch of the forest.
もし六軒島に魔女がいるとしたら、それは私の心の中の魔女のことだってずっと信じてきた。
I always believed that if a witch of Rokenjima did exist, it was the witch inside my heart.
その魔女の自分に私はすごい感謝してる。
I am so grateful for that witch inside myself.
あなたに出会わせてくれてよかったな。
Why hashtag blame Katie?
いつも感謝してる。
I'm always so grateful that she let me meet up with you.
病気の時のお前はいつも気弱すぎや。
Okay, I guess that's fair. But I wasn't the... It was just Jackbox, and I'm not even the one who came up with those... I was huge Nancho Gazongas, okay? I didn't even come up with either of those. And Jackbox was the one who gave the prompt. Like, how is this my fault? Or anyway. You're always too timid when you get sick.
今は何も言わんで。
Don't say anything for now.
熱が下がるまでずーっとこうしてるからな。
I'll stay like this the whole time until your fever is gone down, okay? Yeah.
絶対に手を離さないでね。
Yeah. No matter what. Don't take your hand away.
なんだか私、自分が自分でなくなるような気がして、さっきから怖いの。
Somehow I feel like I'm becoming something that isn't myself. And it's been scaring me for a while now. He's got that golden touch. He does.
私の中の魔女がベアトリーチェに触発されて、
どんどん強くなるような気がし。
Considering that he took her last name and that they pretty much had an arranged marriage for the financial benefit of the family, there was at least money involved a little bit. I don't know if that qualifies him as a gold digger, but yeah, but anyway, I get the feeling that the witch inside of me was provoked by Beatrice and is growing stronger and stronger.
なんだか私を飲み込んでしまいそうな気がするの。
Somehow it feels like she's going to swallow me up.
大丈夫や。
It's alright.
わしが一緒にいる限り、なんも恐れることなんてあらへん。
As long as I'm with you, there's not a thing to be afraid of.
ほら、ちょいとヤバめな国に旅行に行った時、バスごと強盗にあったことあったやろ。
Remember the time we went to that dangerous country and the whole bus was robbed? Oh, damn.
わしが撃退したんやで。
I repelled him.
あなた、金時計を渡して拝み倒しただけだったじゃない。
Honey, you just handed over your gold watch and begged them to go away. Something like that appears to be the case, Alexei.
かっこ悪いけど、かっこよかったわ。
Honey, you just handed over your gold watch and begged them to go away. It was pretty lame, but it was cool.
この手。
This hand. I thought you liked her, Alexei.
絶対に離さないでね。
Please don't move it away, no matter what.
眠っても絶対に離さないでね。
Not even if I fall asleep.
そして何か不気味なものが忍び込んできても私を守ってね。
And even if something creepy sneaks inside, protect me.
おう、任せとかんかい。
Yup, leave it to me.
だから今は安心して眠るんやで。
Don't forget to read any contract he gives you. Brings you damn. So stop worrying now and get some sleep.
すぐに薬とわしの魔法が効いてくるからな。
The medicine and my magic will start working real soon. Eva finally calmed her heart and closed her eyes. Just then, there was a sound of a door being opened violently from the direction of the lobby. Uh-oh! It seemed that Maria was having a tantrum and screams of "ooh" could be heard, along with Rosa's rebuking yells. That was probably very annoying to listen to, or maybe it was taking a toll on her headache. Eva moaned as though in pain and buried herself in the covers. It was easy to guess what was happening. I hope she's not being kicked through doors. Maria had probably had a tantrum for some reason, gone down to the lobby, and when Rosa had scolded her for it, they had started arguing. Not Kill Bill style. And then, the looks of the rest of the family had been too much to bear, so Rosa had taken Maria out into the corridor. Hideyoshi had no desire to interfere with Rosa and Maria's problems. But just for now, since Eva's condition was so bad, he wanted them to take their ruckus somewhere else.
ちょいと待っとれや。
Wait just a second.
静かにするようお願いしてくるわ。
I'll go ask them to keep it down.
早く戻ってきて。
Come back quickly.
大丈夫や。この部屋から出んて。
Don't worry, I won't leave this room. Hideyoshi removed the chain, opened the door, and stuck his face out into the corridor. He immediately met Rosa's gaze.
大丈夫かいな。 ローザさん。
Everything all right,
ご
Rosa-san?
めんなさい。うるさくして起こしちゃったかしら。
I'm sorry. Did all this noise wake you up?
マリアちゃん、ごめんな。
Maria-chan, sorry.
エヴァおばさんな、具合が悪くて寝とるんや。
Auntie Eva isn't feeling well and she's trying to sleep.
すまんが、ちょいと静かにしてもらえるか。
Could you quiet down a smidgen? Maria's tone didn't change after being asked by Hideyoshi. She kept whining and repeating, "My rose! My rose!" Rosa slapped Maria's cheek, lifted her up while covering her mouth, and carried her off towards the entrance, trying to at least put some distance between her and Hideyoshi's room. They would probably still be clamorous for a while yet, but he had at least warned her, hoping that Rosa would show her capabilities as a mother. Jesus. Hideyoshi closed the door.
またマリアちゃんが泣いてるの？
Is Maria-chan crying again?
そうみたいやな。
Looks like it.
ローザさんも大変や。
It's tough for Rosa-san, too.
それを思えば、うちのジョージはできすぎや。
When you think about that, our George is almost too good to be true. I agree. Is your opinion of Gomez changing a little bit? Rosa has capabilities as a mother. You can't argue with that. Marinda, he's hoping she has some capabilities.
親が感謝したいくらいやで。
We should be grateful.
そうね。
You're right. You're being suspicious of him, all right. Crazy how Eva, of all people, is a better parent than Rosa. Yeah. Although in this family, I think that's relative. And...
おお、すまんすまん。
Oh, sorry. Rosa having capabilities? Since when? Ooh, Reprisal gonna be butting heads with Mirinda on the hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong versus hashtag Rosa did something wrong. Or perhaps even hashtag Rosa did everything wrong debacle. Loving and trusting. Right. Oh, sorry.
ほら、魔法の手やで。
Here you go. It's the magic hand. He put his hand on Eva's forehead again. Maybe there really was magical power in that hand. A truly peaceful look rose to Eva's face, and bit by bit, she began to drift off into the land of sleep. As he had promised, Hideyoshi kept his hand on her forehead. By the entrance, with her hand still against Maria's mouth, Rosa was at a loss at what to do next. Maybe go out to the fucking garden and see if the rose is okay? She had been unable to withstand everyone's gaze in the lobby, and had yelled at the children to go upstairs before dashing out of the lobby. I know, just do what your child wants, Rosa. I know, right? And when she went out into the corridor, Hideyoshi had told her that she was being too noisy. Where should I go now? All right, so we're in Rosa's perspective. Where should I take this child who's having a tantrum? She felt as though she was about to cry in frustration. Maybe do what she's fucking asking? As Maria kept struggling in an attempt to scream, Rosa put her mouth up to Maria's ear and tried to persuade Maria in as calm a voice as she could
マリ
manage.
アはそんなにもバラが見たいのね。
Okay, we might be getting somewhere. Maria, you really want to see that rose that much? Maria nodded her head several times, moaning, "Ooh."
どうしてそんなにバラが見たいの？
Why do you want to see the rose that much? Why are you asking her questions with your hand pressed over her
お母
mouth?
さんが聞いてあげるから静かに話して。
I'll listen to you, so will you tell me quietly?
叫んだら殴るわよ。
I'll hit you if you scream. Rosa! Hashtag Rosa did something wrong.
マリアのバラ
My rose.
ベアトリーチェに蘇らせてもらったの。
Beatrice revived it. Nearest adoption center. I don't know how you'll get past the typhoon, but figure it out because she needs a better mother. Alexi, yes, I agree. See them hands, girl. God damn. All right. Beatrice revived it.
また折れちゃってるかも。
It might have broken again.
マリアはそれが心配。
I'm worried about that.
確かめないと眠れない。
Can't sleep until I make sure. It seemed that she was still making a fuss about that marked rose from yesterday. Rosa felt her headache throbbing again, but she was at least a little relieved that Maria had now stopped her screaming.
とにかく今はみんな大変なの。
You know, the fact that the fighting game exists is really funny to you now? Give her to Eva. Eva seems nicer. I wonder. I think Maria needs out of this family, honestly. You know, the fact the fighting game, you know, Reprisal also, you need to know, I have the fighting game, but I'm not allowed to open it. Maria's playable? Is she? That would be amazing. But I'm gonna stream the fighting game once I'm done with the entire Umineko. So hang tight for however many months that takes. Versus Maria. Oh no, we're gonna have a Rosa versus Maria. But maybe, that'd be wild. Alright. Anyway, everyone is having a hard time right now.
だからママたちに迷惑をかけないで。
So don't bother Mama and everyone else.
バラの話は明日雨が上がったら好きにしていいから。
You can worry about that rose all you want tomorrow when it stops raining.
だから今は聞き分けなさい。
So just listen to me for now.
やだ。
No.
やだやだやだやだ。
No, 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 no.
マリアのベアトリーチェのバラ。
My Beatrice's rose. Rosa reflexively covered Maria's mouth. She had spoken a little too harshly and had gotten her agitated again. Rosa realized that it was partly her own fault and clicked her tongue in self-hatred. But Maria thought that was directed at her, and her crying grew even fiercer.
お願いだから静かにして。
I'm begging you, be quiet.
どうしたらあなたは泣き止むの？
What can I do to make you stop
ど
crying?
うしたらあなたはママの言うことを聞いてくれるの？
What should I do to make you listen to what your mama says? Abruptly, Maria stopped crying unnaturally fast. Then she turned around and muttered,
マリアのバラを見たらちゃんと明日まで静かにしてるよ。
If I can see my rose, I'll be quiet until tomorrow.
本当？
Really?
うん。
Yeah.
バラ庭園に行ってマリアのバラを見たら。
If we go to the rose garden and see my rose, I'll behave.
本当だよ、ママ。
It's Witch Maria, here we go. I know, right? I mean it, Mama. Where's the exorcist? That's what I was wondering in chapter 1. If it would keep Maria quiet for the time being. It's not at all suspicious. Be careful, Rosa. You want Rosa to be careful of her daughter? I think I feel like I think there in episode 2 there was some indication that Rosa knew these two sides of Maria and was kind of used to the weird witch side. Her daughter possessed. So I think maybe she's just used to like her suddenly being creepy. Anyway, if it would help Maria keep quiet for the time being, Rosa thought that even going out into this wind and rain would be a small price to pay. She did think it might be a bit reckless, but in the end, no murder or anything of the sort had actually occurred. Right, because she thinks all of the servants are pretending. All of that clamor since this morning had been a farce set up by Kinzo. If you carefully thought about that chain of locked rooms, it communicated more clearly than anything that it was all an act by the victims themselves. This is better than continuing to hit her. I'm okay with this, but I just have this. I just have this sense of foreboding. Will you really listen if you get to see the rose? Yeah. I mean it, Mama. Ouch! Rosa didn't overlook that creepy laugh and lightly hit Maria with her fist. And she shrugged as though giving up. Ka-chunk. Fine. Miranda, how is that fair? You have one look and be satisfied. Understand?
Mama.
Yes, Mama. I promise. Once again, Rosa tested the weight of her gun. It's all right. It's only a farce. There was never a murderer on this island in the first place. Damn it. Wait, Auntie Rosa. Hey, no. They could be okay. They could be okay. They may be fine. I'm glad they're doing it. Just, I have this sense of foreboding. Damn it. Wait, Auntie Rosa. Are Auntie Rosa and Maria the sacrifices for the second twilight? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Someone notice them. Tell them to stop. What are those guys in the living room and us kids doing? They're being considerate of Rosa's pitiful relationship with her daughter and are forcibly changing the subject. The group you are in went upstairs and they're talking about something else while watching TV. Oh, so there is a room in there with TV. Like upstairs. Battler, you weren't helping either, I know, right? God damn it! Someone notice them! Who's the closest? Is it Uncle Hideyoshi? Please notice that those two are leaving through the front door. Ah! It won't reach. It won't reach. Don't disturb their precious time together. Hideyoshi kept talking kindly, his hand on Eva's forehead. He didn't notice that Rosa and Maria were going outside through the front door at all. Notice them, Senpai. In that case, there was no way that the others in the lobby, which was even further away, would notice either. And the cousin's room upstairs was even worse. The Twilight don't discriminate. No! Why are you so panicked? On the first Twilight, didn't you defeat me with that bold move, saying that the culprit died in an accident on the first Twilight? Doesn't that mean that there is no longer a culprit on this island? What is there to be so worried about? Shut up! I can see right through you! Someone stop them! Those two will be killed! Someone stop them! Ah! Good night, Alexi. There was no way that Battler's voiceless scream would reach Rosa or Maria. The two of them could be seen in the rose garden. The rain was still awful, but fortunately the wind had died down a little. No, maybe that wasn't fortunate. Because if the wind had been a little fiercer, Rosa would surely have hesitated to go outside. Maria found her own rose with the gold lace and stared at it lovingly. Rosa had accepted with the promise that Maria would only have one look at it, but she didn't want Maria to complain that it hadn't been enough later on, so she decided to go along with her until she was satisfied. Thank God. She believed that there wasn't a culprit, but if by any chance she was mistaken, they were now in an extremely dangerous position. Rosa realized that faintly herself. If things got bad, she would throw away her umbrella and ready her gun. Keeping the innocently rejoicing Maria in the corner of her eye, Rosa gazed warily in all directions. Oh, God damn it. Were her eyes just tired? Even though no one should have been there, she thought she saw something glitter in the dark rose garden with all of its wind and rain. Gold? Colored? It had to be her imagination. Maria did reach the rose. Rosa's being nice for 0.5 seconds. Have a good night, Alexi. Because to Rosa, it seemed as though gold butterflies were dancing through the rose bushes. Are you all right, Eva? Is Eva not doing so hot? Are you all right, Eva? Just take it easy, and should I call Dr. Nanjo after all? I'm all right. Don't take your hand away. I'm begging you, don't take your hand away. Eva was breathing wildly. Beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. It certainly was true that she had stayed up all night last night, and that things had been rough since early this morning. It wasn't odd that her body wasn't keeping up. Even though he understood that, Hideyoshi suspected that Eva's sudden fever was the sign of some serious illness. Several times, Hideyoshi suggested to call Dr. Nanjo, but Eva resisted firmly, pleading with him and saying that it was even more important that he didn't take his hand away.
わかった。
I understand.
でもな、お昼になったら必ず南條先生に見てもらうんやで。
But you've gotta have Dr. Nanjo look at you by lunchtime.
それを約束できるなら。
If you can promise me that, I'll stay here the whole time, gripping your hand
こうして違うだな。
tightly, like this.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
大丈夫よ。
I'm fine.
あなたの手の魔法で必ずこんな熱なんか下がっちゃうから。
The magic of your hand will definitely make this fever subside. Even as she said that, Eva's harsh breathing didn't improve in the slightest. Don't let go! Don't let go! Eva?
誰？
Who's there? He saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rose bush. Rosa threw away her umbrella and wildly lifted her gun. When she did, the figure beyond the bush showed itself. Auntie Eva. Huh?
びっくりしたわ。
You scared me.
姉さんなの？
So, it was you, Neso?
何かご用？
Do you have some business?
さっきの話の続きなの。
Do you want to continue our earlier discussion?
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
お父様の黄金の話よ。
Our discussion about father's gold.
お願いだからマリアの前では遠慮して。
Please restrain yourself in front of
ちゃ
Maria.
んと約束は守ってるわよ。
I've been keeping my promise, okay?
姉さんの悪巧みの邪魔はしないわ。
I won't get in the way of your scheming.
悪巧み？
Scheming?
何それ？
What's that?
姉さんが何を考えていても勝手よ。
Whatever you're thinking, that's up to you.
私は邪魔する気なんてない。
I have no desire to get in the way.
だからマリアの前では許して。
So please, not in front of Maria.
私は分け前さえもらえれば十分なの。
As long as I get my share, that will be enough.
分け前？
It does sound a little different. Your share? Not the Beatrice laugh. Eva started laughing in a creepy voice. Rosa was startled, but Maria stared blankly. Then Maria said just one thing.
おばさん誰？
Wait, who are you? Holy shit. Your share?
誰がお前にやるものか。
Who would give that to you?
あれはすべて私のもの。
All of that is mine!
この黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェのものよ。
It all belongs to me! The Golden Witch! Beatrice! Holy shit.
エヴァ、 大丈夫かエヴァ
Eva, are you alright?
エ
Eva?
ヴァ
Eva?
エヴァ
Eva!
握っていて
Hold on!
離さない
Don't let go!
私じゃない誰かに連れ去られないように
So that I don't get taken away by someone who isn't me! She sounds like it, doesn't she?
私の手を握っていて
Keep holding on to my hand!
離さないで
Don't let go!
When
did you ever work hard?
何も努力してない
You never worked hard for anything!
いつも私たちの影に隠れてのらりくらり
You were always hiding in our shadows! Ooh, I want to know what this scene was like in the manga.
いつも戦わずに影から影へと逃げ回っていたお前に
You always ran about from shadow to shadow without
後
fighting!
ろ宮家の黄金を無心する資格など本当にあると思ってるの
And yet, you really think yourself qualified to ask me for the Ushiromiya family gold? Hi, young Eva, you little shit. Yeah.
あれは全て私のもの
All of that is mine!
後ろ宮家当主にして新しき黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの名を継承した私だけのもの
It's all mine, and mine alone, as the head of the Ushinomiya family and the new Golden Witch, successor to the name of Beatrice!
ベアトリーチ
Beatrice?
ェベアトリーチェだ
It's Beatrice!
ベアトリーチェ
Mama! Beatrice! Frolicking around, Maria jumped at her mother in ecstasy. Rosa treated Maria cold-heartedly and raised her gun high.
姉さんよね
You're Ne-san, right?
姉さんなのよね
You are Ne-san, right?
違うわ
Wrong!
私はもはやあなたの姉であった存在ではないの
I am no longer the one who was your sister.
じゃああんた誰なのよ
Then, who are you?
ベアトリーチェがとでも言うの
Are you going to say that you're Beatrice?
そんなはずはない
That's impossible!
あんたは19年前に死んだのよ
You died 19 years ago!
ええ確かに死んでいたわだって私あなたの頭が割れているところをはっきり見たもの
Yes, you were definitely dead. After all, I clearly saw that your head was smashed.
その中身が溢れ出しているのを昨日のことのように思い出せる
I can remember your insides flowing out like it was yesterday.
そのあんたがどうして生きてここにいるのよ
How could you be alive and right here now?
黄金の魔女に死の概念などないの
The concept of death does not exist for a golden witch.
黄金の魔女とベアトリーチェの名は永遠に受け継がれてるか
The names of the golden witch and Beatrice will be handed down for all eternity.
お前が知っていたベアトリーチェは死を迎えたかもしれないが今やそれは私の名である
Maybe the Beatrice you knew met with death, but that name is mine
故
now.
に無限
Therefore, it is endless.
ベアトリーチェに死の概念はないの
The concept of death does not exist for Beatrice.
哀れね姉さん
How pitiful, Ne-san. That gold has caused you to lose distinction between fantasy and reality.
もはや私はお前の姉ではないというのに
Okay, but like, how could you think this teensy little girl is the same as your like 50-year-old sister, Rosa? I said I'm not your sister anymore.
さて新しきベアトリーチェとして自らの復活の儀式を引き継ぐわ
Well then, as the new Beatrice, I have been tasked with my own resurrection ritual.
ロノベ
Ronove!
私はどうすればいいの？
What should I do?
ご随意のまま
That is up to you.
もはやベアトリーチェ様にはどのような思いも実現できる力がおありです。
Beatrice sama, you already have the power to make whatever you think reality.
少し扱えば慣れるでしょう。
You should grow used to it if you use it a little.
不甲斐なき元妹よ。
You worthless former sister.
私が魔女として初めて捧げる最初の生贄に選ばれたことを光栄に思うがいい。
You should consider it an honor to have been selected as my first sacrifice as a witch.
第2の番に寄り添う2人。私がこの手で引き裂く。
Yeah, Dan's still here.
I mean, why wouldn't I still be here? We're literally sitting next to each other.
Yeah. Master at the poker face. oh, like they haven't heard you in a while and you've been very quiet.
Yeah, I'm just here to voice Runaway and post hashtag blame Shannon in chat every so often.
On the second twilight, I'll tear apart the two who are close with my own hands. You are good furniture. So Eva's gonna kill her sister and her niece. Great. The first thing the new Beatrice wished, no, the first magic she tried to use, was to surpass the limitations given to humans. In particular, gravity. She wanted to become fully aware of her transformation into a witch by being released from those shackles. That is not Eva. Then what is she? As the witch and Rosa stayed as they were, the ground retreated all by itself into the distance below them. Wait, so Rosa is also floating up in the air? I guess she does say she is Beatrice, but by now their feet were no longer attached to the ground. Rosa finally realized that the ground hadn't retreated into the distance below her, but that she and the witch had been sucked up into the rainy sky. Huh? Awesome! To humans, shackled by gravity, there is nothing more unnerving than not having their feet on solid earth. However, to Beatrice, who had learned the joy of being released from gravity as a new witch, it was enough to cause her whole body to shake with delight. Hey, Rosa! Do you remember long ago when we were small, we used to talk about what it'd be like to become witches and fly around the sky? It's come true, you know! I became a real witch and granted it for you! Stop it! Wake me from this dream! You said it! You said that you flew through the sky in your dream! And you also said that you hadn't wanted to wake up! You were even mad at me for waking you, right? Don't worry. You won't wake up this time, alright? Come, dance with me in the vast rainy sky. Didn't we wish together to fly like seagulls in the sky and escape the cramped and boring island of Rokenjima? Like Umineko's? Now, I'll make that dream a reality for you. That is why I want to share this joy with you and no one else. Isn't this so fun, Rosa? Isn't this so fun? Take a look below you. Look at how small our mansion is. I wonder how much time we spent in a place that small. Also, Eva has fangies now. If you become a witch, do you just automatically get fangies? Now I'm especially shocked at how cramped and tiny it is. So feel. Enjoy. Rejoice. That power we yearned for. The power to move through the sky at will. Come on, let's dance, Rosa. Through the rain, through the wind. Let's fly around like we're dancing. The lightning will shine on us and bless us. The witch and Rosa were like leaves fluttering around in a whirlwind. As the rain pounded upon every part of their bodies, the lightning occasionally shone upon them. They shook with the joy of being released from the ground. However, it was only that way for the witch. Rosa was holding onto her head, voicelessly screaming over and over. Stop it! Please, no more! Let me down! You're right! It's more fitting for humans to crawl on the ground. Then why not go back there? I knew it. I knew this was gonna happen. A slightly displeased expression rose to the witch's face when she realized that her own joy was not being shared. And she decided to listen to her former sister's request. The whirlwind that had been making Rosa dance around grew weaker and stopped. In other words, Rosa was once again bound by the restrictions of gravity as a human, following the laws that were originally correct. Rosa began to descend towards the ground upside down. No, she began to fall. Oops! That's right. If I don't take her down the right way, then this is what happens. The witch hadn't intended to send Rosa plummeting, but she still wasn't used to using magic. F in the chat for Rosa? After plummeting about 100 meters into a rose bush. As a very, this is also really gruesome in the manga, oh boy. As a very, very natural result, Rosa died instantly. But the witch hadn't intended to kill her, so she willed for Rosa to not die. She's an endless witch, she can put her back! And when she did, the gold butterflies coiled about Rosa's body, reviving that life just as the witch had wished. Maybe so. Rosa's body, which had laid out a radial carpet of fresh blood, rapidly returned to normal. The broken and crushed bones returned to normal. The torn and smashed flesh returned to normal. How easy it is to break things in this world, and how difficult it is to fix them. Anyone can take a life, but no human can revive a lost life. By surpassing the irreversible, one proves that they have surpassed humans. This surely gave her a much, much greater realization that she was a witch than flying through the sky had. Awesome! I can even revive an ended life!
もちろんです。
Of course.
ベアトリーチェ様はすでに無限の魔女であらせられます。
Beatrice sama, you are already an endless witch.
生きることも死すことも
To live and to die.
生かすことも殺すこともすべて無
To
限
bring
に
to
繰り返
life
す
and to kill. All of it repeated endlessly.
その輪廻を支配する女王こそが無限の魔女であるベアトリーチェ様なのです。
Beatrice sama, as the endless witch, you are the queen who controls that cycle of life and death.
One time I dropped the goldfish bowl. The fragile and beautiful bowl broke, and I couldn't put it back together again. That cute pop-eyed goldfish would never swim for me again after it landed on the floor. No matter how much I cried, the servants shook their heads, saying that broken things and dead things could never be revived. That's when I learned, you know? You mustn't break things. You mustn't kill people. After all, you can't fix them. So, if you could fix them, then you wouldn't get in trouble for breaking them, right? Awesome! Awesome, awesome, awesome! For a while, the witch became intoxicated with how terrible and wonderful the power she had succeeded was. Her laugh was pure, innocent, and also cruel. Even though Rosa had been revived, she let out a cry of anguish at the pain from her fall. The witch landed in front of her and held out her hand. Sorry about that, Rosa. I didn't think flying in the sky would be so much fun. Sorry, I'm really sorry. And I didn't know that humans could die so easily. But I brought you back to life, so you're fine now. So get up, okay? Play with me some more, okay? What a laugh. What were those dreams you told me about when you were a kid? Go ahead and tell me about all of them without holding back. as I am now. This is still Eva's VA. The range! She's like as good as Beatrice's VA. Holy shit. 2 women with range. As I am now, I can make anything come true, no matter how absurd. I can let you drown in an ocean of jelly. I can swallow you up in a mountain of cake. I can even make you grow butterfly wings and let you fly around the garden. I'll do them one after another. Let's start with the ocean of jelly, okay? Stop! Rosa was once again thrown high into the rainy sky. However, the sky wasn't filled with raindrops, but with drops of orange juice. OJ, your game. When she looked down, Rosa had to doubt her eyes. The rose garden had disappeared, and the ground spread out beneath her was like a pastel-colored jigsaw puzzle. It was from the dream she had talked about when she was young, an ocean of jelly. The black part was coffee jelly. The red was strawberry. The yellow was pineapple. Green was melon. What was the white part? Apple, perhaps? Did Rosa even have the time to think something like that? Rosa fell towards that multicolored ocean. Which flavor did she fall in? And sank deep into a grape-flavored purple sea. It really was an ocean of jelly. It had no bottom. As Rosa sank, she was shocked to see a school of transparent fish swimming through the grape jelly ocean. They were probably made of grape skin. Then she sank on, deeper and deeper, as deep as the Mariana Trench, compressed tight by the water pressure of the jelly ocean as her ribs crushed and crunched, as her spine snapped and cracked. In the anime, they messed this up by just dropping her into green jello. It was dumb. Oh no. In the end, she had become a small, frail meatball. What a truly wonderful experience to drown to death in an ocean of jelly! It's a dream no one else can imitate! I granted it for you! Maria's just looking at all of this like... The instant I snapped my fingers, the meatball that had been Rosa was launched up into the sky! And after being enveloped in a golden brilliance, she returned to her original form. It was as simple and easy as returning dried seaweed to its original form, and anyone could do it. If they were a witch! That vacant look on Rosa's face had to be because of the joy from having that dream she had given up on as a child made into reality. Definitely. Probably. Next is the mountain of cake. In an instant, the sky was covered and became patterned black and white like a chessboard. That almost transparent white part was her favorite gelatin cheesecake. The elegant black part was a slightly bitter gâteau au chocolat. They were a ceiling, they were a mountain, and those several billion cakes were thrown down toward Rosa. If you piled those cakes up, they would surely be taller than Everest. So they probably weighed, I'm not too sure, but it was probably heavier than all the cakes across Japan put together. like a ceiling and swallowed Rosa up. So, as a very, very natural result, Rosa was crushed to death. In less than a second, her bones broke throughout her body and her insides were all smashed and forced out. Splat, splat, splat. Everyone who finally looked outside like that, oh my god. And yet, still an even greater number of cakes piled up on top. And Rosa ended up as a layer of jam wedged between the cakes. She became as thin as a single hair and was probably smashed out into the area of a tennis court. That world swallowed up by cake was once again absorbed by a golden flash. Then, as though it had all been a dream, Rosa was revived once again. Of course, it definitely wasn't a dream. She had been revived after dying. By that point, death, which most humans have to experience once after they are born, had already been experienced repeatedly by Rosa. In other words, she had gone through that which humans cannot, the precious experience of dying more than once. Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Next is the butterflies, look! Please, have mercy! No way! Let's play more! Let's play more! Laughing innocently, she pointed her gold staff at Rosa as she begged for mercy. When she did, Rosa glittered gold and rapidly began to shrink. Get smallified, Rosa! She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly. Then, gold wings sprouted from her back and she joined her fellow gold butterflies. She's a little Rosa fairy. However, while a human body could withstand this wind, it was a different matter for a butterfly's body. The gold butterfly Rosa was invited to dance by each gale of wind, and she spun in circles around the rose garden. No! No! Just go into the garden, she said. Just show Maria the rose, she said. True. True. A gentle bed caught her as she tired from dancing. It was a soft knit hammock in the shadows beneath the roof of the arbor. The owner of that hammock lumbered into view, welcoming its rare guest who had wandered in on the stormy night. That owner, which should have been small enough to crush in the palm of your hand, now looked as big as the top of a canopy bed to Rosa. Holy shit, Rosa's voice actress can scream. It was a spider, right? A spider's eating her? Yeah! What a klutz! You got caught in a spider's web! Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? This time it's a dance with a spider! That takes me back! Remember the times we'd find a spider's web and play around by throwing pebbles at it? I've heard that spiders don't chew their prey.
but insert their venom, and then when all the insides melt into a sticky soup, they suck it out.
ねえローザ覚えてる
Hey, Rosa, remember?
わざと蝶々をクモの巣に放ってどうクモが襲うか眺めて遊んでた時のこと
Remember how we throw butterflies into the spider's web on purpose and play around by seeing how the spider would attack?
覚えてないわねあなた小学校に上がる前だったと思うもの
You don't remember, do you? This happened before you got into grade school.
今度はよく見れるわよ
You'll be able to see it up close this time, you know.
しげしげとね
Very close.
What a laugh.
許して姉さん助けて姉さん
No! Have mercy, Nason! Help me, Nason!
Hi, Rowan. Thanks, Mirinda. Here's my range. He, ga, gi, yeah, gor, blah, gemo, gayer, ya, ga, gubo.
あいつやるな実に自由に魔法を使いこなす
This girl's not bad. She can truly use magic at will.
面白い
Interesting.
バトラも笑えるだろ
You feel like laughing too, right, Battler?
ふざけんな
Stop this bullshit!
もう止めろ
Just stop!
何が楽しいんだよおかしいてめえおかしいぞ
What's so fun? You're insane! You're insane!
こんなことをして何が楽しいってんだ
What's so fun about doing something like this?
あんなに楽しそうじゃないかよ
Doesn't she look like she's having so much fun?
無理もない魔法は楽しいもんな
I don't blame her. Magic is fun. Haha, Battler crying again. Yeah, get his ass.
思い出すよわらわも魔法が使えるようになった時はすっごくはしゃいだもんさ
I remember when I first became able to use magic, I played around so much.
わかるぜわかるぜあのはしゃぎっぷりが心の底からわかるさ
Yes, I understand that play from the bottom of my heart.
この喜びや感動バートラには共感できないんだろうなああ残念
I expect I won't be able to share this joy and passion with you, Battler. Oh, what a shame! Why do you care enough? Beatrice, that's the question.
バトラだってわらわを認めればいつだって魔法を教えてやるぞ
If you accepted me, I'd teach you magic anytime you wanted, you know.
人間の束縛を逃れた瞬間の喜びは筆舌に尽くしがたい
It's hard to describe the joy you receive in the instant you are freed from the shackles of humanity.
そなたに教えてやりたいよあの喜びあの感動
I want to teach you about it, that joy, that passion. Why do you want to teach Battler about that, huh? Why him in particular?
そなたの生み出す魔法の世界もぜひ一度見てみたいものだ
I would definitely like to see the world of magic you would give birth to just once. Yeah, Beatrice does want to teach Battler so many different things, doesn't she? Why would you be curious about what kind of magic Battler would come up with, Beatrice? Sus? Are you catching feelings, Beatrice?
You're starting to enjoy yourself, right? You've started wanting to use magic, right? It's pretty fun to be a witch, you know. Okay, here's my game theory. Battler's gonna be like, no, you're fucking sick. Why would you think this is fun? My aunt is getting squished and smashed and dying by my other aunt. This is awful. And then Beatrice is gonna be all butthurt because she's gonna be like, because actually, she really wants Battler to accept her. And this kind of roadblock is gonna be what her master was trying to tell her about with her hint about her game with Battler. So let's see if that's what happens. You've started wanting to use magic, right? It's pretty fun to be a witch, you know? Just for you, I'll teach everything. About the joy of flying together in the sky. About the joy of diving together through the sea. This is starting to sound a little oh my god, why am I blinking? The song from Aladdin. Whole new world with you. Yeah, it's starting to sound a little like that, Beatrice. I will teach you the excitement that you feel. Beatrice like, I can show you the world. You're sleepy. Oh, it is late for you, Rowan. You could always go to sleep, but this is some crazy shit, isn't it? So I also don't blame you for not wanting to go to sleep. But man, I will teach you the excitement that you feel. You're playing Anime Girl PNG games. Understandable. Is it? But it's different. Are you playing Atelier? Are you also playing the Anime Girl Mahjong? And you're listening to Evato? There we go. That's a good name. You gotta tell that to Cece, Evato. I will teach you the excitement that you feel. In the instant you surpass the bounds of humans and see how wide your world stretches. Wouldn't that be fun? You switched from Atelier to Arknights. You have downloaded Femboy Solitaire for tomorrow, but you don't have the brain power from Mahjong right now. Understandable. Also, you have been on a gotcha game you've been on a roll lately, man. No pun intended. There was no malice in Beato's expression. It was hard to believe, but she was genuinely enjoying this cruel show. And she thought she was sharing her appreciation with Battler. Battler was aghast at that, vastly.
I mean, Arknights is a game that...
Huh? Ooh, I had my headphone on.
Everyone's talking about playing games without spending. Arknights is a game that people have played, like, with nothing but free units. People have done runs of like only certain characters of certain rarities and below. There's one person who only uses level 0 characters.
Cool.
And has cleared a large portion of the game.
That's wild.
But he needs like a huge roster.
Huh.
No. Thing that spending more money gets you, getting more characters gets you, lets you turn your brain off more.
You know, it's possible you just want to test your willpower in the face of advertising. I feel it. I was like that with FGO for a while until I became too weak. But my free-to-play luck was pretty good on FGO, admittedly. Yes, Stella. Resna.
Huh.
3 pulls in Resna. Alright, alright. Alright, let's see if my prediction is correct. You're doing great with Atelier luck? Nice, nice. I saw your 5-star in phone, James. Until Izana unit comes out. Oh, anyway, hello, CC. We were talking earlier about if HNG is my fault. And I was like, is it? Wait. Yeah, you know. Huge Nuts Goda. Heavy Nuts Goda. Wait, you were Heavy Nuts Goda, weren't you? And Ned was Huge Nuts Goda? Apparently Marinda was trying to make that my fault, and I'm like, how is that my fault? You were Heavy Nuts Goda. Okay, wait. Suel? I've heard of that. That's an atelier. Right? Suel's an atelier. Right, okay. And she thought she was sharing her appreciation with Battler. Battler was aghast at that vastly, hopelessly different measure of value. This is unbelievable. There's definitely something screwed up with you. Stop it already, god damn it! Virgilia, make her stop this insane farce! What do I have to do? We exist outside the board. We cannot touch the board itself. Virgilia shook her head apologetically. She was the one who had already been killed. Did that mean she couldn't interfere in any way? LOL, crybaby. As Beato continued to enjoy it in a crazed sort of way, Battler lifted her up by the collar and yelled at her, "Hello? Hello?" He like grabs her by the collar like he was with Kanum, like a dude. But does that mean, yeah, I know, does he pull her by like the collar of her dress or by the literal collar around her neck? Which one? Like her choker? I don't know. Or her neckline, that's what I'm asking. Which one? The poofy sleeves? That's what I want to know. All right. Battler lifted her up by her collar, such as it is, and yelled at her. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! That's enough, you goddamn witch! Are you trying to tell me that's Auntie Eva? That's impossible! Well, the Auntie Eva I know may be a bit mean at times. It's completely impossible that she's the kind of person that would do something this cruel. Beatrice is stronger than you because you would not be holding back on the crying. Like, you would be crying too? Or you would be like, not holding back at making fun of Battler for crying? This is all part of your deception. You would be dunking on him for it. Yeah, she is holding back a little. You know what? I think normally she would be, but she's genuinely trying to have a moment of connection, and he's like, your moment of connection is insane. So I think, let's see if my prediction holds out. This is all part of your deception. Don't
Don't toy with Auntie Rosa.
おばさんをもてあそぶな。
Don't toy with Auntie Eva.
今すぐこの茶番を止めさせろ。
Stop this farce right now!
だからローザと遊んでいるのはもうわらわではない。
Okay, I might be wrong. I thought she'd be butthurt, but she just seems to be she just seems to be like, huh, what of it? Alright, maybe I was wrong, my prediction anyway. But I already said that it's not me playing with Rosa anymore.
新しきベアトリーチェだというに。
I told you, that's the new Beatrice.
そんなにギャーギャーわめくほどに残酷か？
Is it really so cruel that you have to squeal like that?
そなたもこういうの実は結構好きだろうが。
You're also pretty fond of stuff like this, aren't you?
実はちょっぴり魔法に興味を持ってきて。
You actually have just a bit of interest in magic and ouch!
何をする？
What was that? For the first time, Battler slapped Beato across the cheek. God, this really is the misogyny episode. No, I'm just kidding. Violence against women! Put him in jail! Beato didn't know why something like that would be done to her, and a stunned expression rose to her face. Married couple getting a divorce. You know what? You know what? Maybe I'm right. Maybe she is about to freak out, but it's because of a Kinzo thing. And a stunned expression rose to her face. Battler found that expression even more unforgivable, and he roared in a Kinzo-like way. Whoa! His face. Ah!
これが面白いだ。
You call this interesting?
お前の頭はどうなってんだ。
What the shit is wrong with your head?
死ね。
Go kill yourself! Battler really said, kill yourself now! Damn, Battler! You gotta kill yourself now!
頭を輪切りにしててめえで覗いてみろ。絶対に中身がごっそり抜けてるぜ。
Slice off the top of your head and try looking inside. You'll definitely find that the insides have been completely removed.
今すぐやめさせろ。この悪趣味な茶番をやめさせるんだ。
Make her stop it right now. Make her stop this disgusting farce. I mean, is it really that weird? I mean, think about it. One of his blood relatives that he respects and loves was like horrifically murdering the other relative that he loves over and over and over, and having fun laughing at, and Beatrice 100% unironically and joyfully is like, oh, isn't this great, Battler? Oh, this is so fun. I want to show you everything like this. Like 100% unironically. Like, I don't think his reaction, I don't think it's that weird that this is what makes him snap. Before this, he's had plausible deniability that none of his relatives would ever kill someone, and now one relative is like repeatedly murdering another. For you, it would have been the duck press. Yeah. Battler was kind of... CC, is it not? If magic exists? Okay, but the duck press, like... Battler was totally dissociating right then if he was watching that part at all. Eva, question mark, killing, question mark, Rosa, question mark, is real, question mark.
I think it was the fact that Beato wasn't trying to torture Battler that made this way worse for him. I could see that too. Like, she wasn't even like cackling at him. She was trying to have him engage and be like, you think this is great, isn't it? You know, she was trying to include him rather than, you know, cackling at him for being upset that his relatives were dying. I agree. Game board, rather? Oh. Okay, I see what you're trying to say. That stuff in Purgatory is more fake than stuff on the game board or something. Anyway, make her stop this disgusting farce. I'll never forgive you. How dare you do something so cruel? I've sometimes thought that you're a bit of a funny person, but I'll never make that mistake again. You're just a monster who's nothing but cruel. Ooh, where's B? Don't show yourself in front of me. Reprisal, what? Is it spoilers? Never again! I won't accept you. I won't talk with you. I don't even want to look at your face. That get through to you! Don't show yourself in front of me! Just fuck off! Beato is a true crime girl that goes into gory detail about a crime while Battler just stares in disgust. Yeah, I can see that metaphor. I was right. The instant Battler screamed, the power that resisted the witch became a red wall which repelled Beato, knocking her back on her butt. Battler magic? Battler magic? Battler did a magic? Did Battler just do magic? Ow, 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 ow. What are you talking about? Isn't it an interesting show? She spoke as though making an excuse, but the person those words were directed at, Battler, was no longer there. His telekinesis threw everything around the room. His figure had suddenly disappeared into the darkness. But Beato pouted her lips and continued trying to explain herself. It's not like I completely don't see where you're coming from. But this is nothing more than an innocent prank, right? No matter how she kills, that person will be brought back to life in the end, right? Aren't humans creatures that are fine with anything as long as it ends well? Right, Master? Ooh, was it a spoiler realization, Marinda? It's not something to get so angry about. She was hoping for approval, but Virgilia simply faced her with an indifferent expression. Ooh. To Beato, at that moment, even an exasperated face probably would have seemed better. I have nothing in particular to say. If you think it is fun, you can keep watching as long as you want. Call me when it's over. Damn. I will erase my form until then. Damn! Following Battler's lead, Virgilia hid herself in the darkness. Left sitting there on her own, Beato didn't have a clue what was going on, and she felt like she had been made out to be the bad guy. What's so wrong? It's an interesting show, isn't it? It might be a little vulgar. It's fairly interesting, isn't it? Right, Ronove? There's nothing to get so mad about, right?
お嬢様の面白いがバトラ様にも面白いとは限りません。
Something interesting for you, Milady, is not necessarily interesting for Battler-sama.
It's just a prank, bro. Don't be so butthurt. Does he really hate me that much? Well, certainly we are playing against each other, so it is true we are enemies. But is our relationship really so bad that we can't laugh together at entertainment? Since I applauded together with Battler, I thought I could at least laugh together with him. Does he really reject me so much that we can't even do that? He doesn't have to accept that I'm a witch. Because the point of the game is to compete over that. Oh no, her face! Her face! Her face! But still, saying he won't look at my face, that he won't talk to me. Surely, ignoring me is going too far. That face does not fit the music, you're right. Am I really hated that much?
これまでお嬢様は十分に嫌われるだけの指し手をいたしました。
The moves you have made thus far are certainly worthy of hatred, Milady.
Sad wet cat Beato.
悪魔の私でさえバトラ様の気持ちが少しは分かろうというもの、それが理解できぬのはお嬢様が特に鈍感が過ぎるのではないかと。
Even a demon such as myself can slightly understand Battler-sama's feeling. I wonder if you cannot understand that because you are especially thick-headed, Milady?
Ooh, get her! Man. The point Battler is getting at is that in comparison to the previous murders, that Eva Beatrice is having theatrics, which is why Beatrice finds it interesting. Imagine getting roasted by your fucking servant.
I know. It's great. It's a great part. It's a great part of the contract.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Why don't you disappear too?
はい、かしこまりました。
Yes, certainly.
それでは失礼いたします。
Then, if you'll excuse me.
That seems like a pretty you thing too. Like, all right, fuck off. Okay then.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Even Ronove hid himself in the darkness, and Beato is left alone again. Alone, alone, alone.
Popcorn.
Ooh, the butler's gonna make some popcorn. And you gotta make cookies too, like Ronove. Right. Beato, Trapper Keever covered in dessert stickers. She's drawn bloodstains under the desserts. She thinks it's so cute until her crush is like, that's weird. Oh my god, yeah. Okay, bye. I'm gonna go back to my Roblox girlfriend, Milady.
Do you have a popcorn uniform? He doesn't. Oh, oops, I forgot to. That doesn't laugh, Wheeze. Wait, even Ronove hid himself in the darkness and Beato was left alone. Oh, I did read that. The only one in the rainy rose garden. No one will play with such a lonely witch. Because no one would play with her, she was a lonely witch. What's going on? Why won't anyone play with me? Oh no, her face! Her sad wet cat Beatrice. What's going on? Why won't anyone play with me? Am I really that weird? That cruel? Someone answer me! That's so funny that she's like, am I weird? Oh, cute story about popcorn, what? Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Hey, how should we play next? Of course, I'll play with Maria too, okay? Let's all have a friendly walk together. Let's swim in a pot of boiling chocolate. Let's have a picnic in a cake-rising oven. My neighbor across the street was house sitting while I was away, and my dad stayed with me in your hospital room. Oh. And when you got out, his company invited you over, which they gave you donuts, cookies, and freshly made popcorn. That's so lovely. Oh, I'm glad you got people looking after you and taking care of you while you're not feeling well. Oh, I hope it was tasty.
No.
Hey, new Beatrice. Behind the witch who was continuing her spree of tragedy, Beato showed herself. Her expression was very rare for her. It was kind of restrained, somehow unreliable, miserable. Oh, it's the predecessor Beatrice-sama. Were you watching? The power of magic is truly wonderful. Eva Beatrice is just covered in blood, and Beatrice is like, hey gamer, is this a bad time? Hey gamer, is this bad time? Until now, I had never thought it would be so fun to be reborn as a witch. It's like playtime that never ends. Come on, let's play together, predecessor-sama. Ooh, is she gonna kill Beatrice a lot? And Beatrice is gonna be like, wow, it kind of sucks to be on the receiving end of this. Is that what's gonna happen? But first, wait for a second, okay? I gotta go eviscerate my sister some more. The two of them were cooked to death in the oven, so I have to revive them again. Damn. They're like bread rising because of yeast. Like cookies expanding in an oven. You have to head to bed early. You're sure Eva will be super normal once you leave? Absolutely. Please sleep well, PC. I was gonna probably leave too after the scene resolves itself. Is this how the Salem trials felt?
Have a good night, Milady.
Listen to what I'm saying. Well, well.
第二の番の生贄にはもう十分であろう。
Isn't that enough for the sacrifices of the second twilight? Yeah, they won't count as sacrifices if they don't stay dead.
確かに殺し方については指定がないが。
Of course, it isn't specified how you kill them, but...
それ以上もてあそぶことはあるまいに。
maybe you shouldn't toy with them any more than that.
何をおっしゃいます先代様。
What are you saying, predecessor sama?
さっきロノベから聞きましたよ。
I heard from Ronove a short while
先
ago
代様の魔法はもっともっと素敵で残酷でやりたい放題だったって。
that your magic was much, much more wonderful, cruel, and self-indulgent.
6人のお腹からお菓子が溢れ出すハロウィンパーティーなんて本当に素敵。
A Halloween party where candy's poured out of 6 people's stomachs. How truly wonderful! Eva, did you realize that one of those people was you? Candy was pouring out of your stomach?
ならば私はアリスのお茶会を演出しようかしら。
As for me, maybe I'll act out Alice's tea party.
なんでもない日を祝うお茶会にみんなを招待して私が魔法で次々おもてなしするの。
Goddamn Ronove, you hypocrite. Happy Halloween for Eva! I'll invite everyone to a tea party to celebrate a happy unbirthday and entertain them one by one with my magic.
先代様みたいに素敵にできるかし
No,
ら。
that was Eva. This is Eva. True. I wonder if I can do it as wonderfully as you.
個性的に残
That
酷にポップにキューンと
Now
で
that's
き
a
る
good
かしら。
unhinged face. Look at that. I wonder if I can be cruel in my own pop cute style.
今思うとおとぎ話とかってどれも残
Follow
酷で
up
した
on
よ
what you
ね。
said. Bleh. Heading to bed for real, for real. Okay, CC. Oh, follow up in the whispers. I see how it goes. Oh God, this face too. Damn. Happy Halloween for Eva with all caps. Should we call her all capspa? I don't know. Right. Now that I think about it, all fairy tales are cruel, aren't they?
そのおとぎ話の魔女に自らがなってみてよーい
Oh my God.
理解しました。
Now that I'm a witch inside one of those fairy tales, I finally understand.
わらはもうその以前までの
Eva's just like, oh, you carved me like a jack-o'-lantern and stuffed me with candy. That's all in the past. I am, slightly of the opinion that in the past, I too might have gone a little too far.
まあ黄金の魔女たるもの少しは気品があっても良いかと思う。
Well, I think that as the Golden Witch, it's a good idea to have a little elegance.
先代様が何をおっしゃってるのかわかりません。
I don't understand what you're saying, predecessor-sama.
でも一つだけわかります。
But there's one thing I do understand.
今の私がどれほどを尽くしてでも先代様の残酷さには到底及びません。
No matter how hard I tried, now I'm no match for how cruel you are.
もっともっと頑張らなくちゃ。
I've got to try much, much harder.
もっと残酷になって立派な黄金の魔女にならなくちゃ。
I've got to become a more cruel and become an excellent Golden Witch.
だからそれはもう十分だというに。
Like I said, you've already done enough here.
とにかくわらわの先代としての命令だ。
Anyway, this is my order as your predecessor.
第二の番はもう十分だ。
That's enough for the second Twilight.
わらわが少し手本を見せる。
I'll show you how it's done.
下がって見ておる。
Stand back and watch.
はい先代様。
Yes, predecessor-sama.
どんな無残で残酷でおぞましい殺し方を見せてくれるのか楽しみです。
I can't wait to see what brutal, cruel, and disgusting method of killing you'll use. The new witch pinched the sides of her skirt and gave a graceful bow.
stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. She wasn't expecting an even more cruel magic that surpassed even herself. Oh my god. Beatrice has really put herself in a situation, hasn't she? But maybe she deserved to get herself put in a situation. Oh man. Well, speaking of that.
そういう殺し方しかできないうちは
He probably killed Maria and Rosa more times than we could probably count this entire conversation. This is true. This is true, but in light of all this, so she deserves being put in this situation, but she also wants Battler to like her, so... Well, speaking of that, you're only half a witch if you can only kill with methods like that.
わらわが上品な黄金の魔女らしい殺し方を見せようと
I shall show you an elegant way to kill, worthy of the Golden Witch. When Beato waved her pipe, 7 colors of smoke poured out, reviving Rosa and Maria. Compared to how the new Beatrice had done it a short while ago, it was slightly gentler. It was probably gentler than how Beato had done it herself up until now. Rosa's consciousness had already grown dim from the pain of so many repeated deaths. No, Rosa's shutting down. Oh no. But even so, she pleaded that her daughter be spared. Beatrice. I stopped the Betty. Can we be friends again? That's her right now, for real. Please, have mercy. Beatrice is like oh, this'll totally help me help Battler make me more. I'm just gonna murder his cousin and his aunt. There, now he'll totally like me. Please have mercy. Even it's just Maria. Have mercy. Sorry. My disciple just acted without restraint for a bit. Forgive me. Oh, oof, this is awkward. Oh, this is so awkward. See, Rosa just thinks of Maria. What a good mother. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Her mistake was thinking that playing Clue would help Battler like her. When Maria realized it was the real Beatrice, she jumped onto her. Promised, right, Beato? Now Beatrice has just promised to kill her, and Maria's like jumped on her like, this is so fucked up. You promised, right, Beato? You promised that you would take me to the Golden Land, right? There, I can be friends with Mama, and everyone will laugh together. You promised that you would take us there, right? About that. I can no longer keep that promise. Because someone appeared who could solve the riddle, I am no longer the Golden Witch Beatrice. So, I'm sorry. I can no longer keep my promise with you. Why? sorry. Truly sorry. So, at least an apology for not being able to keep my promise. I'll give you a truly quiet sleep, which will never be disrupted again. Beato embraced Maria with a loving expression. Then, softly, a red bruise appeared on Maria's neck. It was a very gentle bruise. It grew redder and redder, and when it distinctly formed itself into a shape of a hand. So, differently than Genji's rose when he did something similar, Maria's neck tilted suddenly, peacefully, as though she had fallen asleep.
Mario.
Maria! Sorry. I won't apologize that you were the sacrifices for the second twilight. That is simply your fate. However, I must apologize for the vulgar way in which you were offered as sacrifices. This is your final sleep. Never again will it be disturbed. Beato softly, gently lifted her finger, as though touching the empty air in front of her nose. When she did, a light breeze lifted up, making Rosa's body dance lightly like a feather. Then, Rosa's body floated lightly, and there was the garden fence with its spear-shaped prongs. Oh god, okay. Thanks, Beatrice. Oh, there's a CG for this? Whoa, gnarly. The gun too. Sorry, Mirinda, your goat's not doing so hot. The spear of the fence pierced Rosa's medulla oblongata, so it went straight through her head. Bam. Rip Maria. I guess don't rip Rosa. Rusted knot piece. Good riddance, JKJ. Oh no! Benevolently, without toying with her, in a single blow, Rosa's life was snuffed out. Compared to the earlier innocent yet cruel events, her end was surprisingly tame. It looked just like a doll shaped like Rosa was leaning against the fence, but she had passed away. Damn. Well, that's pretty much how you do it. Beato acted proud, but the new witch wore a blank expression, almost as though this was an anticlimax. And she was forthright with that opinion. It's kind of plain. Very different from the person Ronove told me about. Well, you must use magic with dignity, you see? If it's too, undignified, that isn't very elegant. But you can do wonderful things endlessly with this magic. How boring. Now, no complaining. The path of a golden witch cannot be completed in a day. You are still incomplete until you finish the 10th twilight. For now, stay quiet and follow my instructions. Alright?
返事はどうした？
What happened to your answer?
返事は
Your answer.
はーい。
Fine.
それでよい、それで。
Better, much better.
まだ復活の儀式の先は長いぞ。
Well, there is still much to do for the resurrection ritual.
あと5人も殺さねばならないからな。
You still have to kill 5 people.
あまりもてあそばずに、綺麗に、上品に、少しあっさりめでいいからね。
You should do it without toying with them too much, with beauty and dignity, and with at least a little decorum. Alright?
ロノウェがそなたに教えたわらわのやり方は、悪い例だ。
What Ronove told you about how I did it, that was a bad example.
模範にしてはならぬ。
You mustn't use that as a model. No happy Halloween forever.
よく心に刻んでおけ。
Engrave that into your heart.
はーい、先代様。
Yes, predecessor sama.
良い返事だ。
A good answer.
ロノウェ、煉獄の七姉妹よ。いでよ。
The 7 stakes of purgatory arise.
はい、お嬢さん。
Yes, Milady.
ロの上、ここ。
Ronove, right here.
Alright, I have to do a woo voice for the stakes, right?
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Lucifer of Pride, right here.
これまではだな。わらわもいろいろ派手にやってきたわけだが。
Up until this point, I've done things a little flashy, but,
黄
well,
金の魔女としての威厳も大事であり。
the dignity of the Golden Witch is also important. So what I'm trying to say is, as Ronove chuckled at Beato's uncharacteristically flustered speech, he summed it up for her.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
以後は黄金の魔女の名にふさわしい気品に気をつけるようにいたします。
From now on, we will be careful to perform in a graceful manner, suitable for the name of the Golden Witch.
煉獄の七姉妹もこれまでのような悪ふざけは改め、
Even the 7 Sisters of Purgatory will perform their previous bad behavior.
以後は最短の手順で任務を遂行するように。
And we shall espouse to perform our task in the quickest possible manner.
ということでよろしいですか、お嬢様。
Would that be acceptable, milady?
つまりはそういうことだ。
This is so awkward. That's it, more or less.
みんな、肝に銘じよ。
Everyone, take it to heart.
よいな。
All right?
はい、
Yes,
かしこまりました。
certainly.
わらわが言いたいのは以上だ。
That is all I wish to say.
もう引き上げてよいぞ。
You may leave now.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
それでは失礼いたします。
If you would excuse me.
失礼いたします。
Excuse us.
わらわが言いたいのはそれだけだ。
Well, that's all I want to say.
それでは引き続きしっかりな。
So take care as you continue, all right?
黄金の魔女らしく貫禄を持って自重気味にな。
Go with dignity and decorum, befitting the Golden Witch, all right?
頑張るがよいぞ。
You should do your best.
そなたを見守っておる。
I will be watching over you. Acting unsure until the very end, Beato communicated only that to her. Became a group of gold butterflies and vanished into thin air. It may be fitting to say that she disappeared in a hurry because she was having trouble maintaining the conversation. After that, all that remained was Maria's outstretched body, pounded by the rain, and Rosa's body propped up by the fence and gazing up at the sky, and the figure of the witch.
自重しろ。
Show some decorum. you say? Her expression looked just a little bored. There was a popping sound. That was probably her clicking her tongue.
つまんないやつ
What a boring person! Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good. Leaving that last sentence behind, she too vanished into thin air. Uh-oh, guys. Perfect place to stop. What the hell? What a day. So 11 o'clock next time. Holy. Eva's asleep, I guess? People died. We heard your favorite OST. More people died. Ronave was here IRL.
Indeed.
Exciting stuff. Yes, indeed. We found finally the girl on the episode 3 portrait is actually Eva in a cute outfit. Ronave was a gamer girl with his G Fuel sponsorship. Yep. That Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. But yeah, that was funny. This is gonna be the only Ronave IRL stream for a while, but this was a special occasion today. The joke, in case you guys had missed it, was that Ronave basically looks like Dan with straight hair. And jump scare, yeah, Dan, jump scare us more in the future.
I will try.
And yeah, that would be lovely. And yeah, so and then there was like all these weirdly like funny coincidences, like Ronave and Dan both bake cookies and stuff like that. It was funny. And then Dan has like a really cursed photograph of himself with like straightened hair, and it's like this is the Ronave photo and stuff like that. We're gonna raid Purple Tess. Oh, Dan, what's your favorite cookie to bake? Go.
Oh, easy. Sugar cookies.
I love sugar cookies.
I mean, the maple sugar cookies are basically just sugar cookies.
With maple.
But, yeah.
Damn, bake me some.
There's the I really do also enjoy making like softer kinds of chocolate chip cookies. Those are pretty nice.
I like soft cookies. This is working out. Oh, perfect. And I like soft sugar cookies even better. Even though crunchy sugar cookies are pretty good too, but soft sugar cookies are the best. Oh, IMO. I also like snickerdoodles for similar reasons. Some good shit. You would, yeah, in before Reprisal and Dan just share cookie recipes. That sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dan's eating popcorn that he popped, so he didn't have a popcorn uniform, unfortunately.
I do not have a popcorn uniform.
Raid. Alright, so I'm gonna raid Purple. Next time, you guys will have to share recipes. It'll be great. I'm so glad you're back, Reprisal. I'll see you. And if you wanna, on Mondays, I've been doing needle felting crafts, and I've been working on a Beatrice. So, that might be fun. I was starting to put details on the dress last week. I'm so glad you're back. And there'll be yeah. So if you could come by Monday, that'd be super cool. And also, if I can, there's a lot of stuff going on this next week, but I'll see if I can make it happen. But also I'll be back for Umineko Thursday, but since I guess it's a little more obvious what's going on because I'm hanging with Dan, I think I'm gonna skip stream for Friday and Saturday this week, but I'll be back for Lore Sunday, so look forward to that. And all right, Raid going out for tests. And oh, Stella just meowed at me. She's definitely ready for me to be done streaming.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Good night. Oh, thank you. Miranda. Yep. Yeah, I get it. Good night. Good night.